Good morning. Hello. Hello, 13th jurors. I should have changed out of pajamas, and I just now realized that I didn't. Hello. Hello. Happy Monday. Happy Monday. I hope everybody had a good, relaxing, peaceful weekend, but that's over because it's Monday. We are going to go straight into our congratulations to the first in tailgate. I don't know why mine is the only one that ever skips on this. I have done it 15 different times, and for some reason it still jumps on mine every time, but it never does at night court. 3 minutes. Congratulations. I'm so happy for all of you. I am excited to start our new trial today. I am excited that, it's going to be a weird one. I got to get it pulled up for us. We should be starting soon. This is, this one's a little scary. But I will tell you, if you have a queasy stomach, maybe this might not be one of the ones that you want to pay attention to. Maybe you want to mute it and just chat among friends. Welcome, Georgia Mom 2 Boys, became a YouTube member. Welcome to the family. We are glad to have you. Hello. Okay, let's get it pulled up. Let's get going. I am a little bit nervous / interested to see how this one goes. The thing about this one is that it is, we already know she did it. That's not the thing. We already know she did it. What we are finding out, what we are going through, is to find out if this is if she's pleading insanity, so not guilty by because of insanity. So the trial is to find out if she was insane at the time, she knew what she was doing. This is not going to be one of those things. We do know that she was on multiple drugs. She was on methamphetamine and had shot up trazodone before this happened. So that part we know. But the, being intoxicated in any capacity is not the same as being insane. So it's not about, if she was high, then she was also, didn't know what she was doing. It's not that. So this is all about, mental capacity and that, knowing right from wrong, insanity, that type of thing. There is, okay. So I'm glad so Chrissy G says, is there a difference between guilty by insanity and guilty by mental defect? So I believe for her, and I would like to hear from attorney on this too, because, oh gosh, my hair's driving me nuts. Because I know that different states do different things different ways. So for Wisconsin, I have not seen, a insanity plea, but hers was specifically, mental defect, but it's still listed as NGI so insanity. So I'm curious to see, exactly the breakdown of everything. The problem is, it wasn't just one of those things like, in the moment, she didn't know what she was doing. I mean, sister put his foot in her crock pot in the van. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, and when they came to talk to her, she was like, "Oh, I forgot the head. Oh, left the head in the bucket. Dang it." So, it's this is not something where she just, snapped in the moment and then, was like, "Oh crap, what did I do?" I mean, they spoke to her after, and she was still, I mean, her responses were interesting to say the least. So it's going to be really interesting. There were a bunch of motions that they, tried to exclude some of that. They tried to exclude them talking to, the things that she said to police after, because they had not, read her Miranda rights. So they tried to have, that excluded. They went through and some of the, this is, So this, she's definitely, got some mental deficiencies as far as, you would have to in order to do this. But the problem is, it's like, how I said when we were watching the Letitia trial, I said that heifer is nuts, but she's sane. She knew right from wrong. She knew what she was, doing was wrong. So that's going to be, the interesting part of watching all of this, is seeing, exactly how the arguments on both sides. I think that part is always very interesting when it comes to this. If it's a possible true insanity defense. I mean, look, Letitia was not insane. She knew right from wrong, and she went through so many steps to cover her tracks. That was just ridiculous. And that one was one of those that was like, oh gosh, okay, just skip over all this because we know she's full of crap, and let's get to the sentencing. But with this one, she definitely has some mental deficiencies with, something's not right. So we'll have to see, what they bring in and what they don't. Now, Jams, hello, Jams. Good morning, Jams. Jams says, I'm interested to see how I feel after seeing all the evidence because I truly have no opinion right now. Now, for most of my trials, y'all know how I am. I do a deep dive. And for this one, I have not done that. I've gone through the court documents, yes. So I know what happened. I know a little bit about it, but I did not want to dive too deep into this one because, with this one being one that we're not, working to see, if we can find doubt, or to see if, if we believe in, the guilt or whatever, like since we're not going into it like that, we already know she did it. So because of that, I wanted to go into this one a little bit more as a juror's perspective. So I have read some of the court documents, which obviously the jurors haven't. But I did not do as deep of a dive into this one as I normally do, because I wanted to be able to kind of experience this one a little bit more with y'all. It's scheduled to last all week. And I'm interested to see, what all comes out, and kind of form more of an opinion about it as we go. So I have read the court documents on this one, but I have not dove into this one as deeply as I normally do. So I'm kind of excited about, watching it and experiencing with y'all and seeing everybody's thoughts and opinions on it. So I have seen, we watched the hearings. We watched the hearing on Friday, and of course, we saw the one where, not the one from Friday, but the one before where she attacked her attorney. We did watch that one in chat. She, shackled and just bam, bam. But very interesting. She's an interesting character. So they did the hearing on Friday. They had a hearing before that where the expert that they had said that she was not competent to stand trial. And then they had a hearing on Friday, this past Friday, where they had the state's expert come in and take a look and say, I disagree. She is competent to stand trial. And of all the times that she's been, gone through this, they have said that she was competent every time except for the one who, just did. So the judge overruled it for that reason and proceeded with, going forward with this. Now, they went ahead and did the jury selection on Friday. The jury they have 4 alternates, which I find interesting because this is only supposed to last a week. But just in case, I guess, they have 4 alternates. So the total, the only thing I was able to find about it, of course, I didn't look that hard because I've been busy with other stuff. But the only thing I have found is that they have, of the 12 jury and the 4 alternates, 9 are women and 7 are men. So that's what we have so far. It's going to be wild. It's going to be wild. So we'll see what happens. Good morning. I see all of y'all coming on in. Come on in. Take your seats. Take your seats. This one's going to be a wild one. A 1-week trial will be delightful. It will be nice to hopefully not have 1 million sidebars. I can't remember where I saw it when I was looking up stuff for this, but somebody had said somewhere, maybe I saw it on Twitter or on like somebody's YouTube or something. I can't remember, but I saw somebody who commented and said that they worked in this courthouse and that it was crazy how normal everything seems to be. Like everybody's just acting like this is just a normal day. The courthouse just keeps on moving like this isn't a, worldwide trial. I can't remember where I saw that. But I thought that was really interesting too. That, they're just like, yeah, just, nothing to see here. Kind of interesting. All right, let's see. I think we are live in there now. Let me double check. Ta-da! Let me cover their little thing with our little thing so we don't get fussed at. Oh, well, hello there. Well, hello there. What are they doing? That's not the best view. But hopefully, earshot. Hope he cleaned his ears today. We'll see how that goes. See if they get this figured out. So He has a lovely haircut. He does. And his ears looked clean. He looks, very hygienic. Happy for him. That was fast to get a jury seated. I was actually kind of surprised how fast it was, because when they said that they were going to do, jury selection Friday afternoon after the hearing that we watched, I was like, is that really going to be, ready to be going by Monday? And it was. I think also I am so used to everything in the Melly trial taking, 7 to 12 business years that doing jury selection in one afternoon and then starting trial on Monday was just mind blowing to me. Not what I'm used to right now. But this one is going to be. It is going to be a little difficult as far as the gruesomeness goes. But the upside to that is that, there's no upside to that, but the upside to this trial is that, it's supposed to only last a week, and business years, yes, 7 to 12 business years. It's only supposed to last a week, and we already know she did it, so there's not going to be the pressure of, guilt or innocence as far as who's responsible. We know she's responsible. Now it's just a matter of, mental capacity at the time. And we won't have, this is one of the things I've said too, especially after coming out of the Melly trial. This is, graphic is the word for it. This is one that, we won't have a split opinion on, who did it or who could have done it, because we already know. So at least that will be different from the last trial. I think we need a break from that last trial. Court is supposed to start any moment. They were supposed to be there at 8:15 this morning. I think they're starting at 8:30. That is Central Time. That is where they are. So I see them moving around they keep changing all of this. So I'm assuming that they're probably getting stuff up and going. See how they moving the cameras and stuff around, trying to get everything situated. So we should be starting soon. Y'all are going to have to let me know about my mic volume and stuff. I broke my microphone. I don't think I did it. I think it was just nature. I guess nature is not really in my condo, but you know what I mean? I don't know how it even happened, but anyway, so my new mic will be here tomorrow. So this one's kind of like just rigged and like laying on stuff. And if I touch it, it will probably fall again. So if it starts going in and out, just let me know. Yes. Hello, Gingersaurus. Yes. Her original plea, I saw when I was reading court documents, her original was not guilty. Even though when she had talked to police, she didn't exactly try to hide the fact she did it. So she was like, oh crap, I left the head in the bucket. Dang it. And then of course she had a foot in her crock pot in her car. So, but she originally pled not guilty, and then that was changed to NGI. So we will see. We will see what they bring out. Dave says, I am glad I'm not on this jury. I would not want to see the autopsy photos. Same thing. I am really glad that I don't have to see them either. And they don't show them to us. Thank goodness. Even if they did, I would not show them. So we'll see. It was just nature. Yes. Nature broke my microphone. But I ordered a new one. It'll be here tomorrow. There was this really pretty pink one that I wanted to order, but they didn't have it on a boom. And if I don't do a boom, then you can hear everything that happens on the desk. So Haley's comment, hello. Brandi Church also, is the jury going to decide if she was insane? Yeah, they basically are going to have, this trial is basically going to be a battle of the experts. So they are going to be, the experts will be giving their opinions on if she was mentally competent at the time, and then they will both give their opinions and why, and their how they reach their opinions, and then we will hear from, or we will they will leave it up to the jury to decide what they think. So I want to hear the real story of what happened to your mic. Anger issues. I was throwing things. Y'all know me and my anger. Just joking. I really don't know. I think that when I was moving it, when I put my desk together, I think that when I tightened it too much, and then this little thing like cracked. So now it won't stay on. So it's not as exciting as it could have been, but let's make up a different story. Let's say, let's find something else that sounds better. Lucy was trying to do her podcast and she broke it. Where's she at? She's somewhere around here. I ended up, because of being kind of having to be on call for the verdict watch and everything, I ended up having to change her little doggy spa day. So she's going this afternoon at 6, and I take her. So she right now, because I've had to put this off a couple times because I've just been so busy. So right now she is like this furry, like just big fluffy mess, and which is adorable. She just like looks like this big fat little like fluff ball. She's half Yorkie and she's half miniature poodle. So that poodle starts coming out of her, and her hair just gets bigger and bigger, and she's got like this little like dog fluff, and she looks so big when she's like that, because her hair, it's not like a typical Yorkie where it'll how our hair, it'll like fall down. Hers just like, pew. So she looks so big. And then when I take her and get her to her little doggy spa, day this afternoon, when she gets back, she will look so small because of how much hair they take off. Too cute. Turn the microphone on. Turn the microphone on. He doesn't have the microphone on.
We're on the court's calendar to commence the jury trial, and I asked the attorneys to report a little early. I think we're still waiting on a few jurors, but I wanted to address the counsel as to whether there were any topics you wanted to raise with the court before we get underway. I'll start with you, Mr. Saunders.
Judge, just the issue that I think Attorney Freilich is also going to provide the court with some additional information regarding Dr. O'Donnell. The state, I think, retains its objection to Dr. O'Donnell's testimony in any form on phase 2. We did receive notice of this additional testimony on, I think it was sent on an email at 9:30 p.m. last night. We, as a practical matter, received it this morning and had a chance to review it. We still continue to object. I think the timeliness is certainly an issue. The substance of the report is also an issue from the state's perspective. I don't think this is relevant admissible testimony at the NGI phase. And as a threshold issue for the court to consider as well, I want to know, and obviously I understand that as it relates particularly to timeliness, the court is typically cognizant of the constitutional rights of defendants in criminal cases, and generally tends to give the benefit of the doubt to the defense under those circumstances to protect those constitutional rights. But I would note that phase 2 of a jury trial, so what this testimony is relevant to is phase 2, that's essentially a civil proceeding. The Supreme Court has found that, and the defendant does not have a constitutional right to an NGI phase. And I think that when the court then considers things like the admissibility of this testimony in that phase, the court doesn't necessarily need to view it from that same level of protection that's typically entitled to a defendant when they have a constitutional right to present a defense. And I certainly can cite case law for the court on that point. State v. Maggot is instructive on that. 2014 WI 67 essentially talks in great deal about the bifurcated process and the rights that a defendant is entitled to as it relates to that NGI presentation.
Okay. Well, I received the report this morning, so I haven't even had a chance to review it. So at the risk of hearing all the same arguments again, which I don't want to do, Mr. Freilich, any response to any of that at this particular point?
Yes. I had been in contact with Dr. O'Donnell. He had to review information and he gave me an opinion for trial. That's what the court wanted me to do. I received that. I suppose we could take this up. I'd ask that we take it up at a later date. We're here to do phase one. This would apply to phase two if it even gets to that point. But I haven't had a much of an opportunity to review all of the documentation that was provided, but I know that Dr. O'Donnell apparently has testified in the state of Illinois with regards to the NGI plea and toxicity and opinions on the toxicology of methamphetamine. So all of that, I think we could take up at a later point. I know today we're here for the fact-finding part of this case. Thank you.
Okay. Well, we will take it up at a different time. Okay, then as soon as the jury arrives, we'll get underway. I will instruct them with 601, as I had indicated to the parties I was going to do, and then we'll get underway with opening statements. As I indicated on Friday, opening statements will be limited to 30 minutes each. You'll get a warning at about when you have about 5 minutes left. And anything else from the state? From the defense, Mr. Freilich?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay, then we are in recess until the jury is assembled.
Okay, so opening statements will be limited to 30 minutes each. And the cameras on here look fantastic. The audio is quiet, but hopefully when the actual jury comes in and everything gets going, it will be better. Let's hope. But if not, then I'll keep my mic muted. And then we just have to turn it up. I have mine turned up all the way. Hopefully they will notice, or someone will tell them that everything sounds so quiet, and then they'll be able to get that fixed. Camera person, tell them to talk into the microphone. Yes. And the you notice that some of the microphones were like pushed away too, so hopefully they'll fix that. So if not, we just have to try to make the best of it. Audio in trials that we've watched have not been good in many of these trials lately, but this one's just quiet. At least there's not all the, oh man, y'all remember when Melly first started, how bad it was? About as bad as it was the other day during verdict watch and everything, where every single like noise was so loud, but then you couldn't hear them that well. Oh, that was awful. Marla says, winter openings, they are about to do them now. They are assembling the jury, they said. So when, oh, I hear microphones. When they get the jury in there, then they will get going. 30-minute opening for each. which is good. That's not too. That's not too bad. Oh, I'm getting notifications over here. And then we'll get started. I think that this, this judge he seems kind of like, kind of no nonsense, from what I've seen. And even with the motions that they have now, he's like, I don't want to have to hear everything over again. I don't want to hear all the arguments again. Hopefully he'll, have control over everything. And, they only have this scheduled for a week. So we'll see, how long it takes. But yeah, they only have this scheduled for a week. I believe Samuel L. Jackson has agreed to type CC post. Y'all, the only thing about the Melly trial that I am going to miss, I think, is the closed captions. They were off the charts. We need a swear jar. Interesting stuff. Let's see. He's younger and he's not going to be messing around. We found when we were watching the hearing the other day, we saw what was it? Wasn't it guy's name? He looks just like the guy. What was it, on Twin Peaks or something? And we pulled up the.
Okay, the jury is assembled. Anything to bring up, Mr. Lizick or Mr. Saunders? No. Mr. Freilich?
No.
The jury's ready? Bring them in.
Let me see if I can find any better audio.
At Action 2 News, we bring you.
Jesus.
At Action 2 News.
Oh my gosh, that busts through my eardrums every time. Be quiet.
Why don't you stay standing till everybody gets in? I could see you talking about it, so no problem. All right, be seated. Okay, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you had a good weekend. First thing we're going to do here this morning is administer the juror's oath. So I'm going to ask all of you to stand up and raise your right hand.
You and each of you do solemnly swear that you will well and truly try to issue between the plaintiff and the defendant and a true verdict give according to law and the evidence in court, so help you God.
Have a seat. The next thing I want to do, ladies and gentlemen, is briefly explain to you about the process. We have obviously 16 jurors. There's only going to be 12 that are going to be in deliberations. For those of you who aren't familiar with that process, we have a number of alternates. Ladies and gentlemen, as brief as an alternate is to ensure that if someone takes ill or can't return or for any reason finds that they can no longer participate in the process, we will continue to have 12. Because if we drop below 12, the trial has to end and we need to start over. That's why we have 4 extra. At the end of the first phase of this trial, the computer will randomly select 4 of you who are going to be excused and won't participate in the deliberations. That's the purpose of the alternate, and that's the purpose of having 16 instead of 12 right off the bat. I gave you a number of instructions on Friday. And I want to give you one more instruction here this morning to help you better understand the process. In this case, Taylor Schabusiness has entered 2 pleas to the charges in this case: not guilty and not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect. The law requires that the issues raised by the 2 pleas be decided in a continuous trial that is separated into 2 phases. Your verdict will be taken at the end of each phase. You are to consider only the issues presented to you during each phase. You are not to consider any issues other than those presented to you for each verdict. In the first phase of the trial, you will be asked to determine whether the defendant is guilty of the charges of first-degree intentional homicide,
The next thing I want
mutilating
to,
a corpse, and third-degree sexual assault. You will make this determination solely upon the facts which deal with the actual incident alleged in the information. During the
Y'all, I know the sound's not great. I'm trying to find one. There's not a lot of.
Because if we drop below 12, the trial has to end and we need to start over.
I'm looking for different ones. There's not a lot I can do about them.
First phase, you will not be asked to determine whether at the time of the incident the defendant was suffering from mental disease or defect. If, after the first phase of the trial, you find the defendant not guilty, the trial will be over. If you find the defendant guilty, the trial will move to a second phase. During the second phase, you will be asked to determine whether the defendant is responsible for criminal conduct. Wisconsin law provides that a person is not responsible for criminal conduct if, at the time it was committed, the person had a mental disease or defect and as a result lacked substantial capacity either to appreciate the wrongfulness of the conduct or to conform the conduct to the requirements of the law. If the trial proceeds into this second phase, you will be instructed more fully as to your duties at that time. We'll now begin the first phase of the trial, and I again caution you that this first phase is concerned solely with the question of whether the defendant committed the crimes of first-degree intentional homicide, mutilating a corpse, and third-degree sexual assault as set forth in the information. The lawyers will now make opening statements. The purpose of an opening statement is to give the lawyers an opportunity to tell you what they expect the evidence will show so that you will better understand the evidence as it is introduced during the trial. I must caution you, however, that the opening statements are not evidence. Having said that, Mr. Saunders, are you prepared to make an opening statement?
yes,
Okay, hold on. I'm about to try another one. So those of you who have your stuff turned all the way up, I'm about to try another one. I don't want it to blow our ears out. Hold on, let me see. I'm trying to find. There's multiple feeds. I'm trying to find the best one.
about what happened in this case, and that'll show and demonstrate to you that the defendant committed these acts.
That one's not really any better.
You'll hear
Okay, it's not the feed, it's the courtroom. So there's not much I can do about it. So sorry, I tried.
That'll show and demonstrate to you that the defendant committed these acts. You'll hear testimony and evidence will show that in the early morning of February 23rd, is a Tuesday, normal cold February in Wisconsin, at a house on Stony Brook Lane. It's sort of, if you know the area, the west side of Green Bay, Fireman's Park, West Mason Street, that area. Tara Package, in her home, and is awoken by a storm door shut. There's a door that's sort of abuts the driveway for the residence, normal single-family home in the area. Here's a storm door close and is awoken from sleep. It's early morning, 2:30, 3 a.m., somewhere in there. She goes and gets up. It kind of wakes her up, and she's aware at that point that her son, Shad, was in the basement with a friend, Taylor. They had been over the day before, February 22nd, February 21st, in that time frame. And she kind of goes and sees what's going on, right? We hear this noise late in the night, early in the morning, and she sees the basement light is on. At that point, she's aware that, they were down there throughout the day of the 22nd, and she goes down and sees, because the light's on in the basement, and she's seeing what's going on. And you'll see sort of the scene. sort of go down the stairs to a normal basement. It's partially finished on one half, partially like a utility area, laundry.
Wasn't even looking at that thing.
Area.
Sorry.
And right next to the
It's
stairs,
Monday. You want me to rewind so y'all can see that? I didn't even
Get out of
remember that I
home
swapped
center.
it.
She lifts a towel that's covering the bucket. It's a beach towel. And unfortunately, sees
Happy Monday.
essentially a mother's worst nightmare. That her son's head is in the bucket. Understandably, you'll hear testimony about that and the shock that caused. Tara goes and talks to her boyfriend who lives in the home, Steve. You'll hear from him. He goes and checks too, and ultimately they call 911. And that's how this case comes to be. You'll hear from the officers this morning, likely, who arrived on scene and what they observed, confirming the information that was reported to law enforcement about Shad's circumstances, how they find the bucket and it has parts of Shad as well as knives. You'll hear about, at that point, a relative lack of other indicia of a crime occurred. It's not a significant amount of blood on the walls and on the floor. There's some, you'll hear about that, but it takes law enforcement time to see what actually happened, the full extent of what the defendant did in this case. By that point, they're actually interviewing the defendant and she's providing them information that, no, Shad's still in the basement. The rest of him is still in the basement. And ultimately, you'll hear about what officers find in that basement. There's, as I mentioned, the living area has some mattresses, blood soaked. Once you remove the blankets, other clothing items. There's a tote, a teal tote, kind of a larger Tupperware that has knives as well as body parts of Shad. There's bags, a sort of duffel bag type item, a backpack, all of which contain parts of Shad's body, as well as knives that were used in the dismemberment. And you'll hear all about that. The officers who responded on scene and processed the evidence, ultimately locating parts of Shad. You'll hear about then other things that are found. Signs of methamphetamine use. The defendant later acknowledges happened with her and Shad right before this crime occurred. Cleaning products. As I mentioned, you may have an idea in your head of this crime and what that looks like and what law enforcement would encounter when they got there, and you'll see what actually encountered. You'll hear about Clorox wipes and how the defendant would go to the shower and sort of clean up and use a squeegee and clean up the scene. You'll hear about the medical examiner and their team who arrive and are dealing with this situation, and it's determined that not all of Shad is located in the basement. There's certain parts that are missing, and ultimately in the van that the defendant is driving, gold minivan, there's additional legs of Shad found in that van. You'll hear from Dr. Vincent Tranquita. He's our medical examiner at the time, and he will testify about cause and manner of death. And you'll hear about the cause being strangulation. Significant force applied to the neck, significant signs of strangulation that you'll hear about, and then ultimately, obviously, a significant amount of dismemberment after the fact. You'll hear Dr. Tranquita talk about that. That's all happening at Stony Brook. And 23rd, throughout that day, you'll hear about significant investigation that goes on at that house. And then you'll hear about then, a few hours after that initial 911 call, how law enforcement kind of gets word that, Shad was with the defendant, Ms. Schabusiness, before this offense, and that they locate her at her apartment on Eastman Avenue, sort of on the other side of Green Bay, east side. Encountered as she's leaving the apartment that she shares with another person, and you'll see that encounter, how the defendant is essentially, literally caught red-handed blood on her hands. There's a significant knife wound that she talks about later was suffered in the course of the crimes. There's blood on her clothing. There's black sweatshirt, black sweatpants. And she talks with law enforcement for a pretty significant amount of time. Detective David Groff, who's seated at counsel table here, interviews the defendant along with another detective, and they start to learn more about what happened in this case and sort of the hours leading up to the crimes. Again, it's a significant and lengthy interview, and the defendant's providing information that you'll see jives with what law enforcement's encountering in that basement. She admits to, as I mentioned, methamphetamine use before.
I'm trying one more. I've looked up like 6 different ones now. I'm going to try Court TV again and see.
She's pulling harder.
That's not it.
Sweatpants. And
This
she
is
talks
Court
with law
TV.
enforcement for a pretty significant amount of time. Detective David Groff, who's seated at counsel table here,
Is that one any
interviews
better?
the defendant along with another detective, and they start to learn more about what happened in this case and sort of the hours leading up to the crimes. Again, it's a significant and lengthy interview, and the defendant's providing information that you'll see jives with what law enforcement's encountering in that basement. She admits to, as I mentioned, methamphetamine use before this. She and Shad were sort of hanging out beforehand. They were friends from school back in the day, and it seems like they were in a friendly state at the time of this offense. And you'll hear then they go to the Stony Brook Lane home and go to the basement. They're let in by Steve. You'll hear about that in the early morning of the 22nd. You'll hear the defendant describe that what apparently begins as a somewhat sexual encounter escalates to a dog collar being placed around Shad's neck. And the defendant quite vividly describes what she then did. She's yanking on the chain. She's describing what's happening to Shad. It's evidence that you'll hear, and you'll hear it from the defendant's own mouth, that shows that this is an intentional act. It's not one pull of a gun trigger. It's an intense act. You'll hear about that from Vincent Tranquita, Dr. Tranquita as well. She's pulling harder, just hoping that he eventually passes, and it takes a significant amount of time. It takes several minutes, so you'll hear her say. After that, after Shad's deceased, she describes what she then does with his body, again, engaging in sexual acts, ultimately dismembering him quite significantly. She reports that afterwards, that law enforcement would have fun finding all the body parts that are located throughout the basement, told law enforcement where to find certain body parts. Like I said, it wasn't obvious to law enforcement who initially respond to that basement what happened. It's information being provided by the defendant that later is corroborated by law enforcement. You'll hear the defendant admit to cleaning up, avoiding guilt, avoiding responsibility for this. You'll hear her talk about that. You'll see the signs of that, as I mentioned earlier. That dismemberment process takes that entire day of the 22nd, essentially. As I mentioned, Tara wakes up to Taylor leaving at about 2:33 a.m. on the 23rd. The investigation doesn't stop there, despite the defendant's confessions. Law enforcement continues. They send DNA to the lab, and it confirms the accounts that we're getting here. Blood on the defendant's hands, left and right hands, or Shad's. Blood on the knives. Some of the knives that are used is Shad's. The clothing item, as I mentioned, the black sweatshirt, black sweatpants, has red substances, blood on the sweatpants, all consistent with what happened, with the defendant's statements, with what law enforcement's seeing. So this case is really not a whodunit. You'll hear about the crimes that clearly occurred. You'll hear the defendant's statement saying, yep, I did it. And you have DNA evidence and other investigative tools that kind of corroborate everything else. So for this, the defendant's charged with the 3 crimes that the judge read off earlier: first-degree intentional homicide, mutilating a corpse, dismembering the corpse, and then third-degree sexual assault. So we'll get into what that all means later. We'll have closing arguments where we kind of provide summation and provide all that to you. But for now, as you kind of listen to the evidence, count 1, the state needs to prove that the defendant caused the death of Shad and that she did so intentionally. As I mentioned, you're going to hear a lot about that. And it's nothing but intentional. This is not an accident. This is not a mistake. It's a significant act the defendant did. Dismembering a corpse for the purpose of concealing a crime, you'll hear a lot about that. And third-degree sexual assault, how she engaged in oral contact with Shad's body and inserted objects in his body as well after the fact. I know in voir dire, some of you talked about, you've heard some about this case, and that's to be expected potentially. It's really important to stress that our system of justice is not based on media accounts, on word of mouth, on what you hear. The evidence is what happens in these 4 walls, and what you hear and see. And ultimately, the evidence in this case will point to 1A. The defendant is guilty of these 3 crimes. So again, this is just meant to be an overview on the evidence we expect you to hear over the next few days in the first phase. But ultimately, the case comes down to choices and responsibility. The defendant made a series of choices, February 21st, 22nd, and 23rd. Choices to use methamphetamine, choices to kill her friend, Shad, choices to then utterly degrade him after the fact. The choices the defendant made. And when we come back in closing arguments later this week at some point, we'll argue to you that the evidence in this case is clear. The choices the defendant made indicate that you're not going to have a reasonable doubt about what the defendant did, that she's guilty of all 3 crimes. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, Sam, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
You're looking over at whatever to see whatever he's writing.
Your Honor, may it please the court, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, Mr. Lassay, Mr. Saunders. Thank you for your service as jurors. We definitely appreciate you being here, serving on the jury, because a jury is an integral part of the court process. Without you jurors, our court system simply couldn't function. The lawyers couldn't do their job, and the court couldn't do its job. So we appreciate your time, your attention to detail, and your anticipated focus over the next several days that you're going to put into this very serious case. Now, in this case, the state of Wisconsin, through the Brown County District Attorney's Office, has the complete burden of proof. The state must prove to all of you jurors beyond a reasonable doubt each and every element of the crimes charged beyond a reasonable doubt. The United States Constitution presumes that every person who is accused of a crime is presumed to be innocent. And in this case, Taylor Schabusiness is presumed to be innocent. She doesn't have to prove anything. The defense does not have to prove anything in this case. Why? Because the complete burden of proof rests with the District Attorney's Office, with the state of Wisconsin. They have to prove up all the facts. And in this case, you're going to hear a lot of different facts. You're going to hear a lot of different accounts from witnesses, citizen witnesses, detectives, police officers, experts, DNA analysts, medical examiners, all of that. You're going to have to take all of that information into consideration when you deliberate. But the entire burden rests with the state in this case. My client, Taylor Denise Schabusiness, also has an absolute right to remain silent. Under the law, she has a right not to testify if she so chooses. And if she elects not to testify, you cannot use that fact alone against her in this trial. She doesn't have to testify, but she may testify. In this particular case, ladies and gentlemen, Taylor Denise Schabusiness was friends with Shad. They went to high school together. They went to school at Bayport, and they had classes together. And they were, when they were younger, they dated for a short period of time. But basically, they were friends. You're going to hear some testimony on, it was a Wednesday, February 23rd of 2022. You're going to hear, I believe, a 911 tape. You're going to hear testimony from Tara Pakinich and Stephen Hendricks. They live at 829 Stony Brook Lane in Green Bay. There was a call from Mr. Hendricks that he apparently went downstairs in the basement and saw a bucket, saw a human head in the bucket, and he had checked it out because his significant other, Tara Pakinich, had initially went down there and saw this and had him go check. He didn't have glasses on, but he apparently called 911, and that caused the officers to come to the scene at 829 Stony Brook Lane. There'll be some testimony about this residence. It's a small, quaint home. It's got a loft upstairs where I believe Tara Pakinich and Stephen Hendricks were sleeping. It has a floor level with kitchen, living area, and then it has a basement. And there will be testimony. We believe that Stephen Hendricks last saw Shad at the house on Monday night, which I believe would have been February 21st of 2022. He will indicate that both of them will indicate that they really did not see Taylor Schabusiness leave. They heard a vehicle start, a door slam, caused them to wake up. Officer Wanish, you'll hear from him. He came to the house and went down the basement to make some observations that the officers did a protective sweep. They walked around the basement and the entire house to see if there were any other people there on February 23rd, 2022. And the only people that were there were Tara Pakinich, the owner, Stephen Hendricks, and the daughter, Ava Wheelock. Those people were there. No Taylor Schabusiness was there. She wasn't in the basement. She wasn't anywhere in the house. But obviously there was some investigation and evidence was apparently found. And it's true that law enforcement officers didn't have a clear picture or clear understanding of what was really happening or what happened. And so they're trying to figure things out as they went along. There would be some testimony from other officers with regards to the other scene, which is 2353 Eastman Avenue in Green Bay. That, I submit, was Taylor Schabusiness's apartment. And she lived there with Scott Thoms, Thoms. And law enforcement officers came over there, and my client came out of the apartment complex and she was arrested. She had a warrant. She was taken into a squad car and taken down to the Green Bay Police Department for questioning by Detective Groff and Detective Kevin Kempf. Also, law enforcement arrested the other person in apartment one, that was Taylor's apartment, Scott Thoms. He was ordered to lay on the ground and he was taken into custody as well. You'll hear from lots of different officers, in this case, law enforcement officers. The officers found a gold Chrysler Town and Country minivan, I believe 2006, and they found it parked in the Eastman Avenue parking lot, and there were some concerns about it. Now, this vehicle is owned by Scott Thoms, and I believe that will come out that he was the one that owned that vehicle. But inside that vehicle, there was a crock pot box and there were some human body parts in there. In this particular case, you'll also hear from Dr. Tranchita. He's the medical examiner, did a lot of investigative work, looking at cause and manner of death of the deceased. So you'll hear about all of his findings. You're also going to hear from Kevin Scott. He's the DNA analyst for the state of Wisconsin Crime Lab. And his testimony, I believe, will show that he took various swabs as part of the DNA analysis, and items were swabbed. There was sweatpants, there were blades, there were light switch, there's boxes, hands, people's mouths, and a dildo, because that was found. The swab of the dildo, he will testify, I believe, that the possible contribution of DNA from Shad Thyrion as it relates to the dildo is inconclusive due to the complexity of the mixture. So the state is going to argue that there was a sexual assault by use of the dildo, and the deceased DNA is not on it. So that's something you'll have to take into consideration. You're going to hear from Sergeant Kurt Brester from the Green Bay Police Department. He was dispatched to 829 Stony Brook Lane regarding a suspicious situation on February 23rd, 2022. And that he conferred with Officer Wanish outside, that he had contact with Tara Pakinich and Stephen Hendricks, and that he did a protective sweep of the residence, and they didn't find anybody else other than Ava Wheelock, who was the young lady, she was 16, sleeping in a bedroom. You're going to hear from, I believe, Officer TJ Buckman, that he arrived on the scene as a supervisor to this apartment complex. And he actually went to 2353 Eastman Avenue in Green Bay. And he saw that gold van parked outside, and he had several other officers keep the van under surveillance. And at least from his initial investigation, he did not have enough information to determine whether or not Taylor Schabusiness was the suspect or the victim. And so those are some other things that you're going to have to take a look at and think about. You're going to see the videotape in this case where there's a lengthy video down at the Green Bay Police Department between Detective Groff and Detective Kempf and my client, Taylor Denise Schabusiness. And they talked, and Detective Groff asked her lots of questions about what she knew and her whereabouts and what may or may not have happened. So you have to pay close attention to that and think about the things that are said. In a case like this, and really in any case, you have to assess the credibility of each and every witness. You have to take all of that into consideration in this matter. I'd ask that you, when you're considering all of the evidence, don't jump to conclusions. Don't rush to judgment. Please keep an open mind. Listen to all the facts. Listen to what every witness has to say carefully and weigh what they have to say. And remember, there's always two sides to every story. You jurors are going to have to decipher the facts of what may have occurred or what didn't occur. But at the end of the case, we ask that you find our client not guilty on all the counts. Thank you.
And then,
Go back to
ready to call your first witness.
not guilty. I got Brook Road Box.
Your Honor, may we have just a very brief sidebar before the first witness?
Sure.
Not a sidebar, y'all. She admits it. So the last that I had pulled, she had said she had changed from not guilty to NGI, and that was the last I saw. And so, look, everybody that has like sidebar PTSD, yeah, exactly, sidebar PTSD, yeah. Everybody's like, oh my God, a sidebar, not a sidebar. Take a shot, do a squat. Take a shot, do a squat. We need our sidebar counter ready. She's here. Where are you still in here? I think she was. I saw her earlier. We need something new, not a shot in the squat. What are we going to do this time then? Sidebar PTSD is for.
The state calls Amy Shannon.
All right, first witness, Amy Shannon.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter now before the court, so help you God? Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
Amy Shannon.
Before we go on, it wouldn't be a jury trial if we didn't have technical problems. So there's going to be an audio played shortly, and we're having a hard time getting the audio on. So we're just take a minute and see if we can, if we can't get it done quickly, I'm going to excuse the jury and call somebody out who can fix it.
My name's Ms. Bible.
It's booting up, so I keep listening. It's loading again, so it's rebooting. I'm not sure exactly how long that's going to take, but.
Does the court wish that I make the sort of foundational questions? They're relatively brief.
Sure, why don't we do that? That will give us some more time. So go ahead, Mr. Mezak.
Thank you. Ms. Shannon, can you state for the record how you are employed?
I'm the Assistant Director for Brown County Public Safety Communications. It's the 911 Dispatch Center.
Can you just explain for the jury how the 911 dispatch center works in Brown County and how it relates to the other law enforcement agencies?
So the 911 Center takes the calls for all law enforcement, ambulance services, and fire departments within Brown County. As part of that, all calls and radio traffic that come in through our center are recorded, and then they are held in our center as evidence for 120 days. As were requested by agencies, we release that evidence back to them because it's technically their evidence. We're just the holders of that evidence.
And if a law enforcement agency makes a request that you retain a particular call or record, is that something that your agency does?
We do.
And are those calls, are they something that are easily discernible by the date and the location of the call?
Yes.
Does the system actually store the location of a phone call that comes in?
It depends on how it comes in, but yes.
And essentially, are you able to serve as a record keeper or records custodian for the 911 center, given your current role?
That is part of my role, is to be the records custodian.
And how long have you worked with the 911 center overall?
Overall, over 10 years.
And were you asked by the Green Bay Police Department to record and maintain a call from February 22nd, actually February 23rd, 2022, I believe at 3:24 a.m.
Yes.
And as part of your work with the 911 center, did you have an opportunity to review a recorded phone call that came in on February 23rd at 3:24 a.m. from a residence located at 829 Stony Brook Lane?
Yes,
You had a chance to listen to that entire call?
I did.
And if we played that phone call for you, would you be able to identify that call?
Yes.
And at this point, I would like to have that call used as an exhibit.
Any objection?
Well, I didn't hear what he said.
He wants to offer the recording
Yeah,
as
no,
an
but-
exhibit, and then he wants to play it.
I have no objection.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you are about to hear an audio recording. Recordings are proper evidence, and you may consider them just as any other evidence. Please listen carefully. Some parts might be hard to understand.
Just a warning, I don't know what's in this call.
County Public Safety, how may I help you?
Yes, I'd like an officer at 829 Stony Brook. Girlfriend just woken me up that swears that she found her severed head of her son in the basement.
Okay, can you repeat the address, sir?
829 Stony Brook.
Okay, STONEY?
Is it EY, right? Yes. No E. Just LY.
Is that a house, apartment, or duplex?
It's a house.
What's your phone number?
My number is 327-3748. My name's Steve.
327-3748?
Yes.
What's your last name, Steve?
Hendricks.
Okay, tell me what's happening there again?
I have no clue what's happening. My girl swears that she's found her severed head of her son in the basement.
Did you go down there?
In a bucket. I went down, I can't tell what the fuck it is. Part of my language, I'm kind of a little freaked out.
Okay, did she just wake up and say that?
Yeah,
And whose head is it?
she's claiming it's her son.
How old's her son?
24, 20, 25?
Has he been missing, or?
No, yeah, he was here yesterday with some chick, and then now all of a sudden nobody's here. And she came up to use the restroom a couple times, and she keeps calling and calling, and now she's saying that she hears the phone down there too.
Okay, is she with you right now?
Yes, she's upstairs. She's a little freaked out, and I don't know what to do.
Okay, all right, get in line. And, you said you went down there, correct?
Yeah, and I looked at his hole, but I can't see very well, and I can't tell what the hell it is.
So there's something in the bucket?
There's something in the goddamn bucket there.
Okay.
If she won't look again, I don't know what the hell, man.
Do you think she's hallucinating, or do you think that?
I don't think so. I went down and there's something in the damn bucket. I don't know, man. And she's a little freaked out and kind of freaking me out.
What's your girlfriend's last name?
Pacanic?
How do you spell that?
Oh, we should, you want to spell it? P-A-K-A-N-I-C-H.
N-I-C-H. What's your first name?
Tara, T-A-R-A.
What's her middle initial, date of birth?
What's your middle initial? Hello?
Hello?
Hello? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm still here.
Hello?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Oh, yep.
Okay. What's her date of birth?
What's the date of birth? 5/14/74.
All right, can I talk to her?
Yes, you can.
Hello? Hi, Tara. So can you tell me what's going on?
Pretty positive my son's head is in a bucket, a round bucket in my basement.
What makes you think that?
Because I looked in the bucket,
And what did you see?
exactly what I told you.
Okay, where's the rest of the body at?
No idea.
Okay. When's the last time you saw your son?
Well, I guess today is Wednesday, so I picked him up from his dad's on Monday. And he doesn't normally stay here. He's going to stay here for a few days. He brought up the laundry. He was here a couple hours. Then he left with Taylor. And they had some big Taylor,
Who's that?
girl, Taylor Coronado.
You know how to spell her last name?
Coronado. No, not exactly. But it's the common spelling from around here.
All right, that is
He
correct.
went to middle school and high school with her. I don't know if he doesn't live with me.
When's the last time you saw him?
Well, he left with her. They both came back. I believe they both came back while we were sleeping Monday night. And I assume they slept all day yesterday, so I haven't seen him since Monday night physically. I thought they were sleeping all day. I was gone for a little while yesterday, Tuesday, and he's 25. I'm going to pay attention.
All right.
What are you doing? You know what I mean?
All right. Well, we've got help.
And then I heard my door and her minivan start. And I went downstairs and I went to the bathroom. The lights were out in the basement. So I turned them off and I looked around and no one was there. So then when I turned around to come back upstairs, there was a 5-gallon bucket with a towel over it. And I'm like, oh great, that's why they were out here all day yesterday. They were pissing in a bucket. And then I looked and that's not what was in that bucket.
What is your son's name?
Shad Thyrion,
C-H-A-D.
S-H-A-D,
How do you spell his last name?
Thyrion.
What's his date of birth?
9797.
Is there
Sometimes we actually,
is there blood down there?
no.
Okay. All right, ma'am. I have officers that are headed over to your house right now, okay?
Head over.
Okay, I'll go down there.
I guess just stay away from it. Just stay away.
From that area, where, we're on the second, level, so we're gonna go down to the kitchen and not to the basement.
Okay, yeah.
We can answer the doors and stuff.
Okay, all right, ma'am.
My 16-year-old daughter is sleeping,
Excuse me?
my 16-year-old daughter is here sleeping.
Okay.
They do not make a lot of noise. I don't know.
Okay, just let them know that. I'm sure they won't try, okay?
My heart can jump out of my head for being so.
And, I mean, you're sure it couldn't be like a fake head or something?
Not touching it. I'm not looking at it again.
Okay. All right, ma'am. Just go ahead and wait for the officers, okay?
Okay,
All right.
thank you.
Ms. Shannon, the audio recording that was just played, is that consistent with the recording that was retained by the 911 center for the call from the address on Stony Brook Drive on February 23rd of 2022?
Yes.
Your Honor, for the record, I believe that we played the entirety of the audio recording, which is 7 minutes and 13 seconds. I would ask that the recording be admitted as an exhibit.
Any objection, Mr. Freilich?
No.
All right, that exhibit will be received.
I have no further questions for Ms. Shannon.
All right, Mr. Freilich, cross-examination?
Sure. Ms. Shannon, morning.
Good morning.
How is a recording like that kept by the 911 dispatch center?
All calls and radio traffic coming into our center are recorded automatically. We have a recording system. and regardless of how it's coming in, phone or radio, it's recorded and it stays in that recording. We have it set for 180 days.
Okay. Do you, at least for the recording on, that we just heard, was that then downloaded to a disc or something?
Yes. And then we also keep it on a separate drive to make sure that it doesn't go away, because those do automatically clear after 180 days. So we downloaded it to a disk as evidence, and then we also keep a recording of it in house.
So is it your testimony that you preserved that tape from February 23rd of 2022?
Yes.
And then it was, what, was it sent to the Green Bay Police Department, the district attorney's office? Can you tell me a little bit more about that?
It was sent to the district attorney's office,
Then they kept it in their custody?
as far as I know.
Okay. But 911 dispatch center still has a copy as well?
Yes.
Was there any way that that recording was altered in any way?
No.
Do only certain people have access to it?
Yes.
Who was that?
Myself, and then we have a group of supervisors. They are the people who make the recordings. We have one person who is assigned to do it, but if he's not there, then any of the supervisors can. But they're the only ones that have access to that drive.
That 911 tape that we just heard, it wasn't excised or modified in any way, shape, or form, was it?
No.
And it was downloaded off the mainframe computer at the dispatch
The
center?
server, yes.
Okay, off the server?
Yes.
All right, thank you very much. Oh, one more. This was kept in the regular course of business of the 911 dispatch center?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. You're excused.
Hello.
State's next witness.
The state calls Officer Alex Wanish.
Been through the past. I can imagine seeing, I mean, with something that traumatic, I don't know how you would react, but man. This is trial, day one.
Officer, if you just want to step right up over here, and before you have a seat, turn and face her and raise your right hand. She'll place you under oath.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter now before the court, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
Officer Alex Wanish, Wanish.
Okay, and then if you could just make sure you stay close to the microphone so we can all hear you. And with that, Mr. Saunders, the witness is yours.
Thank you. Officer, how are you employed?
With the City of Green Bay Police Department as a patrol officer.
And how long have you been employed as a patrol officer with Green Bay PD?
Since April of 2019.
And is that the totality of your law enforcement experience?
I worked about a year and a half prior to that with City of Manitowoc.
So about 2017 is when your law enforcement career started?
Correct.
And can you outline for us what training you received to be a police officer?
I went through the 720 Academy at NWTC. Before that, I went to UW-Platteville for my 4-year bachelor degree in criminal justice.
And what are some of your regular duties as a police officer?
Taking any dispatch call that comes out, traffic, that kind of stuff.
Sort of respond to the initial incidents?
Correct.
And then do you kind of conduct follow-through investigation as well?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Officer, I want to ask you about February 23rd of 2022. Do you recall if you were working in that capacity on that day?
Yes, I was.
Directing your attention to about 3:25 a.m., were you dispatched to a call around that time?
Yes.
To where were you dispatched?
The address was 829 Stony Brook, City of Green Bay, Brown County.
And is that an area of Green Bay that you're familiar with in your regular patrol duties?
Yes, it is.
And I guess what area of Green Bay is that?
It's the west side, I guess the closest major intersection between Mason and Military.
And what was the reason you were dispatched to that residence?
The initial call came out that the complainant's girlfriend found her son's severed head in a bucket in the basement.
And did you arrive at the Stony Brook Lane residence?
Yes, I did.
But were any other officers with you in that initial time period?
Officer Plonky arrived at the same time as I did.
And what happened when you got to the residence?
We made contact with the complainant and then his girlfriend. We started talking to them, and then we were directed to the basement where the bucket was located. Officer Plunky remained upstairs just to keep an eye on the rest of the house. I went downstairs. At the bottom of the stairs to the right, there was a green bucket with a shower towel on top of it, just to verify we had an actual head in the bucket. Lifted the towel off, and there was, in fact, a human severed head in the bucket.
So I want to back up just a little bit. When you got to the residence, you said you met with the complainant. Was that Stephen Hendricks?
Correct.
Okay. And then you said his girlfriend was also present?
Yes.
And who is that person?
First name was Tara.
Tara, okay. And Officer Plonky stayed with those individuals?
Correct.
Right? Okay. And then you went down to the basement?
Yes.
Is that right? Okay. And you mentioned observing the bucket. I guess where in the basement was that located?
As you go down the stairs, if you turn to the immediate right, it was at the bottom of the stairs to the right.
Was it in pretty close proximity to the stairs?
Yes.
After you made that observation, what did you do?
After I pulled the towel off?
Yes.
I had Officer Plunky come downstairs and just verify we had, in fact, found a human head in the bucket. And then we started to notify a supervisor and then ask for additional units.
And at that time, on February 23rd, 2022, did your department utilize body-worn cameras?
Yes.
Is that something that was operating on that day?
Yes.
And did you have the chance to review your body-worn camera prior to your testimony today?
Yes, I did.
If you were able to observe that here in court, would you be able to recognize it?
Yes, I'll be able to.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd propose to play Exhibit 2. It's approximately 6 minutes.
Any objection?
No objection.
I'm sure that because they won't show anything, whatever. They might let us see up to the point where it goes to the bucket, but they won't show any of the graphic stuff. But I would like to see his conversation with the family, but they won't show anything.
All right, I am playing Exhibit 2 beginning at 0 seconds.
This is February of 2022.
Okay. Did you both see this? I opened the towel, I picked up the towel and dropped it, because I don't know what the fuck it is, man. I have bad vision, and she's like, is that what I think it is? I'm like, I don't fucking know. What the fuck is it?
Do you want to just stay with those two? I'll just go see it.
Where's that? So right there, look right, there's a bucket with a towel on it.
Just keep that.
They're not about to show this, are they? They're gonna blur this, right? Oh, okay. Whew.
Dude, it is. Come here. Hold on one second. Let's just. Okay. Hold on. Just. That's what right? That's what I'm about. Oh, I got 4 Ed 1 to 82 Sam. I know you're busy over there, but this is actually what it's going to be. It's not going to be a 961 thing or a 96 thing, so we're going to need more units here. Was that Fred 1? No for right now. If we could get more units here sooner rather than later, that'd be appreciated. We've got quite a bit of blood down here, and I want to clear this rest of this house. We've got 2 people in the house for sure.
I believe a bread knife. That's what she told police.
And for the record, the entirety of Exhibit 2, approximately 5 minutes, 59 seconds was played. Officer, having reviewed the exhibit, do you recognize the video that was depicted?
Yes, I do.
Does that appear to be consistent with your body-worn camera footage that you observed?
Yes, it is.
And does that appear to also be consistent with your recollection of the scene on Stony Brook Lane on February 23rd?
Correct.
I'd move Exhibit 2.
Any objection?
No objection.
Exhibit 2 will be received.
So, officer, I want to ask a few questions about that. When you arrived, which door to the residence did you enter through?
It would have been the side door off the driveway.
Okay. And was there a sort of a storm door that was a part of that door as well?
Yes, I believe so.
After you observed the bucket, it appeared that you walked around the basement area of the residence. Is that right?
Yes, it did.
At that point, did you see any other parts of a human body?
No other parts of a human body, no.
Did you notice any areas of potential blood?
Yes.
And where was that?
Beyond the stack of mattresses, there appeared to be blood on the floor and then small chunks of human flesh.
In other areas of that basement, did you locate any obvious signs of blood?
There was a dried blood stain on the mattresses, and that was all that I remember seeing.
After you and Officer Plonky, was that the officer who is also depicted in that video?
Yes, it is.
Did other officers arrive on scene?
Yes.
And what did you and the other officers do at that point?
Sergeant Brester was next to arrive on scene. I kind of informed him of what we had up to this point and then what we needed to do next. We had two other officers responding. Once we got all the officers there that we needed, we conducted a protective sweep of the residence just to make sure there was no other people that we needed to know about, just to make sure that there was no other potential threats.
And you're the first officer to testify, so I'll ask you this because we've heard this term. What is a protective sweep?
It's not a search or anything like that. It's just conducting a sweep of the house just to make sure there's no other people hiding or no other threats.
So essentially a search for people?
Yeah.
Other than the towel that you lifted off the bucket, was any object moved or rummaged through by officers?
Not the initial responding officers, no.
Okay. And then at some point, do detectives and other personnel arrive on scene?
Yes.
I guess, what do you do after the protective sweep then?
We maintain the scene. Officer Linsmeyer and Officer O'Donnell transported Stephen and Tara to the police department along with their 16-year-old daughter, Ava. Sergeant Brester, Officer Plonky, and I remained on scene just to secure the scene and then wait for additional resources to respond, such as detectives.
What efforts did you undertake as part of your maintaining the scene that you referenced?
Just making sure that no one got in or out of that residence. Started a crime scene log just to keep track of who was coming and going as far as officers go. And then we ended up putting up crime scene tape around the house as well.
The crime scene log, is that something that you maintain?
Yeah, until I was relieved by day shift.
And I guess that just tracks who enters and leaves the residence?
Correct.
And there was, I think you mentioned crime scene tape that was affixed as well around the house?
Yes.
Thank you, officer. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Officer Wanish, good morning.
Morning.
You were working for the Green Bay Police Department on February 23rd of 2022, correct?
Yes, I was.
And you were on uniform patrol in a fully marked squad, correct?
Yes.
And you were dispatched over to 829 Stony Brook Lane, correct?
Correct.
That area is kind of by Fireman's Park where all the kids go sledding, correct?
Yes.
It's behind it?
It would be to the east of it.
Okay. Who dispatched you over to this location?
It was a dispatch call, and we were the only available units in the city. So Officer Plank and I responded.
Okay. And were you told that there was a suspicious situation over there?
I believe that's how the call was coded.
And the complainant was the male that you heard on there, correct?
Yes.
Did you later find him to be Stephen Hendricks?
Correct.
Who was the first person you talked to when you got to the Stony Brook Lane residence?
Female by the first name of Tara.
Was it Tara Pakinich?
Yes.
And that video, the officer that first entered was Officer Plonky, correct?
That is correct.
And then you followed behind?
Yes.
And the complainant said there was something in a bucket, but he couldn't tell what it was. Is that correct?
That is what he told us.
And you talked to Tara Pakinich, and she said that she thought it was her son's head in a bucket down in the basement?
That's correct.
And then did you ask where the body was?
I don't recall asking that specific question.
But after you did a search, you didn't find a body, did you?
I did not.
In the basement, you didn't find any people down there, correct?
Correct.
The only people that were at the house was Tara Pakinich, Stephen Hendricks, and Tara's daughter Ava Wheelock. Is that right?
That's correct.
And this house, is it essentially have like a basement, floor level, and then an upstairs loft?
Yes, that's accurate.
There's like kind of like 3 floors, correct?
Yes.
And when you arrived, you knocked on the door, that side door that we saw, correct?
Yes.
It's right off the driveway, correct?
Yes.
And this was at nighttime, correct?
Yes, it was.
About 3:25 a.m.?
Correct.
And the people that you had contact with, Tara and Stephen, were they in shock?
Yeah, they both seemed to be in a state of shock.
Had they been sleeping prior to your arrival?
They were both awake and in the kitchen when we made contact.
But before you got there, was it your understanding that they went to bed and then something happened where they woke up and then they called the police?
Yes.
And did both Mr. Hendricks and Ms. Pakinich attempt to describe to you what they found or what they saw?
Yes.
Did they indicate that Shad Thyrion would come to the residence on Stony Brook for a few days and then would leave and come back and do laundry and things of that sort?
Yeah, they said that it was not his primary residence.
You're the first one that went down in the basement
Correct.
and you had a flashlight with you?
Yes, I did.
It's kind of a high-powered flashlight so you can see, right?
Yes.
You went down to take a closer look at the contents of the bucket?
Correct.
And when you got to the bottom of the stairs, was there a laundry room area?
Yes, as you go down the stairs, the laundry room was directly to the left.
And then there was an open room as well?
Yes.
Was the open room to the right?
Yes, it was.
And was that used for storage?
It appeared to be. And then there was a stack of mattresses in the middle of the room as well.
And at some point then you saw the bucket, correct?
Yes.
And was there anything over the bucket?
There was a striped towel.
And was it over the top of it?
Yeah, it was completely covering the inside of the bucket.
Was it your discretion or duty to move the towel?
Yes, I had to verify what we had.
Now, did you have gloves on at all?
Yes, I did.
What kind of gloves?
Just regular patrol gloves.
Okay. When did you put those gloves on? Do you know?
Typically, I put them on as soon as I got out of my car to go to any call.
But for this particular night, did you have them on?
Yes, I did.
When did you put them on?
Typically, I put them on right after I get out of my car, because I believe I would have put them on at that point.
Right after you got out of the squad car?
Yes.
Did you have them on when you went in that side door?
Yes, I did.
And did you keep them on during the entire time that you were in the Stony Brook Lane house?
Yes.
You removed the towel?
I did remove the towel from the bucket.
And then at some point, did you ask Officer Plunky to come and take a look as well?
Yes, I did.
At any point in time after you were done looking, did you put the towel back?
Once it was removed from the bucket, it was not placed back on the bucket.
Was it just allowed to lay on the floor, or what? Tell me what you know about that.
I believe it was just moved to the side and it was put on the floor next to the bucket.
Do you know if anybody in the house, Mr. Hendricks or Miss Pakinich, had touched what was in the bucket or moved it in any way?
I believe they both looked at it based on what they were saying to us, as far as Stephen couldn't tell what it was and Tara was positive it was her son's head.
You asked for additional units, correct?
Yes, I did.
And you asked for a supervisor?
Yes.
Did they come right away?
Yes,
On the video, we see that you pulled out your service revolver, correct?
that's correct.
Were you doing a protective sweep to make sure nobody was in the residence in the basement?
Yes.
Did you go through the entire house to see if there was anybody else in there?
Eventually, once we had more officers on scene, we cleared the rest of the house.
Did you see Taylor Schabusiness in the house when you were there?
She was not present when I was there.
It's not like.
And when you were looking around in the basement, it's true that you did not observe a body or any other body parts belonging to the severed head, correct?
That is correct.
Tara's daughter was in a bedroom on the ground level, correct?
Yeah, main floor.
And she was sleeping.
Correct.
Did she get up at some point then?
Yes, during our protective sweep, she was woken up.
Okay. And then did you transport Mr. Hendricks, Miss Pakinich, and Miss Wheelock to the police department, or did someone else do that?
Officer Linsmar and Officer O'Donnell completed that.
Okay. Did you maintain a crime scene log?
I started the crime scene log until I was relieved.
Okay. And who were you relieved by?
Officer Zawicki.
And then did you secure the crime scene?
Yes, we remained on scene to secure it.
Was that with Officer Plonky?
Yes.
And when you secure the crime scene, how do you do that?
We eventually put up the crime scene tape, but in the meantime, we just maintained the residence as the primary point of entry.
Now, on that video, when you're walking up the driveway, whose vehicles are in that driveway? Do you know?
I don't recall exactly who's the registered owner of those vehicles.
Do you know if the vehicles belong to Miss Pakinich, Mr. Hendricks?
I don't know for certain, but it's possible.
Did you confirm if any vehicle belonging to Taylor Schabusiness was in that driveway on that particular date when you were there?
I personally did not.
Where's he going with this?
And was Sergeant Brester on the scene as well?
Yes.
What was his role?
When I requested a supervisor, he was the supervisor that responded.
And did he come into the residence?
Yes, he did.
Did he go down in the basement to verify anything?
I believe he did because he assisted with the protective sweep.
Okay. When you were there, did anything happen that would have caused the crime scene to be disturbed in any way?
No.
And did Mr. Hendricks indicate to you that he wasn't able to see what was in the bucket?
Yeah, he did mention something about difficulty with his vision.
Okay, thank you very much.
Any redirect? No, you're. Okay, thank you. You can step down.
I know that
It calls Officer Ethan Plonky.
I know that defense attorneys have a hard job in cases like this, but sometimes it's confusing where the line of questioning is going based on what we already know.
Come right up here, officer, and then before you have a seat, if you can turn and face her and raise your right hand, she'll place you under oath.
I believe they weren't there when it happened. They had gotten there later.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter now before the court, so help you God. Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
My name is Ethan Plonky, and I work with the Green Bay Police Department.
And then, sir, if you could just make sure you stay close to the microphone so we can hear you. You're pretty close right now, so you're probably good. With that, I will, the witness is yours, Mr. Saunders.
So how are you employed with the Green Bay Police Department?
I am a patrol officer,
And how long have you been employed as a patrol officer?
just over 3 years.
Is that the entirety of your law enforcement experience?
Yes.
And I want to ask you, Officer, then about February 23rd of 2022. Do you recall if you were on duty for your department on that day?
I was.
And do you recall being dispatched to a residence on Stony Brook Lane?
I
that
do.
day? And do you recall approximately what time you were dispatched?
I don't recall the exact time.
Was it like in the morning, the night, in the middle of the day?
Yes, early morning.
And why were you dispatched to that residence?
For a report of a female who had supposedly observed her son's severed head in a bucket in the basement.
And when you got to that residence, what did you do?
I made contact with the two individuals inside the residence. They were, I believe, a Stephen Hendricks and a Tara Pakinich. And then myself and Officer Wanish were the first to arrive on scene and make contact with them.
And then what did you do after you met with Tara and Steve?
I asked them what had occurred, to which Tara began to tell me her side of the story. While she was telling me her story, Officer Wanish had gone to the basement to look into this bucket that she had found. And that's when he told me that he did find a severed head in the bucket.
Did you then go down to the basement as well?
I did.
And what did you observe when you got to the basement?
I observed a black 5-gallon bucket to the right of the stairs as I go down. There was a beach towel over that now had been moved away. And in that bottom of that bucket was a severed head. And that's how I located.
What did you do at that point?
I then looked around the basement. Myself and Officer Wanish decided that we were going to have to clear the residence for any other threats that were going to be in the house.
And I guess, was anyone else in the house other than the people you talked about earlier?
A teenage daughter, I believe, of the complainant was sleeping upstairs in her bedroom.
And I guess upstairs, what part of the house was that?
Either the first or the second floor. I believe it was the first floor, though.
And did other officers then arrive on scene?
Yes.
And what did you do at that point?
I stayed with the complainants, Tara and Steven, while the other additional officers cleared the residence.
And by, I guess, what do you mean by cleared, just in everyday jargon?
Oh, sorry. So they would make sure the residents didn't have any other threats, like anybody else that was not supposed to be in the residence were not there. And I just stayed with Tara and Steven to make sure that they were safe while this residence was being checked.
Were they, and by they I mean Tara and Steve, were they transported away from the house?
Yes, by additional officers that had arrived on scene.
What did you do at that point?
While after they were transported,
Yes.
I just stood by on scene with Officer Wanish and Sergeant Brester until detectives and more officers could arrive to relieve us.
And did you assist Officer Wanish with crime scene tape around the area?
Yes, at the front of the residence before we had left.
And I guess generally were you sort of monitoring if people were coming and going in the house?
Yes, made sure nobody else had entered the crime scene.
The people who had entered the house, were they all members or affiliates of law enforcement?
Yes.
Thank you, Officer. I have nothing further.
Cross-examination, Mr. Fraley.
Thank you. Officer Plonky, a couple questions for you. So on Wednesday, February 23rd of 2022, you were working in full uniform patrol, correct?
Correct.
Was this zone 4E2?
That was my call sign.
Okay. Were you dispatched over to 829 Stony Brook Lane in Green Bay?
Correct.
And you received some information over dispatch, right?
Yes.
This residence, was it near like the Fireman's Park area?
Yes.
What report did you receive?
That it was the boyfriend, Steven, who called, but his girlfriend had woken him up, stating that she had gone into the basement and found her son's severed head in a bucket.
So you went over there to that residence, correct?
Correct.
By yourself in a fully marked squad?
I went over there in my own squad, but Officer Wanish came at the same time as I did.
Okay. And so then you parked on the street
Yes.
and the two of you officers walked up?
Yes,
And it was dark outside. There was snow on the ground, correct?
correct.
And who made contact with the residents first?
I believe I interacted with them first.
Okay. You're the one that knocked on the door, correct?
Correct.
And then the door opened and you kind of went inside a bit.
Yep.
Did you see some vehicles in the driveway?
I can't recall vehicles.
You don't recall if any vehicles were in the driveway when you walked up?
I don't recall. There might have been.
Okay. Do you know if the vehicles belonged to Tara Pakinich and Stephen Hendricks?
If there were vehicles in there, I didn't run the license plates and didn't ask about who they belong to.
Okay. And when you got to the door, you had some discussions with Miss Pakinich and Mr. Hendricks, correct?
Correct.
And then what did you do? Did you go inside?
Correct. I was inside talking to them.
Okay. And then did Officer Wanish follow behind you?
Yes.
So were you on the first floor in the kitchen area where there was a table?
That's where I spoke to Stephen and Tara.
Try to find out what was going on, correct?
Correct.
And then was there a decision made between the two of you for one to go down and check what was going on in the basement?
Correct. Officer Wanish decided to go down and confirm what they were telling us.
Okay. As far as seniority, who had more seniority, Officer Wanish or yourself?
Officer Wanish has more seniority than I do.
Okay. So he took the bull by the horns and went down in the basement to check it out?
Correct.
And you maintained things upstairs?
Correct.
And then did you stand at the top of the stairs looking down to kind of keep in contact with Officer Wanish?
Correct.
And at some point then, were you asked to come down and verify as well what was in the bucket?
Yes,
And you did that?
I did.
Did you talk to Stephen Hendricks?
I made some conversation with him. I mainly talked to Tara.
Okay. But did Mr. Hendricks tell you that he went down to look at the bucket and he couldn't tell what it was?
Yes, I believe that was partially because he had just woken up and was almost in a state of shock.
Tara Pakinich was in a state of shock too. Is that fair?
Seemed to be that way.
And was it your understanding that Tara woke up for some reason, correct?
She heard the door close, I believe, to the residence.
The side door that you would come into?
Correct.
Okay. And then what made her go downstairs? Do you know?
She was woken by the door, and I believe she wanted to check if there was anybody still inside of the house or if they had entered or left.
Did she find anybody inside the house?
She did not locate anybody that was alive in the house.
And did she tell you that she went downstairs to verify the basement situation?
Correct.
And then that caused her to have the police called?
Correct.
But before the police were called, was it such that Ms. Pakinich went up to tell her significant other, Stephen Hendricks, what she saw?
Since he called for police, I believe that's what happened.
Okay. When you were talking to Tara Pakinich, did she indicate that her son would sometimes come over for meals and do laundry and things like that?
Correct.
When you were in the residence, when you came in the residence, did you have any kind of patrol gloves on at all?
I don't recall.
Okay. When you went down in the basement, did you have gloves on?
I don't recall.
Okay. After, I'll strike that. Is it fair to say when you went down the stairs into the basement, you looked inside the bucket several times?
Yes.
Did you have a flashlight as well?
I heifer just
I
laughed.
always had my flashlight on duty.
Did you use the flashlight?
I most likely did, yeah.
Okay. And then you looked around in the basement, correct?
I glanced around the basement, yes.
You didn't see anybody down there, correct?
Nobody else down there, no.
Then at some point you went back up the stairs, is that fair?
Correct.
The bucket that you saw, what color was it?
Black, I believe.
And where was it located?
Just to the right of the stairs if you were to walk down.
Like if you walk down the stairs, would it be like around the corner?
To the right, you would be able to see it as soon as you got down at the bottom of the stairs.
Okay. So as you get off the last step, then you would see the bucket on the right.
Correct.
Did you move the contents of the bucket at all?
No, I did not touch any of the contents.
There was a towel on the bucket and it was removed by Officer Wanish, correct?
Yes,
Did you look at the towel?
I believe I would also have seen the towel. Yes.
Where was that sitting? Was it right on the floor next to the bucket or?
It might have been. I cannot recall exactly where the towel was at that point.
Backup officers arrived, correct?
Correct.
And then who transported Tara Pakinich, Stephen Hendricks, and Abel Wheelock to the police department?
Additional officers, it was not me, and I don't know which officers exactly took that responsibility.
Was the daughter woken up right away after you got there?
During the protective sweep, officers had awoken her as they were going through the bedrooms.
Where did these people sit or stand? What I mean, when you were there, I mean, Tara Pakinich, Steve Hendricks, and Abel Wheelock. Were they sitting at that kitchen table on chairs? Were they standing in the kitchen?
There was points where Tara and Steven might have been standing, but they were in the kitchen when I was with them.
When you were there, did Tara, Steve, or Ava go down in the basement?
No.
And was it your understanding that Stephen, that Stephen and Tara, they slept upstairs in the loft part?
Correct. That's what I believe it was laid out as.
And then was it your understanding that the ground level, it had like a kitchen and a bedroom, and that's where Ava slept?
Correct.
Then there was this finished basement, correct?
Correct.
In the basement, there was a laundry area. Is that fair?
Correct.
Storage area?
Correct.
It was kind of messy down there, correct?
It was cluttered, like as a lot of basements are.
Lots of stuff down there.
Correct.
And officers did a protective sweep of the house and found no other threats, correct?
Correct.
And then you waited on the scene and you started a crime scene log, correct?
Correct.
When you start a crime scene log, can you tell me what that involves?
So starting a crime scene log is you put the address, and then you start listing all the occupants who have entered and left the crime scene. So like my name would go on it, Sergeant Brester, Officer Wanish, and then we would mark like the reason for being there and then their time in and out.
Okay. And you did that?
I started it, yes.
Okay. Did you also assist Officer Wanish with putting up crime scene tape?
Correct.
Is that kind of like the yellow crime scene tape that we see on TV?
Correct.
Where did you put the crime scene tape?
I believe we just outlined the front yard of the residence, marking, holding it around trees and making sure that everybody could see that they were not supposed to enter the property.
Did it cover the front door of Stony Brook
It would have encompassed the front door.
and the side door of Stony Brook?
I can't recall exactly if we had brought crime scene tape up to the back point.
Happening.
Okay, nothing further. Thank you.
Redirect. Thank you. You're excused.
Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our mid-morning break. It's about 5 after 10. We'll take about a 10-minute break and be back at 10:15. All rise for the adjournment. Council, anything to bring up before we take a recess, Mr. Sanders?
No.
Mr. Fraley?
No.
Very good. So 10:15.
Hello, head. Listen. You could see her laugh when they were talking about that, which is a little bit nuts. I wonder, hold on, let me see. How long ago was that?
It would have encompassed the front door.
And the side door of Stony Brook?
I can't recall exactly if we had brought crime scene tape up to the back point.
She laughed.
Crime scene log is you put the address,
Scene log and a best loft part?
correct. Where Tara exactly took that responsibility.
Was the daughter woken up right away after you got there?
During the protective sweep, officers had awoken her as they were going through the
She starts
the
to look
bedrooms.
angry,
Where did these people
and then
sit or stand when you were there? Tara Packnich, Steve Hendricks, and Abel Wheelock. Were they sitting at that kitchen table on chairs? Were they standing in the kitchen?
when was the last?
There was
I want to
points
go
where
back and look.
Tara and Steven might have been standing, but they were in the kitchen when I was with them.
When you were there, did Tara, Steve, or Ava go down in the basement?
No,
And was it your understanding that Steven and Tara, they slept upstairs in the loft part?
correct. That's what I believe that it was laid out as.
And then was it your understanding that the ground level
State of shock.
Tara Packnich was in a state of shock too? Is that fair?
She looks
Seemed to be that way.
And was it your understanding that Tara woke up for some reason, correct?
She heard the door close, I believe, to the residence.
The side door that you would come into?
Correct.
Okay. And then what made her go downstairs? Do you know?
She was woken by the door, and I believe she wanted to check if there was anybody still inside of the house or if they had entered or left.
facial
Did
expression.
she find anybody
are
inside the house?
incredibly interesting.
She did not locate anybody that was alive in the house.
And did she tell you that she went downstairs to verify the basement situation?
Correct.
And then that caused,
That was partially because he had just woken up and was almost in a state of shock.
Tara Packnich was
Craziness. I saw her laugh. I don't know what time it was though. I didn't pay attention to the timestamp. But my face when it happened, because y'all know my expressions, because it was after she looked angry. She looked angry, and then to me it looked like she laughed. But yeah, crazy. So she does have a child that she had in 2021, but she doesn't have, well, I mean, obviously now she doesn't have custody, but she doesn't have custody. It was about, where did that comment go? It was when he talked about the gloves and about looking into the bucket. Let's see. Hold on. It was about 10 minutes ago, right?
Rawanish has more seniority than I do.
okay. So he took the bull by the horns and went down in the basement to check it out,
Correct.
and you maintained things upstairs.
Correct.
And then did
saw-
you stand at the top of the stairs looking down to kind of keep in contact with, and you did that?
I did. I mainly talked to Tara.
Okay. But did Mr. Hendricks tell you that he went down to look at the bucket and he couldn't tell what it was?
Yes, I believe that was partially because he had just woken up and was almost in a state of shock.
Tara Pakinich was in a state of shock too. Is that fair?
Seemed to be that way.
And was it your understanding that
Where she starts getting angry.
Tara
Angry
woke up
face.
for some reason, correct?
She heard the door close, I believe, to the residence.
The side door that you would come into?
Correct.
Okay. And then what made her go downstairs? Do you know?
She was woken by the door, and I believe she wanted to check if there was anybody still inside of the house or if they had entered or left.
Did she find anybody inside the house? Situation?
Correct.
And then that caused her to have the police called?
Correct.
But before the police were called, was it such that Ms. Pakinich went up to tell her significant other, Stephen Hendricks, what she saw?
Since he called for police, I believe that's what happened.
Okay. When you were talking to Tara Pakinich, did she indicate that her son would sometimes come over for meals and do laundry and things like that?
Correct.
When you were in the residence, when you came in the residence, did you have any kind of patrol gloves on at all?
I don't recall.
Okay. When you went down in the basement, did you have gloves on?
I don't recall.
Okay. After
33 back.
strike that. Is it fair to say when you went down the stairs into the basement,
Correct.
okay, and then what made her go downstairs? Do you know?
She was woken by the door, and I believe she wanted to check if there was anybody still inside of the house or if they had entered or left.
Did she find anybody inside the house?
She did not locate anybody that was alive in the house.
And did she tell you that she went downstairs to verify the basement situation?
Correct.
And then that caused her to have the police called?
Correct.
But before the police were called, was it such that Ms. Pakinich went up to tell her significant other, Stephen Hendricks, what she saw?
Since he called for police, I believe that's what happened.
Okay. When you were talking to Tara Pakinich, did she indicate that her son would sometimes come over for meals and do laundry and things like that?
I can't find it on theirs. I can pull it on mine. If I pull it on our video of find it on theirs, our video of us here. Let's see. I just have to keep it muted.
Like around the corner?
To the right, you would be able to see it as soon as you got down at the bottom of the stairs.
Okay. So as you get off the last, you're out in the basement, correct?
I glanced around the basement, yes.
You didn't see anybody down there, correct?
Nobody else down there, no.
Then at some point you went back up the stairs, is that fair?
Correct.
The bucket that you saw, what color was it?
Black, I believe.
And where was it located?
Just to the right of the stairs if you were to walk down.
Like if you walk down the stairs, would it be like around the corner?
I don't know why it's going.
To the right, you would be able to see it as soon as you got down.
See, that was
at
it.
the
She
bottom
looks
of
like
the
she's
stairs.
laughing.
Okay. So
What the
as you
heck?
get off the last step, then you would see the bucket on the right.
Correct.
Did you move the contents of the bucket at all?
No, I did not
The last step, then be like around the corner?
believe.
See?
And where was
All right, here we go. This is it. I want to see.
the
black.
bucket that you saw?
Look.
What color was it?
Black, I believe.
And where was it located?
Just to the right of the stairs if you were to walk down.
Like if you walk down the stairs, would it be like around the corner?
To the right, you would be able to see it as soon as you got down at the bottom of the stairs.
Okay. So as you get off the last step, then you would see the bucket on the right.
Correct.
Did you move the contents of the bucket at all?
No, I did not touch any of the contents.
There was a towel on the bucket and it was removed by Officer Wanish, correct?
Yes,
Did you look at the towel?
I believe I would also have seen the towel, yes.
Where was that sitting? Was it right on the floor?
I think she definitely did. I think that's why the cameraman started zooming in too. Because it looked like she like smirked and then she did her eyebrows up. So it looked like she was it looked like as they're talking about it looked like a smirk, but like with her eyebrows up or whatever, kind of like a people will do that when they're listening to somebody talk and it's like a visible reaction. But it's open for interpretation, I guess. To me, it looked like she, smirked and did the eyebrow raise, and then the cameraman, I guess, saw her and noticed it too, and then started zooming in. Interesting. Why is she smiling? I'm not talking about her normal facial expressions. I'm talking about the act, like when you saw her face change. That moment where you actually see her face change. And then you can tell when she gets her angry expression too. That angry expression is the one that she did in that one hearing right before she attacked her company. Her facial expressions are definitely
Come
interesting.
right up here, and then before you have a seat, just turn and face her and raise your right hand to place you under oath.
Solemnly swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in the matter now before the court, so help you God. Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
Kurt Brester, B-R-E-S-T-E-R.
Okay, then the witness is yours, Mr. Saunders.
Can you tell us how you're employed?
I'm a patrol sergeant with the City of Green Bay Police Department.
How long have you been employed in law enforcement?
Approximately 15 years.
Is the entirety of that time with the Green Bay Police Department?
It is not.
Okay. And how long have you been with Green Bay?
11 years.
You mentioned you're currently a sergeant, is that right?
Yes.
And I guess what are some of your duties as a sergeant as opposed to a patrol officer?
There's a wide range of responsibilities for sergeant, from administrative and scheduling work to managing larger scales calls.
In some respects, do you act as sort of like a supervisor for a shift?
Correct, yes.
But you still work patrol?
Yes.
So is it the case that you still respond to incidents?
Yes, sir.
And were you a patrol sergeant in February of 2022?
Yes.
I want to ask you about February 23rd of that year at about 3:24 a.m. Did you respond at some point to a call on Stony Brook Lane?
Yes.
And what was the reason you responded to that residence?
We had received a call that a resident inside that house had found what she believed was a severed head inside of a bucket.
Were you the first officer who arrived?
I was not.
And which officers were those?
Officer Wanish and Officer Plonky arrived on scene prior to my arrival.
And when you got there, I guess what happened?
When I arrived, I made contact with Officer Wanish outside, and he explained to me what he had seen in the basement of this residence. And that's when I had entered the residence at that time.
And what did you do when you entered?
Well, I made contact with two individuals in the kitchen, and I explained to them, due to the severity of what was happening, we were going to do a protective sweep of the residence.
And a protective sweep, that's essentially looking for people that may have been in the house?
Correct, for the safety of us and others inside the house that we're speaking with.
Apart from the two individuals you encountered in the kitchen, was anyone else found in the residence?
There was a juvenile female in a bedroom on the first floor that we had contact with during our protective sweep, yes.
I guess was she essentially woken up by officers?
Yes, and we had her go back into the kitchen by the other two adults.
And you indicated you didn't locate any other persons in the residence?
Correct.
At that point, Officer Wanish had previously told you about what he observed in the basement. Is that right?
Yes.
During the course of your protective sweep, are you going through the entirety of the residence,
Yes.
including the basement?
Yes, sir.
And when you're in the basement, did you observe any other parts of a human body?
I did not see any more parts of a human body, no.
And did you locate any areas of suspected blood or other related material?
Yes, there were red spots on the concrete floor that was consistent with blood. And also, I was advised by another officer that there was a piece of what appeared to
Objection
be-
hearsay, Your Honor?
Not necessarily offering it for the truth, Judge.
Overruled. Go ahead and answer.
Come over
a
to,
piece of what appeared to be a bone fragment or fatty tissue on a drain on a stand-up shower in the basement.
And so you mentioned the areas of suspected blood were drops, is that right?
Correct.
Were there areas of large-scale pooling at all?
I did not see any, no.
Okay, so with the drops that you observed, where were those located?
They were on the concrete floor, from what I recall, near the bucket.
Other areas of the basement, did you observe anything of that nature other than what you talked about earlier? And what did you do after the sweep of the residence?
I again made contact with the adults upstairs and advised or asked if we could ultimately have consent to search the rest of the residence regarding to the crime. And we obtained verbal consent at that point.
So the initial responding officers, you're doing the protective sweep to look for people. Is there a larger scale, search of the house?
At that point, no.
Okay. Is that done by other members of your department?
Yes, later on in the incident, yes.
And did they ultimately arrive to the house as well?
Yes.
Thank you, Sergeant. I have nothing further.
Cross-examination.
Sergeant Brester, morning. You were on uniform patrol on February 23rd of 2022.
Yes, sir.
What was your shift?
I was a night shift sergeant at the time, so I started at 10 p.m. and worked until 6:30 a.m.
And you were on patrol in a different area in the Adam district, correct?
Yes, I was on a other call at the time.
Okay. And were you asked to come over to 829 Stony Brook Lane?
Yes, sir.
Who asked you to come over there?
Officer Wanish.
And was it regarding a suspicious situation over there on Stony Brook?
Yes.
Did you hear something from dispatch? Did they give you any details as to why you were supposed to go over there?
Yes, while I was on the initial call I was on, I did hear the Stony Brook call being dispatched out, and I did hear the nature of the call at that time, yes.
So then you left the Adams district, went over to Stony Brook, and where did you park?
From what I remember, I parked down the street, not far from the actual address of the incident.
And you walked up on the sidewalk?
With sidewalk into the driveway, correct?
Okay. And did you see Officer Plonky and Officer Wanish there then outside?
Yes.
And did they kind of brief you on what was going on?
Yes.
Was that outside?
I believe it was outside, yes.
And did you try to figure out a game plan as to what to do?
Yes.
Officer Wanish needed your assistance because this was kind of an unusual situation. Is that fair?
Correct.
And they wanted you as the supervisor, as the sergeant, to kind of verify what they were seeing, correct?
Yes.
And you had responded to this location at 829 Stony Brook Lane with your emergency lights and sirens on, correct?
Yes, sir.
It was a kind of a dire emergency situation, correct?
From what we're gathering at the point, yes.
So then you walked inside the residence,
Yes.
and who did you talk to first?
I talked with a male and a female at the kitchen table. I believe her name was Tara and the male was Steven.
And did you have any concerns about what they were saying? Whether
Not,
they were,
not that they're saying, I don't know if they're in shock, but it, yeah, they were, he appeared to be drinking alcohol, but other than that, I think, yeah, there was nothing out of the ordinary at the time.
you were able to converse with them?
Yes,
And then were you asked to go down to the basement to check it out?
yes,
And did you?
yes.
Did you have patrol gloves on?
I cannot recall.
Tell me what happened when you started your descent down into the basement.
Well, we went down the basement and from what I remember, I asked where the bucket was and we found the bucket.
I'm swapping real quick because the other one fixed their sound and have the 3 views.
That it appeared to be a human severed head.
The sound still.
And when you were down in the basement, were the other officers down there? Plonky and
I
Wash?
believe at least one came down there with me. I thought maybe one stayed upstairs with the 2 adults.
Okay, just to maintain.
Right.
Then did you decide to call for additional assistance?
We did at that time, yes.
Was it your call?
Yes.
Who else did you call to come over?
The other officers that were on scene, and then we had another sergeant was working as the shift commander at the time, and he began making phone calls to detective division and additional supervisors above my rank.
This residence at 829 Stony Brook, was it essentially 3 levels with a basement, a floor level, and then an upstairs?
I know for sure the basement and the main level. I can't remember about the upstairs. I believe there was an upstairs.
Did you go up there and check it out?
Not that I remember for sure the basement and for the first floor.
Okay. You found no other people besides Tara, Steven, and Ava, correct?
Correct.
You didn't see Taylor Schabusiness there, correct?
No, sir.
You didn't see any body parts there, correct?
Besides the severed head, that's it.
The downstairs, was it fair that it was sort of in disarray?
It was it appeared to be a live-in basement bedroom that somebody was living in. Yes.
How long did it take before Mr. Hendricks, Miss Pakinich, and Miss Wheelock were, taken out of the home and brought down to the police department?
I would say within the first 20 minutes, half hour I was there.
Okay, down to the police department. And was her bedroom on the ground level off the kitchen?
Whose bedroom?
Miss Wheelock, Ava Wheelock, was her bedroom like on the same floor as the kitchen?
Yes, between the kitchen and the living room.
Can you describe that ground level when you come in that side door?
Sure. So you come up the side door, you walk up a few stairs into the kitchen to your left. And then when you go through the kitchen, there's a hallway that runs, I guess, north and south with the living room on your right and the bedroom in the right as well, down the hallway.
Is there a bathroom there on the first floor?
I believe there was.
Okay, and that's all there is to the first floor. It's
Yes.
it's a very small house, correct?
Yeah, it's a smaller house.
Cape Cod style?
Yeah.
There's a separate garage there.
There was a detached garage, correct?
Did you see vehicles parked in the driveway on that particular evening?
Not that I could recall.
It's a while ago, correct?
Pardon?
This was a while ago,
Yes, sir.
correct? But it was dark outside and there was snow on the ground, correct?
Correct.
Kind of a cold night, correct?
Yes.
And then you asked Tara Pakinich if you could, search the residence, correct?
Yes.
She gave written consent, yes?
Once she got to the police department, she put pen to paper on the consent, yes.
When you were there, Sergeant, did your other officers, Wanish and Plonky, start putting out police crime scene tape?
They did outside, yes.
Did they follow all the procedures?
Yes.
Was there any way that the crime scene was disturbed in any way, shape, or form?
No.
At this property, there's like a driveway and then there's a separate detached garage, correct?
Correct.
And there's a backyard too?
Yes.
Did you ask Tara Pakinich if she had moved the bucket at all?
Not that I recall.
Did you ask Stephen Hendricks if he moved the bucket at all?
No.
Was it your understanding that Ava Wheelock did not even go downstairs?
Correct.
And is it fair to say that prior to having additional detectives and supervisors come to the scene from the detective division, that you didn't do any other searching of the residence?
Correct.
You and the other two officers just kind of stood by and maintained the scene?
Yes.
Thank you,
And
Ricky.
then other detectives then came, Detective Biller, Detective Scanlon, Lieutenant Strauff, correct?
Yes.
And did you brief all of them on what you knew?
Pardon?
Did you brief all of them
Yes.
on what you knew?
Yeah.
Okay, nothing further. Thank you so much.
Redirect? No, thank you.
Thank you, you can step down.
Thank you, Ricky Watson. I would do the little sound effect, but since we have to have it turned up so much, I'm scared to do it because I'm scared it'll blow everybody's eardrum.
Your next
eardrums
witness,
out.
Mr. Saunders.
The state calls Stephen Hendricks.
Say hi to Lucy. Hi to Lucy. Hi, beautiful. You big girl. We're going through the witnesses pretty fast.
Okay, sir, if you just want to step up over here, and then before you have a seat, turn and face her and raise your right hand, she'll place you under oath.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter now before the court, so help you God. Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
My name is Stephen Hendricks.
And then, sir, if you could move up a little closer to the
So this
microphone.
is
we can hear
Stephen
you.
Hendricks.
The
And with
victim's
that,
mom's
Mr. Saunders, the witness is
boyfriend.
yours.
All right. Is it okay if I refer to you as Steve?
Yes,
Okay. Steve, how old are you?
50.
Okay. And where do you live?
Green Bay.
And you still live on Stony Brook Lake?
Yes,
And that's in Green Bay. What area of Green Bay is that?
West Side.
How long have you lived at Stony Brook Lane?
Almost 3 years.
And who do you live there with?
Tara
And what's Tara's last name?
Pakinich.
And are you in a relationship with Tara?
Yes,
And how long has that been?
almost 3 years.
Okay. And that's, I guess, why you live at that house now?
Yeah,
Okay. Does anyone else live at that house?
part-time Ava,
And
her daughter,
who's Ava?
Tara's daughter.
And she still a juvenile?
Yes,
Did Tara have any other children who on occasion would be at the house?
yes,
And who is that?
Shad.
And Shad, was that her son?
Yes,
And did he live there full-time, part-time? I guess, what was that arrangement?
it was partially when he wanted to eat, change, or do his laundry and whatnot.
And I guess looking in like February of 2022, by that point, was Shad an adult?
Yes,
So I want to ask you, Steve, about February 21st, 2022. It was a Monday. Do you recall the date I'm talking about?
yes,
And on that date, or were you still living at the Stony Brook Lane house with Tara?
yes,
On that date, did you have contact with Shad on that date?
yes.
And I guess what happened on the 21st?
Well, 21st during the day. It depends what you're referring to. There's several different. Okay.
At some point, did you and Tara go to dinner?
Yes,
And who did you go to dinner with?
with Shad.
And do you remember where you went?
Courthouse Bar and Grill.
Is that also in Green Bay?
Yes, East Side.
Do you remember what time you would have gone to dinner?
It was during the day. 3 years, maybe. I'm not positive, but
Okay. And then were you there for a little bit of time?
yes,
Do you remember what you did after dinner was done?
I believe we went home.
And what time would that have been, if you remember?
I'm not positive. It's still light out.
All right. And you went home. Do you mean the Stony Brook Lane house?
Yes.
And what happened when you got back to that house?
I don't recall, but I remember Shad leaving. I'm not sure.
Did you see who Shad left with?
Yes,
And who was that?
that was Taylor.
And did you know who Taylor was prior to that day?
I met her several times.
And I guess, how did you meet her? I guess, what was that?
Through Shad.
Would she come over to the house?
Well, there was only one time prior that she was at the house, but they weren't in the house.
So it was just sort of in passing you had had contact
Well,
with Taylor?
yes, I pulled in a driveway and they were trying to break into the house.
Okay. So you had known Taylor prior to February 21st?
Just that one occasion.
And they left the Stony Brook house, is that right?
Yes.
Did you see how they left the house?
No, I did not.
Was Shad driving at that time?
I don't believe so. His truck was in the pound.
So he didn't have a vehicle?
No, not at the time.
And I know it's a while ago. Do you remember what time they would have left the house?
Not exactly.
By that point, was it dark out or still light?
I believe it was still light out.
And at any point that night, did Shad return to the home?
1 in the morning, 2 in the morning, somewhere around there.
So 1 or 2 in the morning, would that have been then into the morning of the 22nd?
Sure.
And what happened when Shad got home in the morning?
He rang the doorbell 6, 7 times in a row. That's his little key.
And did you open the door for him?
Yes.
What door did they enter through?
We only use the back door of our place because that's where the driveway is. So that's the only door we use.
So the door that sort of is next to the
It's on
driveway?
the side. It's on the side of the house, yes.
Do you use the front door?
No, not really.
Is it kind of
It's
locked
kind of
usually?
blocked. It's kind of blocked off. We have junk in front of it.
So is it that, whenever people are entering or leaving
It's
that
always,
home?
it's always backside door.
And so Shad kind of rings the doorbell 6, 7 times, you said, is that right?
Yeah.
Was anyone with him?
Yes.
Who?
Taylor.
And did you see how they had arrived at the home?
No, I did not. I just opened the door.
And what happened when you opened the door for him?
They came in and went right downstairs.
In that time, in that 1 or 2 a.m. on the 22nd there, did you notice anything out of the ordinary behavior-wise with either Shad or Taylor?
No.
Had you previously had contact with Taylor, right?
Yes.
Anything different from that time versus the prior times you met with her?
No.
When she came over earlier in the day to pick up Shad, did you have contact with Taylor then?
Yes, she came in the house.
Sort of asked the same questions. Was there any kind of odd behaviors that you were observing?
No.
So then when Taylor and Shad then go into the basement, how do you get to the basement from that door, that storm door?
Straight down the steps.
So it's
Right by the door. The door continues to go down. If you take a left right at the top, you'll go into the kitchen. But if you go straight down, it goes to the basement.
So they go right down there. What do you do?
I went back upstairs. I went back to bed.
So I want to ask a few questions then about the layout of the home.
Okay.
So the area that you're talking about, the door, is that on the main level?
Yes.
Are there any bedrooms on that level of the home?
Yes.
And who is using those bedrooms?
One of them is just a empty room, an empty bed that Shad keeps his stuff in, and then Ava's room. That's on the main level.
Your room and Tara's room, I should ask first, do you share a room?
Yes, it's
And
on the
where's-
second floor.
Okay, that's on the second floor. Are
Yes.
there any other rooms on the second floor of the home?
No, it's just a long hall, closet space, and then a bedroom.
So after they go to the basement that morning, you go back up to the to your room?
Second floor, yes.
All right. And do you go back to sleep?
I'm not sure. Pretty sure.
Okay. After that point, do you have any other contact with Shad?
No, it was the last time I seen him.
And that was 1 or 2 a.m. on the 22nd?
Yes.
What about Taylor? Had you had any contact with Taylor after that point?
At one point, I was in the kitchen, and she had come upstairs, and I borrowed her a pair of reading glasses.
Do you remember when that was?
About 9:30 a.m.
Is it the same day that you're talking about?
Yes,
Would that be the 22nd?
the 22nd, yes.
So you're in the kitchen about 9:30 in the morning, and Taylor comes in the kitchen?
Yeah,
And I guess the kitchen, is that right off of those stairs?
it's right off the stairs, yes.
And I guess what happens when Taylor comes in the kitchen there?
Nothing. She asked if I had a pair of glasses. I had a pair. I wear readers, and I buy them by the case because I lose everything.
And then I guess, did you take those glasses?
Yeah,
Okay, I guess were they like, what kind of glasses were
they're
they?
just black glasses, black frame readers. They're just cheaters.
But like a black, is it like a thicker frame,
No, not really.
but just like more than a wire frame?
Yeah, looks just they're black plastic, but they're not like super thick.
And during that time you had contact with Taylor there, did you notice anything out of the ordinary?
No,
Any sort of odd behaviors or anything like that?
not that I was aware of.
So then the rest of that day, the 22nd there, what are you doing throughout that day?
Arguing with Tara.
So you had a little bit of an argument throughout the day?
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay. Did you leave the home at any point?
Yes, I did.
And I guess at any point during that day, do you go into the basement?
No.
And you left the residence. How long after that 9:30 a.m. time do you think you left the home?
It wasn't far after that, about 40 minutes after that, maybe.
And then how long were you gone for?
About 6 hours.
So you got back to the home sometime in the late afternoon?
Probably, yeah. That's it.
And when you got home, I guess, what is that evening like?
I really couldn't say. I was out drinking, and I came home and passed out.
Okay. Anything, out of the ordinary that you remember seeing?
No.
Okay. Still aren't going in the basement at any point?
No.
I then want to ask about the following, I guess, morning time. Do you remember anything happening of note in that early morning of the 23rd?
Except for when I was woken up, you mean? Other than that?
Yeah, so were you woken up on that time?
I was woken up, yes.
And can you tell me what happened with that?
Tara had woken me up and said she thinks she found Chad, her son's, that's how she put it. I found my son's head in a bucket. So I'm dumbfounded. Didn't believe her. Thought she was having a mental issue or something.
Sure. So do you remember what time this would have been?
Had to be about between 2 and 3 in the morning. I know it was the middle of the night.
And you said you were woken up. Were you sleeping in that room up in the second floor?
Yes.
And Tara had woken you up?
Yes, after she heard her door slam.
Is that something you heard, or that's information Tara's telling
I
you?
don't recall if I heard it, but I know that I woke up a little bit when she got up.
And at some point she comes back and tells you
Yes.
some information?
Yes.
What do you do then?
I go downstairs and see what the hell she's talking about, and I can't see anything, so we go back upstairs and contemplate what the heck to do.
So I guess what do you do specifically when you go downstairs?
I went to the basement and observed a bucket that she said, but I don't know, my mind blocked it out. All I seen was like hair, like an animal or something. I didn't know what the heck.
The bucket that you remember seeing, is that typically located right next to the stairs there?
No, it just happened to be there that day.
So after you see that stuff in the basement, contemplate what to do, I think you
Yeah,
said?
we go back up to the second floor bedroom. And I called the police station, and it took me a while to get through. I didn't call 911 because I wasn't sure what was going on yet at this point.
If, you know, it's a ways away, but if you can remember, from when you kind of remember getting woke up when Tara got up to the
Yeah.
time you call the police, are you able to approximate how long a time we're talking about?
Within 30 minutes, I can't really say exactly, but it was within 30 minutes. She woke me up, went downstairs, went back upstairs, and then took me about 10 minutes to get through because I didn't call 911, I called the police department.
You got through to a dispatcher at some point?
Yes.
Me too. I wish they would show her face again. You can see her kind of leaning around down here.
So after that,
He thought it was an animal.
did officers arrive at your home?
Yes, 2 uniformed officers.
Did you speak with them about sort of what you observed?
Yeah.
And did you go down to the police department then and speak further with officers?
Well, they had us put our phones on the table and then waited for, I think they escorted us to the Green Bay Police Department at that time.
Thank you, Steve. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination, Mr. Frederick.
Mr. Hendricks, good morning.
Good morning.
Shad Thyrion is the son of your girlfriend, Tara Pakinich, correct?
Yes.
He's not your son, right?
Right.
And he wasn't living at the 829 Stony Brook Lane property in February of 2022, was he?
No.
He lived with his father, Michael Thyrion, correct?
Correct.
He would come over to the residence on Stony Brook to eat, take a shower, do laundry, things like that.
Sure.
And to come and visit you and Tara, his mom.
Well, more Tara.
But you knew him, right?
Yes.
You had only met Taylor Schabusiness one time before?
Prior to that, yes.
And that was a brief meeting, is that correct?
Yes.
And sir, was it your understanding that Taylor Schabusiness went to high school and maybe middle school with Shad Thyrion?
That was my understanding.
And that they went to high school at Bayport together, correct?
I understood that.
The last time you saw Shad Thyrion was when?
About 2 o'clock in the morning on Monday night, going into Tuesday.
February 21st of 2022?
22nd, it was one of them.
Okay. On that Monday?
I believe so. Monday.
And was it, sir, was it your testimony that you went to the courthouse bar and grill in Green Bay with your girlfriend Tara Pakinich and then with Shad Thyrion?
Yes.
Okay. You had some dinner there, correct?
Yes. Appetizers.
Okay. Some drinks?
Yep.
And then you came back home to Stony Brook?
Yes.
And then at some point, did Shad leave the residence then?
Yes.
Do you know what time?
Not exactly. It's still light out.
Okay. Was it your understanding that Shad was picked up by someone?
Yes.
Who was that?
Taylor.
Okay. So she picked him up and they left together?
Yes.
Was anybody else with him?
Not that I know of, no.
Okay. And then you didn't see him again?
Not till late that night.
On February 22nd of
Yeah,
2022?
I think that's what it would be, 22nd by then, because it was after midnight. Yeah.
Okay. So you heard some pounding on the side door?
No, I heard the doorbell ring 6 times.
Okay. That's kind of his clue to be let in, correct?
Yeah, it was key.
And so then you came down, you opened the door?
Yes,
And is it your testimony that Taylor Schabusiness and Shad Thyrion then went right down the basement?
yes.
And you were tired, so you went back upstairs to bed, right?
I went upstairs, yes.
You remember when the police came to your house on February 23rd of 2022, correct?
Yes,
You were waiting for them, correct?
yes,
You're the one that actually called 911?
yes. I didn't call 911, I called police department,
Okay, you called the Green Bay Police Department non-emergency line?
non-emergency line, yes.
Okay. And then you asked to have someone come over?
Yep,
And then do you recall meeting with an officer or officers at the door?
yes, 2 officers,
And that's at that side door, correct?
correct,
And the side door to the house is like right by the driveway, correct?
correct,
Now, on this particular night, there were vehicles in the driveway, correct?
correct.
Whose vehicles were they, sir?
Tara's and mine.
Okay. What kind of car do you have?
I have a Forester.
Okay. And Tara?
She has a Volkswagen.
Okay. And they were parked like off the side door in the driveway?
Yes, in the driveway, yes.
Any other vehicles in the driveway?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Okay. And then you talked to the officers, correct?
Yes,
And you told them what you knew, or is that correct?
yes, and then they went down and took a look themselves.
They went down in the basement?
Yep,
And where did you go?
I sat at the table where they told us not to move.
Okay. You followed directions, correct?
Yes.
And where was Tara Pakinich? Was she
She's
sitting
right
at the
next to
table?
me.
Okay.
Yes.
And when did Ava Wheelock get up?
I didn't even know she was there at the time. And right around that, right around the time they came over, I didn't realize she was even there yet.
Okay. Did she come and sit at the kitchen table as well?
Yes,
Do you have issues with your vision?
a little bit.
If you don't have glasses on, do you have a hard time seeing?
Yes.
Okay. Glasses help, right?
Yeah, for reading, yes.
Okay, sure. If you don't have the glasses on, is it difficult to see real far?
No.
Okay. Can you see, are you nearsighted or farsighted?
I'm just getting old.
Okay. But as far as you can see, can you give me like a distance?
Just words are blurry. Other than that, I can see you just fine.
Okay. And on this particular night, February 23rd of 2022, when you went down the stairs, sir, you
Yeah.
didn't have any cheaters or glasses, right?
No.
Everything was kind of blurry.
Yeah.
And you thought that maybe Tara Pakinich was seeing things. Is that correct?
Having mental issues. I don't know if she was hallucinating or anything like that. It's just I got woke up out of dead sleep and I'm tripping out now.
You were pretty stressed out, fair?
Well, yeah. She wakes me up crying, telling me she found her son's head in a bucket. Yeah, a little disturbing.
When you were when she was trying to wake you up, were you in a dead sleep?
Not really. I mean, I was sleeping, but I was aware that I needed to get up.
And is it your testimony that when you looked in the bucket, you couldn't tell what it was, correct?
Correct.
And after you and Tara Pakinich talked, did you talk in the kitchen? You know, after you went to the basement, you came back up, and did you talk with her in the kitchen?
We went back up to the bedroom. That's where my phone was.
Oh, okay. And then you kind of contemplated on what to do.
Yeah.
You didn't know if you should call 911 or
I
not?
didn't know whether to call 911 or I just called the police department because I didn't want them screaming in sirens and all that crap.
Okay. All right. How long after you made that call did it take for the police officers to get there?
It was late at night, probably 10 minutes, not even.
Okay. Did anybody move the bucket at all?
No.
Did you move the bucket?
Nope.
Okay, nothing further. Thank you.
We redirect. No, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay, you can step down, sir. Thank you.
And I'd ask the witness be excused from any subpoena and sequestration.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, he's released from the sequestration order. Your next witness then?
State calls Tara Packen.
Oh, this is the mom. This is the victim's mom. This one's going to be hard, y'all.
Ma'am, if you want to step right up here, and before you have a seat, turn and face her and raise your right hand. She'll place you under oath.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter, not before the court, so help you God.
Yes.
State your name for the record.
Tara Packenick.
Okay, then the witness is yours, Mr. Saunders.
Can we have a brief sidebar?
You may.
Sidebar. Let me fast forward a little bit because we're a little bit behind where I paused it to swap feeds. No white noise for the sidebars. This one's going to be, what did I do? This one's going to be sad for, oops. Every time I, keep hitting the wrong button over here. This trial is estimated to last 1 week. Every time I try to
Live stream, should not to be videoed. My understanding is that that's what's happening right now, so we need to stop it, okay?
Oh. They don't want to, they don't want the victim's mom
Okay, it's been stopped. We're ready
to be on camera. I don't blame her. Yeah, I think that they're going to do audio. We just aren't going to see the mom. And I respect that. I could not imagine if it, oh God, Lord help this mama. Yeah, that's why they stopped it, because he said they agreed to not have her, the video on her for live stream. And he said, I understand that's what's happening right now. And so we need to stop. They turn off the audio too? No.
Then we're good to go, Mr. Saunders. The witness is yours.
All right, here we go.
Tara, if you don't mind me asking, how old are you?
49
And where do you live?
on Stony Brook Landing.
What happened to audio? They cut audio. Let me see. They cut the audio. So I guess we're not allowed to hear it either. But they have Taylor's face as she talks. Does anyone have, let me see if I can find Taylor's face. They will probably not release the video because there's not going to be video. They don't have any of the cameras pointing towards her. But transcripts would be available after because that's public. But they, I mean, this is, there's been trials before where they've had certain things, certain ones cut out. I've seen it for like undercover officers and stuff like that, but I haven't seen it for a victim's mom yet, but I understand why. Oh, they changed the Twitter thing already to the X. So weird. All right, I'm going to see if I can find any updates. I don't see any. Facial expressions. I don't even see any. I was looking to see if I could find any reporters in there or anything so we could at least kind of get an idea of what's going on, but I don't see anything right now. This guy back here is like nervous chewing his fingernails or what's left of them or cuticles or whatever he's chewing at this point. He seems to be like nervous chewing that all morning. I don't know who he is though. Let's see. I don't see anything. If y'all find any that are reporting on it live, we can look. But yeah, she makes this face a good bit where she's like, where she furrows her brows and doesn't look happy. Interesting. How old is she? She was born in 97, right? I think that's what I remember from the court docs. She was born in 97. Yeah, that's what the face looks like to me too. It's like that face that you make when you're like right there, where you're like, what? That's not true. Crazy. Look. She looks like she is not, whatever they're saying, she's not happy with it. Uh, 97. I was born in 95 and thought she was way older than me. Younger is crazy. Yeah. Well, she also did meth. And if you've seen before and after pictures of the way that can affect you, it can, I mean, it ages people fast. Some of the, I've seen people who, did it for even just a few years, like, 2 or 3 years, and the difference it makes on, skin and hair and just overall health. Meth ages you really bad. I know other drugs do too as well, but I know she was doing some, like she had shot up trazodone before this happened. But they have like a lot of those before and after pictures. Have you seen that one where it's like the lady who, hers I think is the most dramatic, the most memorable, I guess I should say. She has her progression of mug shots and stuff, and it shows how long, in between each one, it gives the dates, but the rate at which she's aging is what's, crazy. So meth is one of those that really affect you. What is trazodone? Trazodone is it's used to treat depression. It's like a serotonin modulator, so it increases serotonin in the brain. So it's supposed to help mental balance, but not supposed to be shot up that I'm aware of. If the nail biter grossing y'all out here, I'll make my my thing back to the normal size. Try to cover them a little bit. It's just a habit a lot of people have. It's just normally we're not watching it all the time. Let's see. Let's see. Mom, grandma, great grandma has been a member for 1 month with us. Happy anniversary. She was born in 1974. That would look more like her age. I'd have to pull it back up, but I think it was 97. But it definitely looks more like 74. Happy 1 month anniversary. Y'all can't hear me? Trazodone is now prescribed a lot for sleep. Yeah, let's look up trazodone. Let's see what else. The only stuff. All right, let's see. Trazodone is an antidepressant that is sometimes prescribed as a sleep aid. It is not addictive and may offer additional.
But you didn't see anyone in the basement?
I did not.
And when you heard the door slammed,
We had audio for a second. That she didn't hear anybody or didn't see anybody else in the basement. That's all we heard. How do you become a member? There is a join button. Unless you're on an iPhone or an iPad, then you have to go through Safari and then request for it to be the website version and then join that way. Yep, it came back for a minute. Judge ordered no audio or video of the witness. Telling us again. This happened in 2022. So this is February 22nd, 2022. Is the last time they were seen. And then February, like early morning hours of February 23rd is when the bucket was found. Natalie says, how long have they been dating? Well, she's married. They were apparently friends. But I mean, I don't know how y'all behave with your friends. Yes, she has a whole husband. There's a whole husband, and yet she's hanging with Shad. So, but they apparently dated when they were in high school.
Thank you.
Cross-examination.
You are Tara Pakanik.
I am.
You've been involved in a relationship with Stephen Hendricks for how long, ma'am?
Approximately 3 years.
And you live together at 829 Stony Brook Lane in Green Bay?
We do?
That's over by Fireman's Park area, right?
Yes.
With regards to Stephen, does he wear cheater glasses?
He does.
Does he sometimes have issues with missing his glasses or losing his glasses?
He does. I order 5 pair at a time.
Okay. Does he have difficulty seeing if he doesn't have his glasses?
Yes.
With regards to this case, you talked to police detectives, correct?
Correct.
And you talked to Detective Groff, who's here, correct?
Yes.
You told him everything that you knew about this situation, correct?
Yes.
With regards to this home, you own the home?
I do.
And is it, it's got a basement, a ground level, and then an upstairs, correct?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say that it's kind of like 3 levels, so to speak?
So to speak.
Your bedroom and Stephen's bedroom is upstairs, correct?
Yes.
Is there a bathroom up there?
No.
On the ground level?
The ground level there is.
Okay, and there's also is there a kitchen there?
Kitchen, living room, and 2 bedrooms.
Okay. And you have a daughter, Ava Wheelock, correct?
Correct.
When this was all going on, she was 16, correct?
Yes.
Is she still 16?
No.
17 now?
Yes.
And she was sleeping in the residence when the police came on February 23rd of 2022, correct?
Correct.
You and Mr. Hendricks have vehicles, correct?
Yes.
What kind of vehicle do you have, ma'am?
I have a Volkswagen.
Is it an SUV or what kind is it?
No, it's a Volkswagen Jetta.
Jetta? Okay. And what kind of vehicle does Mr. Hendricks have?
A Subaru Forester.
And do you typically park them in the driveway?
Yes.
At your house, if you're standing in the street looking at your house, there's kind of a long driveway and then there's a garage that's detached. Is that correct?
Yes.
Then there's the house. Your house is kind of like a Cape Cod style, correct?
Yes.
And then you have a backyard. Is that fair?
We do have a backyard.
On February 23rd of 2022, when the Green Bay police officers came there to talk to you, is it fair to say that the only 2 vehicles that were in the driveway were the Subaru Forester belonging to Stephen and the VW Jetta belonging to you?
No.
What
When
other
I
vehi-
watched the video earlier, Ava's Toyota RAV4 was in the driveway.
Okay, she has her own car?
She does.
Okay. So there's basically 3 vehicles, correct?
Correct.
And they're all kind of parked in line on that driveway?
Right.
Okay. Did you see any gold minivan parked in your driveway on February 23rd of 2022?
No.
Okay. When the front door to your house, you don't really use that, correct?
Correct.
The main entrance is the side door off the driveway.
Correct.
Okay. Do you have curtains in the front of your house
I do.
and on the front door as well?
I do.
With regards to the bucket that was in the basement, you went down to the basement to bring the cat down there?
Earlier in the evening, yes.
Okay. And then you went back down there because you heard the door slam?
Correct. To see if Shad was still home. If he was not, to turn off the lights.
Because
Lock the door.
the lights were left on in the basement, right?
Correct.
And you didn't see anybody downstairs, correct? When you went down
Correct.
there?
No, I did not.
And as you were going up the stairs, then you saw this bucket?
Right.
Okay. And was there anything over the bucket?
What?
Was there anything over the bucket?
There was a towel over the bucket.
Was it like a beach towel or something?
It was just a regular towel you would shower with.
Okay. And were you concerned that your son or his friends were peeing in that bucket?
It was a possibility. I didn't know why the bucket was there. Normally isn't there.
And
And it was covered.
and you kind of came upon the bucket, happenstance kind of, right?
Right.
So then you took the towel off?
I did.
And how long did you look in the bucket?
See,
Seconds?
I don't know. Seconds, probably.
Okay. Did you put the towel back then?
I put the towel back, yes.
Then what did you do? Did you go up the steps?
Yes.
Then did you go all the way up to your bedroom to tell Stephen Hendricks, your boyfriend?
I did.
And then he woke up?
Correct.
And then did you ask him to come downstairs and check this out?
Yes.
And he was woken out of a dead sleep, is that correct?
Correct.
And we're talking about the time frame here is February 23rd of 2022, that Wednesday, right?
It was after midnight, so it would have been the 23rd.
Okay. And so then did you walk with Mr. Hendricks all the way down into the basement again?
I did.
And then what did you see Mr. Hendricks do?
I asked him to look in the bucket to verify. He moved the towel up to look in the bucket, but he was unsure of what he was seeing.
Okay. So then did the both of you then go back upstairs?
We did.
And did you go all the way up to your bedroom again?
Yes. That is where our phones were located.
Is that where you talked and you decided what to do?
Right.
Is it fair to say that you didn't know if you should call the police department non-emergency line or if you should call 911? Is that fair?
Right.
So you talked for a while?
Briefly,
How long do you think?
a minute and a half.
Could it have been 10 minutes or not?
I don't think it would take that long to make that decision.
But both of you were confused and
Well, we had
upset.
a call. Probably in shock.
So then your boyfriend, Stephen Hendricks, made the call to 911 at some point?
To the non-emergency number, yes.
And then you waited for the police officers to arrive, is that right?
Yes. In our kitchen. We waited.
You let him, and then you let him in the side door, correct?
Correct.
The officers came in and had you sit at the table in the kitchen?
Yes.
Did you look in the bucket only one time?
I believe I looked in the bucket again when Steve looked in the bucket.
Was he in front of you?
Next to me. I don't remember that detail.
Sure. Now, in February of 2022, your son, Shad Thyrion, was living with his father, Michael Thyrion.
Correct.
And your son would come to your house to eat sometimes, correct?
To eat, hang out with his sister, me.
Do some laundry.
What?
Do some laundry, right?
Yeah.
And would you have to tell him to take a shower?
I don't know that I had to tell him, but he'd shower there.
Were you worried that he didn't always take care of himself?
Yes.
when you heard the storm door slam, excuse me, when you heard the door slam, did you see anybody go outside?
No,
Did you see anybody drive away?
no,
Did anybody come upstairs by you and Steven on February 23rd of 2022?
no,
Did Ava get up at all and go downstairs or come upstairs by you on February 23rd of 2022?
Ava's room is on the main level of the house.
Yep.
She was woken up after the police were already at the house. She never went into the basement.
Okay. When the police officers arrived at your house on February 23rd, you didn't go back downstairs, correct?
I did not.
The officers had you stay by the kitchen table, correct?
Correct.
And then at some point, is it fair to say that the officers had you, Stephen, and Ava all go down to the police department to give a statement or at least talk about things?
That is correct.
Yeah. It doesn't seem to make much sense. And they removed
Wow.
the thing saying no
In
audio,
your
so I guess you're
neighborhood,
allowed to for a cross.
So the houses are kind of close together, is that fair?
Yes,
Okay. Do people park on the street sometimes?
occasionally
Overnight sometimes?
they do. Probably not in the winter
Okay.
with snowplows.
Is your street, is it busy with people coming and going?
No, it is not. You probably don't drive down my street unless you live on it.
On February 22nd of 2022, when you and Stephen had a little bit of an argument, that was out that Tuesday?
In the morning,
Okay. He left and went to a bar.
he did.
Was he drinking all day?
I wasn't with him,
Did
but
he-
he was at a bar, so
When he came back, had he told you that he had some drinks?
he did.
Do you know what time he got back?
I do not. It was still light out. In February, that's got to be 5 o'clock or something.
What time did you go to bed on February 22nd, that Tuesday? Do you remember?
I do not.
What time do you typically go to bed?
11. Or we were watching TV in our room. So I don't know if we were actually sleeping. I don't know.
And you have one cat?
One cat.
And the cat usually, does it stay downstairs or does it come
The
upstairs?
cat goes through the entire house, but
Free-
the litter boxes are in the basement.
Okay, it's got free reign of the house, huh? Did you hear any talking on either Tuesday, February 22nd or Wednesday, February 23rd, prior to that storm door, slamming?
I did not.
If you were upstairs in your bedroom, would it be fair to say that it would be difficult to hear anything going on downstairs or hear a conversation downstairs?
I would not be able to hear anything in the basement, no.
Okay. All right. Nothing further. Thank you.
Can you redirect Mr. Saunders?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you, man. You can step down.
I don't even know where any of this line of questioning is going.
Your Honor, the next witness is also a statutory crime victim, and I would just ask that she not be filmed. Also a juvenile, Your Honor.
Okay, so for the next witness, only audio. All right.
So only audio,
Call,
please.
Ava Wheelock.
So this is Ava is the other one who was in the house, the sister, I'm assuming. He was asleep in that middle level and was awoken when the police came through. What was with the cat?
Just right up here, ma'am. And then before you have a seat, if you can turn and face her and raise your right hand, she'll place you under oath.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter now before the court, so help you God. Yes. Have a seat, and then state your name for the record. I'm Ava
What's your last name, Ava?
Wheelock,
Can you spell your last name for the record, please?
WHEELOCK.
And can you scoot up a little bit to the microphone if you could? And try to speak right into that microphone if you can. Ava, how old are you?
I'm 17.
Are you still in school?
Yes.
And I know it's summertime, but what grade will you be in next year?
Senior.
And who do you live with, Ava?
Both my mom and my dad.
Do you split time between the two of them?
Yes.
And who is your mom?
Tara,
Where does your mom live?
Stony Brook Lane.
And I'm going to ask to have you recall February of 2022. Did you have that same living arrangement in February of 2022?
Yes.
So at that time you were living half time with mom and half time with dad?
Yes.
And do you have any siblings?
Yes, 2.
And are they older or younger?
Both older.
Do you have a brother or sister or both?
Brother, sister, yeah.
And how about your older sister? How old is she?
I believe she's 25.
And how about your older brother?
25.
And who was your brother?
Shad.
That's Shad Thyrion?
Yes.
Did you have a pretty good relationship with Shad?
Very close, yes.
Is he a nice guy?
Yes.
Do you know where Shad was living in February of 2022?
I believe with his dad.
Would you see Shad occasionally at your mom's house?
Yes.
What were the nature or what were the reasons why he would come visit at your mom's house?
To hang out with me, to do laundry, and to hang out with us.
I'm going to ask you to specifically remember February 22nd of 2022. Do you remember that day?
Yes.
Started out as a day of celebration, right?
Yes.
What was going on that day?
I was at my dad's traditional wedding.
And was that in the general Green Bay area?
I don't know.
How far away was it from your mom's house?
I don't know.
At some point on that same date, did you return to your mom's house from the wedding?
Yes, at the end of the wedding.
And did you know about what time it was that you returned to your mom's house?
No, but it was dark outside.
And how did you get to your mom's house on the February 22nd?
I drove myself.
And when you arrived at your house, did you see anyone in the residence?
No.
What did you do when you got home?
I immediately went to bed.
And which door did you use to enter that residence?
The side door.
Is that the door off of the driveway?
Yes.
Is that the door that everyone used?
Yes.
And you said you went to your bedroom. If you were to enter that residence through the side door, how would you get to your bedroom?
I entered the house and down to the basement right in front of me, and to the left is the kitchen. So I went to the kitchen, and there's a hallway. When you go more into the kitchen, I went down the hallway to my room.
And that's on the first floor of the residence, your room?
Yes.
And then there's a basement, and is there also a second floor?
Yes, there's a second floor.
What's on the second floor?
My mom's room.
What's in the basement generally?
Where we do laundry, and sometimes people stay there.
Is that where Shad stays when he comes over usually?
Yes.
On that night, you said you went right to your room. Did you go to the basement at all on February 22nd?
No.
And you said you didn't see anyone in the residence when you came home. Is that right?
Yes.
At some point, did you hear other people in the residence?
Yes.
What did you hear?
I just heard footsteps downstairs.
When you say downstairs, are you talking about the stairs from the second floor to the first floor, or the stairs from the basement up to the first floor?
The basement up to the first floor.
Is that something that you heard frequently throughout that day?
Yes.
How about people's voices? Did you hear any people's voices on the night of the 22nd to the 23rd?
I heard a female voice.
Did you know who it was?
No.
Did you ever see a female in the residence on that day, the 22nd or the 23rd?
No.
Do you recall specifically anything that the female voice had said?
No.
Did you hear two voices or one voice or more than two voices?
Just one voice.
Did you know anything about who the female was talking to, or if she was talking to anyone?
No.
At some point, did you fall asleep on the night of the 22nd into the 23rd?
Yes.
And how were you awakened on that day?
I was awakened to bang at my door from the police.
What happened when the police banged on your door?
I woke up and they told me to come to the kitchen.
And did you do that?
Yes.
And who was in the kitchen when you got there?
My mom and Steve.
And did Steve live with your mom at that time?
Yes.
And you had not seen either of them prior to that time frame, is that right?
Yes.
And did the police want to speak with you at that time?
No.
Did you ultimately go to the Green Bay Police Department and speak with police about what you observed that night?
Yes.
Did that occur that morning, the 23rd?
Yes.
And you told them what you could remember?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions, Ava.
Mr. Fairley, cross-examination?
Ava, how are you?
All right.
Do you know Taylor Schabusiness?
Yes. When I was a kid.
How do you know her?
My brother's best friend.
Okay. Where did your brother go to high school?
I don't remember.
Okay. But you're going to be a senior this fall?
Sorry?
You're going to be a senior this fall?
Yes.
Where do you go to high school?
Objection, relevance.
I'll withdraw.
Sustained.
I can withdraw. So you have a car, correct?
Yes.
You have a RAV4?
Yes.
And your mom has a car, right?
Yes.
It's a VW Jetta?
Maybe. I'm not sure.
Okay. You've ridden in it?
Huh?
Have you taken a ride in your mom's car in the past?
Yeah.
Okay. And then Steve Hendricks, that's your mom's boyfriend, correct?
Yes.
He's got a car, right?
Yes.
So when you're at the house, when you're at your mom's house, do you all park your cars in the driveway?
Yes.
Okay. When you went to your dad's wedding, that was on February 22nd, is that right?
Yes.
I think it was a Tuesday, right?
I believe so.
At some point, the wedding was over and you went to your mom's to spend the night, correct?
Yes.
And did you pull into the driveway at your mom's house on Stony Brook?
I don't remember.
Okay. Typically, when you go to your mom's house, do you park your car in the driveway?
Yes.
Did you see any other vehicles besides your car, your mom's car, and Steve's car?
Yes.
What else? What other cars did you see?
A van
Where was it?
in the driveway.
When did you see it?
Sorry?
When did you see the van?
When I came back from Dad's wedding.
Okay. So did you pull behind the van then?
No.
Okay. Where did you park your car?
The side of the road.
Okay. Did you went in the house then after the wedding, correct?
Yes.
And what did you do?
I went to my room.
You went straight to your room?
Yes.
Did you talk to your mother at all?
No.
Did she know that you were home?
I don't know.
How about Steve Hendricks? Did you talk to him?
No,
And you went in your bedroom, did you leave the door open or did you close the door?
I closed the door.
And then, did you go to sleep?
Yes,
What time did you go to sleep?
I don't know.
Do you remember what time you got to your mom's house that day?
No,
But it was in the evening,
yes,
after dinner time?
I don't know.
When you came in the house, did you ever see Taylor Schabusiness in the house on Tuesday, February 22nd of 2022?
No,
Did you see your brother Shad Thyrion in the house on that date?
no,
Did you ever hear his voice?
no.
How about Taylor's voice? Did you hear her voice?
Mumbles.
You didn't know who it was though, correct?
Yes,
Did you go in the basement on February 22nd, that Tuesday?
no,
Did you go in the basement after you woke up when the police came to your house on Wednesday, February 23rd of 2022?
no,
When the police came to your house, is it your testimony that they knocked on your bedroom door
yes,
and you woke up then?
yes,
And then you went to the kitchen
yes,
and did they have you sit by the kitchen table?
yes,
And then you waited for further directions, correct?
yes,
And then is it true that at some point then you, your mom and Steve were all taken down to the police department to talk?
yes,
Your brother, Shad Thyrion, would he have people come over oftentimes to play video games or hang out in the basement?
Object relevance.
Well, it goes to people coming in the house, people that he would invite over.
Objection. Ask another question.
How often would your brother come to the house?
I don't know.
Was it just kind of sporadic, like kind of whenever?
Yeah.
Okay. There wasn't any kind of set schedule. Is that fair?
Sorry?
There was no set schedule. Is that true?
Yeah.
And were you at the house on Monday, February 21st of 2022?
I don't know.
Did you get up on February 22nd to look out the window at all?
No.
When you went to bed, you were out. Is that fair to say that you were sleeping until the police knocked on your door?
Yes.
You didn't wake up to go get something to eat or anything like that?
No.
And the house at 829 Stony Brook Lane, there's a basement down there, correct?
Yes.
It's kind of like a finished basement, right?
Yes.
And then there's the floor level with a kitchen, living room, and your bedroom, right?
Yes.
Bathroom, correct?
Yes.
And then the upstairs, kind of like the loft area, that's where your mom and Mr. Hendricks, that's their bedroom?
Yes.
And when you were there on February 22nd, you couldn't hear any conversations or anything like that, correct?
Yes.
That's true, right?
Yes.
Okay, nothing further. Thank you.
Redirect.
I have no redirect. I just want to confirm that the state had not subpoenaed this witness. I want to make sure that she's released from the defense subpoena.
Yes, she can be released.
Right. Very good. You can step down. State's next witness.
Judge, I think we could call another witness. However, this is a good natural break in the state's case at this point in time. I wonder if the court would entertain allowing us to break for the noon hour at this time.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it's about 10 minutes to 12. We're going to break for lunch. And I'm going to ask that you be back in the jury room, ready to go at 1 o'clock. All right? All rise for the jury.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I was just noticing what the subpoena was from. When they said that, I was like, a little bit surprised by that. See if they say anything else when the jury is gone. It doesn't look like it.
Be back at least 5 minutes till 1 in case there's anything that we need to take up. And we'll get underway promptly at 1. All right. With that, we're at recess. Thank you. Thank you.
Alrighty. I want to make sure we don't miss any more hot mic moments. Y'all know I love a good hot mic moment. Kim Newton, surprisingly, no flip-flops today. She is, I don't have it, not even one. But we went for a long walk this morning, so maybe that's why. She's asleep in her little bed under my desk. This case is moving really fast, which is surprising because we're not used to it. But okay, so let's talk because yes, she has already confessed. So let's talk about this for a minute because court's on lunch break. Actually, let me pin that. Court is at lunch until 1 o'clock Central. They are on Central Time, like moi. All right, so she confessed to police, and in a big way. Oh, the vote is still up. I forgot about that actually. Let me vote about whether she's going to 82% of people think that she is going to have some kind of outburst during this trial. So I would not be surprised. So here's the thing. She has admitted to doing it, although I know that she did, her lawyers did try to have that not entered in. And let me pull my court docs. This is trial day number 1, and this is in Wisconsin. This is Wisconsin versus Schabusiness. All right, let's see. There were a lot, and I looked at some of the court docs and information, but I didn't do my normal deep dive like I usually do. So let's see what we got going on here. They did. And okay, so they asked for exclusion of prior convictions, which was granted. Which that's not surprising. That's normally is. Well, to answer your question, Rona says, why would she leave the head and genitalia in the house but put the other parts in her van? She said she got lazy. So that's the story. She said she got lazy. She actually left more than just that. The only part that she had in her van was part of the, it was like the foot part of the leg, and everything else was left in the basement. We haven't got to all that yet, but because right now we're still at the very beginning of all of this, where, police have just arrived, gone through the house, saw the bucket, talked to the family, took the family to the police station to talk to them. So they have not started the actual search of the basement yet, which I'm sure we will get into, as things progress now. Now that we're kind of getting into the I was gonna say the meat of the story, but any references like that make it, when it's a dismemberment trial, it just sounds gross. So we are about to get into like there's no analogy that I normally use that it doesn't sound gross in this trial. About to get into the big part, the main part of this trial. So we will be getting into all that, but it wasn't just the foot it wasn't just the head that she left. There were bags that she found in the basement, the core. That sounds better. Sounds better. Thanks for helping me out, y'all. I need it in this case. So she had told police that she found different like bags and things in the basement, and that she put different parts there. And the spoiler alert if you want to find this out, as we go, but otherwise I'll tell you, we went over the PCA and all that the other day, so we know this, but we know that she had the like one of those storage totes, and that is where they found the torso was in a tote. So so the majority of the parts were in the basement, scattered around. And I think she even told them, told police that they'll have fun looking for the parts. So disturbing. So let's see. I know that, and keep in mind, they asked her how she did it, and she even told them she did it with with knives from the kitchen that were missing, that they also located in a bag in the basement, I believe. And also said that she told police that she did it with a bread knife because the serrated blade worked best. So I don't know why on God's green earth we're thinking that it could have been somebody else. We know that it wasn't. So I was, like I said, I didn't do my normal deep dive on this one because I thought this would be a little bit more cut and dry. Cut and dry is not a good. I thought this would be a little bit more black and white. I had no idea that they were going to try to possibly suggest that she's innocent. That's news to me, y'all. Okay, so let's see. The open shut is much better. Yeah. The prior convictions, that was granted. The exclusion of physical evidence. So the prosecution, they asked the prosecution be prohibited from mention or use of physical evidence not previously disclosed, and that was granted. Let's see, undisclosed statements. The prosecution they asked the prosecution to be prohibited from any use or reference to any recorded statements made by the defendant or any witness the prosecution intends to call that inculpates the defendant and has not been previously disclosed to the defense counsel. It has not been previously disclosed. Bad Juju, welcome. I want to do my little sound effect. Did we just become best friends? But I'm not sure how loud the settings are on that. And I know that we all had to turn our volumes up because their volume is so low. So I'm scared to blow eardrums out. So I'm not going to use it today until I have time to go in. This evening, I'll go in and make sure that the volume is turned way down for those, just in case. But welcome. Welcome to the family. We're glad to have you. All right, let's see what else we got. The prosecution, they asked the prosecution be prohibited from calling as a witness any person who the prosecution knows or should know through due diligence to have a criminal record without first disclosing the record. So some of this is just normal stuff. Let's see if there's anything that's interesting. Asked about sequestering witnesses. Prosecution and defense be excluded from courtrooms. So just keeping them out of the courtroom while other people are doing that, other than Officer Graff, who will be sitting with the attorneys. Okay, the photos. Oh, this one's interesting too. Okay, well, let's go with photos first. Okay, so they asked for photos to be excluded. They said that so they asked for an order prohibiting the state from offering into evidence any photos and or autopsy photos during the trial. These photographs depict the deceased, including grotesque and graphic photographs of body organs, open wounds, areas of the body where the skin was removed. In most of the images depicting the deceased body, he is naked. These images lack significant evidentiary value as the defense is not challenging the cause of death. And allowing these images in a trial will only stir emotional response against the defendant, and they lack little, if any, probative value toward any disputed issue. So they went through those to decide which ones would and would not be allowed. All right. So then this one is interesting. Okay, so they asked for use of prejudicial words. Now, their example of use of prejudicial words, this is what they say. They ask that the state be prohibited from using the word victim throughout the trial. The word victim suggests the allegation has been proved. It is the role of the jury to determine guilt versus innocence. The use of prejudicial words strip the defendant of the presumption of innocence. Okay. Dude's head was in a bucket. How much more do you need proved for him to be a victim? What the heck is that? Like, that doesn't even make sense. Order was obviously denied. How is that even? How is that even a thing? That's crazy. Let's see. They asked, pursuant to prosecutor divulging jury testimony. So an order prohibiting the state from sharing testimony of a witness with a non-party witness who has not testified yet. That's not uncommon. That was granted. Use of demeaning words. So this one was granted. So the state asked that they prohibit using words when referencing the defendant, demeaning words such as murderer, destroyer, executioner, slayer, or slaughterer, because those suggest that the allegation has been proved. Use of demeaning words infringe on the defendant's presumption of innocence. So that one was approved as well. But obviously, the use of the word victim is not going to be approved because, I mean, what more proof do you need that he's a victim? That one was just a little bit ridiculous for me, in my opinion. All right, so it is 12:05 court time. And they said they're coming back at 1. I am going to take a quick break. We are going to, I'm going to take Lucy out to go POTTY. I have to spell it because otherwise she starts flipping out. So I'm going to take her out to use the POTTY real quick. And then when we come back, we'll go over the rest of the court documents while we're waiting. So we're going to take about a 10-minute break. And I want to pull some of the other stuff because I want to pull the stuff I had seen where she had entered the plea of not guilty, and then the plea went to not guilty. It was NGI for the not guilty because of insanity. I want to see if it had changed again because if it did, I did not see it. So I want to pull the rest of the court docs because I was going to try to just walk through this, like as a jury member, kind of, but I'm too nosy. I need to know all the details. So I'm going to pull the rest of the court documents and go over them a little bit more with fine tooth comb. We'll look at them when I come back so we can get a little bit of a better idea of what the heck is going on and why they think maybe the cat did it. So we will be back in just a moment. Let me get a little BRB sign going. Lucy will catch on with spelling soon. She does. If I spell T, the things that you give them for when they're good. If I spell that one, immediately her little nub starts just a wagging already. So there are some that she has picked up on, which is, it's funny, but she's a smart girl. She's such a smart little baby. All right, let's see. Let me get a little. Let's go break on. That's the kind of Monday I'm having. All right. Okay, dokie. All right. We will be back. I will be back in about 10 minutes. What time is it? 12:08. I will be back in about 10 minutes, and we're going to go through court docs because I can't wait to see what they say. Be right Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hello, hello. All right, let's see. I want to pull the court documents like we mentioned, because what the heck? Let's see. All right, I want to see. All right, so motions to suppress, zip drive, present bond. Oh, this one right here, where they tried to get, this one's kind of, when they tried to get the, they filed a motion to dismiss count 3, which was the sexual assault, because he wasn't alive when she assaulted him, and they filed a motion explaining. I have it saved. I did the request for it. I have it saved. I'll have to find it and find a better way to go over it than how they have it. It's gross. Ugh, all this stuff is. All right, let's see. I want to see what she. Motion to suppress physical evidence seized from the van. They have all these motions to suppress. Basically, anything. Motion to suppress physical evidence seized from the apartment. These are for the photographs. Motion hearing, affidavit. This list. I'm trying to see if she changed her. If she changed her plea. Competency hearing order. Let me scroll all the way down. Let's see. Complaint filed. Competency. Let's see. Because I haven't seen. Okay, so not guilty plea is entered on July 5th of 2022. And then I think it was September that they changed it to NGI. Let's see. Okay, yep, here we go. Defendant appeared in court. Defendant's plea was amended to NGI. Status conference. There has been, okay, so in November, there was a request for more time to file the doctor NGI report. I think that was the only change. Everything else, competency and notice, motion, competency. Yeah. So, so I'm curious because that was the only change that I was aware of. And so it looks like that is the only one. But the original was not guilty. And then it changed to NGI, but it never did change back. All right. Also, let me pull something up real quick before we go over the other stuff. This makes me happy. Kaylin won our contest, and I saw this. I just got this coffee mug in the mail. I won the 13 juror, one on the 13 juror pod from Brandi and Church, and I love it. Thanks so much again for making this one just for me, Brandi. Now, all y'all better go follow the show and Brandi tweets. Okay, look, it has this one, and she's right. This one we made this just for her for this contest. She's the very first one to ever get one. It's got the 13 juror logo, and then on the back, I won a contest, and all I got was this lousy mug. So, so congratulations on your lousy mug. We are happy for you. Let's see. It was a contest for, I think, because we were getting really close to the 13th juror Twitter having the first 1,000 followers or whatever. And so we did a contest so we could get it over the limit. And for everybody who shared, like retweeted the thing, we picked one. So the way that I did it, as soon as we got to the 1,000, actually, I went a little bit past 1,000. So when I pulled up who retweeted, and my kid was over here at the time, and so I didn't tell him what I was doing, but I put them out, and it was like numbers like 1 through 7 or whatever it was. And I told him to pick a number 1 through 7, and so whichever one was for her is the one he picked. So she won. So congratulations on your lousy mug. We love it. All right, let's see. Let me pull up. We'll keep this a little bit so we can see what else is happening. Okay, so remember, if y'all were here with us Friday, we went over some of this. Now, hello, I see we have new people who have joined us since lunch. Hello, good morning. Oh, yes, we saw it shows the X. It was showing the X earlier. I didn't know notice if it just did or not, but it showed the X. Let's see. Welcome. We are going over some of the court doc stuff right now. We still have about 25 minutes till they come back. So we're looking at some of the court doc stuff now because I love me some court documents. Let's see. Curious what makes people snap on this level. Me too. It's crazy. Yeah. I mean, this one's, because this isn't just a snap. This isn't just like I snapped and then this happened and I was like, oh crap. This is if she would have continued the choking that killed him, for whatever reason, that could have been a snap. The fact that she kept going the way she did, and then she telling officers that she continued to play with the body and the parts for 2 or 3 hours, and then did all of the dismemberment and put the pieces in different bags and the storage tote and the bucket, and then grabbed his foot and put it in her crock pot in the van. Like, I mean, this is so far beyond a snap. It is alarming. It is alarming. So here's the thing though. So, when they're talking about, like, they're asking questions about, were other people there, and, trying to find, like, it almost looked like they're trying to poke holes in it. You can't poke holes in this. You can't really poke holes in this. Like, we know she did it. She had, when they showed up, she had, blood on her, and his foot was in her van, and she described what happened. So let's fast forward to this a little bit. Okay, so when they talked to her, she had a large amount of what appeared to be blood on her clothing. Detective Graff observed that she had a cut on her left thumb. She had scratches on her arms and hands that she said were self-inflicted. He also noticed her hands had a red substance stain that they believed to be blood. He spoke with her after advising her of her rights. Detective Graff told Schabusiness that a few hours ago, officers were sent to a residence in Green Bay in which the head of the victim was found. And her response was, that is pretty effed up. Asked if she knew the victim, and she said she did. Detective Graff confirmed with Schabusiness that she lives on Eastman Avenue and the van was located there. The van located there was her roommate's van. Detective Graff confirmed with Schabusiness that she drove the van to Eastman Avenue earlier in the morning. Detective Graff asked where the rest of the victim's body was, and Schabusiness stated that it was still in the basement. He asked her to tell him what happened, and her first comments were, that's a good question, because she had blacked out during that time, and he asked her if it was just her and the victim in the basement, and she said that it was, and that nobody else had come down. So she tells him that they were smoking what he clarified to be methamphetamine, that she had a chain that she put around his neck during intercourse. The strangulation was part of their fun, I guess, but they had done that before. But I guess she kept going this time. So Detective Graff asked Schabusiness questions about her using ST's minivan and asked if she and the victim had any contact with anybody when they first got back to the house. Schabusiness then made the statement, damn, the head. I can't believe I left the head, though. Referring to the victim's head. He then asked her where the rest of the body was, and she said that it was in the basement. She responded that the police were going to have fun trying to find all of the organs as she dismembered the body. Schabusiness stated all of the parts should be in the basement. And she said that there should be a foot or a leg in the minivan. He asked what she did with the head, and she said that she had put it in the black bucket and put a blanket over it. So reasonable doubt is out the window here, folks. Yes, those were sirens. Can y'all hear that? Were y'all able to hear that? I didn't think y'all could hear that. It's beach sirens. I can hear the rescue people as they go. They have right next to my condo, they have like one of the rescue stations. So I can hear them. It's not very loud. I'm surprised y'all can hear that. So she goes into the description of what happened, and I'm sure we'll get into this as things go by, but that they had chains, like I guess his and hers chains. Oh yeah, no, that's our beach rescue. That's funny. I didn't think y'all could hear that. But yeah, that's our beach rescue. So Schabusiness described that she and the victim were in the basement and that the victim produced 2 chains, one for him and one for her. She described the chains at the time as being chain link and silver. This part's really gross, just FYI. Not that the rest of this has been a, walk in the park, but just FYI. So she said that she described it like the chains as being like a dog choke collar. And she said that she just went crazy, referring to strangling him, and said that at one point during the interview, she said that she could feel his heart still beating while she was choking with the chain. So she kept pulling and choking him harder, but apparently he just wouldn't go. So she kept rebuilding into the muscle, and that's the quote, rebuilding into the muscle. Detective Graff asked at what point did she know that he was not alive anymore, and she said that his face turned purple and that blood was coming out of his mouth, but she still did not stop. He asked what she did after he was gone, and she said that she then played with his body. She I can't even, what's funny? I can't, the gore stuff doesn't bother me. It's the sex stuff, because it has been ingrained in me so long, you don't talk about these things in public. So I have trouble even saying these things, because I'm like, oh my gosh, if my nanny was watching, she would be so mad at me if I said sexual things in front of people. So anyway, so when I start stuttering, it's because it is, I know that that's weird. But anyway, so she said that she went down there and look, y'all can read it right here. This is what she said she did right here. And then she had a toy that she then put in his mouth and then in his fanny. And detective asked her when she was choking the victim if he tried to fight back at all, and she said that he did. Yeah. So she said that she and a friend picked up the victim in the minivan, and after picking up the drugs, the 3 went to the Eastman Avenue apartment. She said that she, her friend, and the victim smoked marijuana, and then she and the victim smoked some methamphetamine. The friend left, and she said that she then shot up herself and the victim with trazodone. Schabusiness stated that she and the victim left her apartment and then went to the victim's mom's house. They went to the basement And she said that the victim's mother's boyfriend let her and the victim into the house, which we heard Steve on the stand earlier. He was the one saying that, he didn't have the key. So he rang the doorbell 6 or 7 times and he went and let them in. And then he went back upstairs and went to sleep. So she says he let them in. She doesn't say that the victim's mother's boyfriend let her and the victim into the house. And then it was about 5 minutes after they arrived that the victim pulled out the chains. This part's weird to me too. Okay, so if you're at your apartment, why, I don't think that I've ever been and she said the friend left. I don't think I've ever been alone in my apartment and been like, you know what, I'm ready to get it on. Let's head to your mama's basement. I don't know if the friend had left. I mean, and maybe that's just me. Maybe this is, maybe this is a Green Bay thing. I don't know. But anyhow, so she began to choke him with the chains, and she described it as the victim lying face down on the bed with her on top of him, pulling on the end of the chain, and he coughed up blood. She was basically just waiting for him to pass while she was watching his face. She said that she was, quote, already this far. So she just kept on. And she said in a lower tone of voice, yeah, I liked it. What? She had a whole husband. Was her husband there? But if her husband was there, how would she have been like? I can't picture the husband being like, you know what, y'all going ahead. At 2 a.m. Going ahead, kids, have fun. I don't understand. I don't get it, but okay. Let's see. So she said she liked it. Detective Graff believed her to be referring to when she was choking him. She said that she thought it took 3 to 5 minutes for him to finally pass. Detective clarified with Schabusiness that when the victim began to cough up blood, she just did keep on choking him because she wanted to see what happens. She made comments that she blacked out while choking him, but she woke up when he was already purple. So she kept on going. So this is a big part too. So if she's saying that she blacked out, they had a child at this point as well. Did she have custody? See, this is why I should have just, instead of being like, yeah, I'm going to experience this one with y'all. I'm too nosy to just experience it with y'all. I should have just gone ahead and done the deep dive anyway, because now I have questions. They had a child in 2021, but did she have? I thought she did not have custody. Her husband was in prison. Okay, so then why would they go to Mama's basement? I had heard that he was locked up. I don't know the dates of it, so I didn't know if he was locked up during that time. Okay, so this is the thing. All right, Chevelle, good point. When did she black out? She said right here that she blacked out, but when she came back, she came to, that he was purple, so she kept going. So you can't use the I blacked out thing when she said, yeah, I blacked out, but when I came to, he was still purple. And then that's when, I unalived him. You can't, that doesn't even make sense. She did have a roommate. Maybe that's where I'm getting confused. Maybe the friend that left was not the roommate. Maybe the roommate was still there. I need to go back and pay attention to the names. I'm going to look into this more tonight. I'm too nosy not to know all the details. So she said that when she woke up, he was already purple, so she kept going. She said that she enjoyed choking him and made comments to detectives asking if they knew what it was like to love something so much that you kill it. She stated that she played with the victim's body for like 2 or 3 hours, which included putting her mouth down south and putting the toy in his mouth and his fanny. Detective clarified with Schabusiness that she was in the basement with the victim all during the day of Tuesday into Tuesday night and into Wednesday morning, and then dismembered the victim's body. She stated the plan was for her to bring all of the body parts with her, but she got lazy and she only ended up putting the leg/foot in the van, and she forgot the head. She said that she did not mean to kill him, but she was choking him and she liked it and she would just keep going, which doesn't make sense. So she's contradicting herself already, because if she's saying, well, I didn't mean to kill him, but then she already said multiple times, I was waiting on him to, I kept going till I was, waiting on him to pass. It's like trying to turn a porno into a kid's movie, and I'm struggling here. I'm working on it. I'm working on it. Yeah, I'll do my deep dive this afternoon. I'll have a couple hours to kill while I'm waiting on Lucy at the doggy spa. So I'll pull up the rest of the documents and see what all I find. So I'm too nosy not to know everything. Let's see. So she also made the comment that she was not prepared, as she said that killing him was just random. Said that she had the victim's body on the bed in the basement, and then she pulled him to the edge of the bed and put the black bucket underneath his head as she was taking it off. She also talked about using a bucket and a tote to catch the blood, and that she would use the shower in the basement to dump out the bucket. She was asked if she thought that it was the right thing to do, and her comment was that she did it anyway. So there you have it, folks. That's that ain't that. It ain't. She didn't black out and then doesn't remember what happened. I mean, she gave details. So his name is Warren Schabusiness. He's in prison for 28 months. That's the husband. Let's see. Presence of mind to collect the blood and to, do it in the, like talk about dumping it in the shower and stuff like that, dumping the blood in the shower. Oh, I always forget that. Fanny doesn't mean the same in all 38 countries that watch us. Fanny is the booty. The booty. Fanny is something totally different in other countries. And he didn't have one of those to put it in. So a storage tote is like, those like plastic totes that you put like Christmas decorations in and that type of thing. That's what I understand it to mean. So she knew to clean up the crime, but they're saying that she had a mental break. Come on now. Yeah. But did the victim know she was married? You know what? That's not her business to tell, apparently. We learned that from Dominique. That is not her business to tell. She's back. I will pull all of the court docs and I'll go through them while I'm waiting on Lucy girl to get her hair done. A lot of it was in the like storage tote and stuff like that. Like she had him pulled to the edge of the bed and was like cutting with the bucket and the tote and stuff like that underneath. Yeah, the storage tote in the is like it's like a big plastic bin. Yeah, like a Rubbermaid container. Look at her, look at that pin. Don't put the pin there. Don't put the pin there. I'm sorry. Haven't seen that, what happened to the last attorney? I would not be leaving pins laying there. She has been eyeballing that pen like crazy. Did y'all see her looking earlier at what he was writing too? He was taking notes or something, and she was doing that like that side eye, My anxieties. Me too, Gigi. Every time she makes a face or like, or he has a pen around there, I wouldn't have anything but like crayons on that table if it was me. It's a trust exercise. He has more trust than I would. What happened to the last attorney? Well, at a hearing, one of her competency hearings, when it was ending, she didn't, I guess she didn't like how it went, and she was handcuffed and stuff, but you could see her making faces. You could see her looking at him like that angry side eye thing. And then she gets mad and she like, bam, she stands up and elbows him and they have to come tackle her and stuff. It was wow. So that was the last attorney. So, that's what I'm saying. He has more trust than I would. I would be like, yeah, we're just gonna use some crayons, and not even like the little crayons. I'd use like those big, like like the toddler crayons. They're like bigger. I'd use those. The jury is to the side, I believe, because the way that they showed that one camera angle, it showed from her. It showed her from the back, and directly in front of her is like the judge, and then the witness stand, and then. So I think the jury is like off to that side, but I'm not sure how direct of a view they have of her. Yeah, it was totally like an MMA elbow. Pin is way worse than a monster can. Yes. She does give me Letitia vibes though. Letitia attacked the officer with a monster can, for those of y'all who don't understand the reference. let's see, Warren is the father of her child, or so he's claiming, and her was released 7/29/23. Not sure the exact reason, but he's out on paper, so maybe parole. Is anyone from chat in the courtroom? I don't believe so. I haven't had anybody tell me they were. Issues. Zane Floyd, was I a clinical psychologist? No, I went to school for psychology, but so it interests me and I studied it, but I was not a clinical psychologist. Hello, welcome. Leilani Martinez. Hi there, first timer here. Excited to watch the trial with you guys. We're excited to have you. Welcome. Patricia G says a putt pencil is enough to take out an eye. Yes. I do not believe she has attacked this attorney. The last attack I saw was of the other one, but she did, I believe, throw a chair at one of the doctors that was doing her competency evaluation. Let's see. Yes, her maiden name is Coronado. Where's the child? I'm not sure. I know that I read that she did not have custody. I don't know how long of the life that she did not have custody. I'm going to have to find out all the details on my deep dive tonight. Does she have any people supporting her in the courtroom? Not that I've been able to find. I was trying to find information about who she has, who she knows. I know, let me see if anybody else has said anything about any support she has. I don't see anything. I don't see anyone saying anything about having anybody there. I don't know why this feed is lost. Let me pull up another one.
Mr. Saunders, are you prepared to make an opening statement?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Good morning.
That's opening statements. That's not what I need.
And what other positions have you held at the Brown County Medical Examiner's Office?
I started off as the deputy lead medical legal investigator. I then moved up to the lead medical legal investigator and have since been moved into the director of operations position.
And what was your position with the Brown County Medical Examiner's Office in February of 2022?
In February of 2022, I would have been the lead medical legal investigator.
And what is a medical legal investigator?
So essentially,
I'm gonna see if I can find another feed. I'm having all kinds of problems with this one, and it cut off the very beginning, which doesn't sound like we missed much, but
you could see us almost as a nurse in the hospital. We're the eyes and ears for the doctor, for our forensic pathologist. So we do that initial investigation. And then that is reviewed by our chief medical examiner.
And
They're
you
having
talked about a
problems.
forensic pathologist. What does the forensic pathologist generally do?
So generally, a forensic pathologist, if they're board certified, they are the ones that actually perform the autopsies and oversee all of the investigations the office does.
At the time of this event in February of 2022, who was the chief medical examiner that you were working under in Brown County?
There was a transition between chiefs, but the medical examiner that I was working with on this case was Dr. Vincent Tranquita. I apologize for not remembering if he was the chief at the time because there was a switch over in leadership.
But Dr. Tranquita was the forensic pathologist who was assigned to this case?
Correct.
And at the time of this event in February of 2022, which office was Dr. Tranquita stationed out of?
Dr. Tranquita worked for the Dane County Medical Examiner's Office. At the time, Brown County had a contract with Dane County for oversight from forensic pathologists, and they provided our autopsy services as well.
And that's not currently the setup, is that right?
No, we have since hired our own chief medical examiner who is a forensic pathologist. So we are now independently performing autopsies here in Brown County.
But as it existed in February of 2022, that was the standard practice for Brown County, correct? To use the Dane County Medical Examiner's Office for autopsies?
Correct.
And talk generally about the process that you use when you are called out to the death scene by law enforcement.
Generally, it can happen in different ways, but the most common would be that the 911 dispatch center, they give the on-call investigator a call and they let them know what they are responding to and where the address of where they're needed. Sometimes we get calls directly from detectives. Sometimes we get call from the hospital or a hospice agency. But for scene responses, most commonly it's through the 911 dispatch center to the on-call investigator.
And on this particular day, February 23rd of 2022, what was the process for you to get called out to the scene at 829 Stony Brook?
So that morning, I believe a call was placed to our office by a detective with the Green Bay Police Department, just informing our office of the situation. That call was taken by the on-call investigator that was in the office at the time. And the policy at that, which is still in place, is that they are to then notify the lead medical legal investigator, which would have been me at that time, of such a case.
And once you were notified, what did you do?
I then tried to gather a bit more information. Things were very preliminary at that stage, and we asked to be notified once they were ready for us.
And did you receive follow-up notification from the Green Bay Police Department?
Yes.
And what did you do then before going out to the scene?
Before going to the scene, I just made sure that I had all of my supplies. We had a general understanding of what the case was that we were going to. So I made sure that I had all of the supplies I may need. And then using the on-duty vehicle, I would have traveled to the scene.
And were you or was law enforcement responsible for notifying then the actual medical examiner or the forensic pathologist?
I was actually, when I was initially notified that morning, I would have notified Dane County's Director of Operations, and they in turn would have notified Dr. Tranquita, the forensic pathologist, that his response would be needed. And we kept in touch that morning with regards to a general time. Seeing that they would be coming up from Madison, we just wanted to make sure that we timed things out correctly. And obviously with law enforcement needing to do what they need to do prior to us coming, we were just waiting for that notification when they were ready for us.
Do you know about what time you arrived on scene that morning?
It was probably around 11 o'clock in the morning.
When you arrived on scene, what did you do?
I would have introduced myself to police officers on scene, and I believe I placed PPE on and entered the living room area of the residence, where there were various members of law enforcement, and they briefed me on the scene and what information they had at that point.
What was your understanding about the information law enforcement had collected at that point?
My understanding was that the head of a male individual had been found in the basement, and that they had reason to believe that there were additional human remains within the basement. They had informed me that they had a suspect at that time, and they informed me that there might be a secondary location for human remains as well.
And you mentioned PPE. What is PPE and what is the purpose of using it?
Sure, I apologize. PPE would generally be personal protective equipment. So we use that both to protect ourselves as well as the integrity of the scene. So in this case, it would have been a Tyvek suit or a bunny suit, which would have been included booties, and it goes all over. And it even has a hood around your face. So, and I would have, once we went down into the basement, I would have been wearing gloves. I probably was not wearing gloves initially.
So did you make your way toward the basement of that residence prior to the arrival of Dr. Tranquita?
Correct. We tried to make the pronouncement of death as soon as possible from when we arrived. So once we gathered information, or once I discussed information with law enforcement at least, then I would have proceeded down to the basement just for a cursory view of what the situation was, as well as to pronounce death.
And were you able to do that based on your initial observations on scene?
Yes.
And again, is that something identifying information about the person that was deceased?
Yes, law enforcement provided the presumptive identification at that point, provided a name and date of birth, and we later then also asked for additional photographic evidence of for identification purposes for comparing.
And did the deceased have any distinct marks that allowed you to easily identify him?
Yes, he had a tattoo on his I forget which side it was, but on one of the temporal regions on the side of your head here, it would have been a question mark.
And after identification was made, what did you do? After pronouncement and identification were made, what did you do?
I would have backed out the scene and waited outside until Dr. Tranquita arrived so that we would do the rest of our duties together.
After Dr. Tranquita arrived, describe what steps you took at that point.
So we were working very closely with the Green Bay Police Department's forensic science unit with this case. So we were moving around the scene kind of together. And the first thing that we would have approached would have been the bucket with the human head in it.
And where was that located?
It was located downstairs in the basement, just to the right as you came down the stairs into the finished portion of the basement, which seemed to be used as a bedroom. So there was a bucket at the bottom of those stairs to the right.
Once you made contact with that bucket, or what would be essentially the first container with human remains, can you describe the process that you used in order to collect that evidence?
So we made the decision to use smaller body bags. So essentially would be infant and child body bags. So we would have placed a body bag out for the bucket, where it was a infant-sized body bag with a evidence sheet laid over it. We would have then removed what we found in the bucket individually, photographed it. Once it was documented and photographed, we would have wrapped the evidence sheet up and then placed that in the body bag and closed that body bag. And then written on the body bag as to, we decided to label the body bags as to which container they were in.
After processing that first container, container one, the bucket, what did you do then?
We moved on to the next container, which we suspected had human remains in it. There was, I believe it's a blue bag, was the second container that we looked at from the outside. Well, let me back it up. The blue bag would have been on a dresser in front of the bed in the basement, and there seemed to be what looked like some human tissue on the outside of the bag. And so we decided to focus in on that bag next.
And did you use a similar process with that particular container?
Correct. We took the container and put it onto the evidence sheet that we had laid out with the body bag we had laid out, and we would have slowly emptied what we found in that bag while we were documenting and photographing what was found.
And once you processed the blue bag, was your attention then drawn to a subsequent container?
Yes, we then focused in on a backpack, which was a pink and black backpack that was at the bottom of the bed, the foot of the bed, on the floor. It seemed to have some blood staining on the outside, so we focused in on that bag next.
And I should ask, with respect to the blue bag as well, did you find a substantial amount of human remains within that receptacle?
The blue receptacle?
Correct.
Yes, we did find some human remains in the blue receptacle.
And then how about the pink backpack?
The pink backpack, so we would have done the same process. We had a body bag laid out with an evidence sheet. We placed the bag on the sheets, and then we unzipped, starting with the front zip towards the back, and we unzipped each zipper and would remove whatever we found and document and photograph that.
If there are items other than human remains that are found within those containers that may have evidentiary value, what was done with those items?
So if there are any items other than the human remains, the medical examiner's office, our purview is the human remains. So if there are other items of evidentiary value or possible evidentiary value, that's generally collected by law enforcement.
Okay. And were there other items of evidentiary value that were found within those containers while you were there?
Yes, we found knives in, I don't remember if all of the bags had knives, but we found multiple knives throughout the bags.
And those are items that would have been within the purview of law enforcement?
Correct. We would have taken them out. We would have photographed them ourselves. And as I said, we were working very closely with the forensic science unit from Green Bay. So they were taking photos at the same time we were, and then they would have collected those knives.
So after you found and processed the human remains that were contained in the pink and black backpack, what was the next container that you noted?
The next container we moved to was a blue tote bin that was on the floor at the head of the bed, and it had a bunch of laundry or I can't remember if it's clothing or blankets, but something on top of it. And there seemed to be a small amount of blood on the outside of the tote bin, and so we would have moved our attention to that at that stage. And we slowly removed what was on top until we could see what was in the tote bin.
And what did you note in the tote bin?
In the tote bin, we found a substantial amount of blood at the bottom of the tote bin. We also found a torso of a human male.
In terms of the other significant body parts that would have been located within the tote bin, do you recall what was located within the tote?
So the torso with the arms attached, there would have been other fragmented remains. There was some muscle tissue and certain organs.
So those are the 4 containers that we've discussed already. In addition to the 4 containers, were there any other containers located in the room that had a substantial amount of human remains?
No. There were some other containers or some other backpacks that we peeked in, but there was no other remains found in the basement.
And so you found remains in 4 separate containers in the areas that were not the containers. So in general, in the living space in the basement, what were your observations about the living space?
So one of my first observations, I guess, would have been that they really, as you walk into the basement, there really wasn't a significant amount of blood that we could see as you walked in. We would have later noted, once we moved some things off the bed, that there was some what appeared to be blood staining on the mattress, and perhaps some small little pieces of tissue that were suspected to be human tissue in the carpeted area, but there was a shower in a laundry room nearby, and they seem to be, again, some small pieces of what could have been human tissue.
Was it fair to say that relative to the amount of damage to the body that you observed, there was not a lot of blood or tissue that was readily available outside of the containers?
Correct. I would definitely say that I would have thought there would have been more blood on the scene outside of those containers.
And from a medical legal standpoint, what is the potential significance of that?
Objection calls for speculation.
I think it calls for a professional opinion.
Foundation?
Overruled. Go ahead and answer if you can.
Could you repeat the question?
Sure. So from a medical legal standpoint, when you see as much damage to the body as you noted, but then don't see as much tissue or blood throughout the room, is there any potential significance from an investigative standpoint based on your training and experience?
There are various things that it might spark me to think. One of the things would be, did it happen here? Another thing would be how, would make me think, how did this happen? How did this take place? In such a way that the blood was collected, and not all of the blood I would expect to have been in the human body was necessarily in that tote bin or amongst the other containers. So it would just spark questions as to how this would have occurred.
Did you locate all of the significant body parts that you were looking for that were associated with the deceased at that scene on Stony Brook?
Yes.
Did you know if parts were missing?
Yes.
What did you know was missing from the body?
So as we were going, we were trying to make sure that at least the remains that we were finding were consistent with one person. And by the time we were done processing the human remains in the basement, we seemed to be missing a significant portion of the lower limbs.
And did you obtain any information about where those items may potentially be located?
We were informed that they may potentially be.
Hearsay, Your Honor.
not offering it for the truth of the matter asserted. I'm offering it to support how she later goes to a different location, how she gets there.
Overruled. You can answer the question.
We were informed that there were potential human remains in a van that had been towed by the Green Bay Police Department to their evidence storage unit.
Did you ultimately respond to that location?
Yes.
And who went with you to the evidence storage unit?
Dr. Tranquita would have been with me too, as well as various members of the Green Bay Police Department.
And upon arrival at the storage unit, did you continue to use your PPE and all of the other evidence processing techniques that you discussed earlier?
Correct. We would have used a new set of PPE once we arrived at that location.
And what did you do once you arrived at that location?
So we initially just took photographs of the outside of the vehicle. I don't believe that the police had processed the vehicle yet at all. They were waiting to do that in conjunction with us. So we kind of peered in, just noting what was in the vehicle, and then we would have opened the doors and the trunk to take a look just at a general view of what was in the vehicle.
And did you locate anything of significance or any human remains within the vehicle?
Yes, we ultimately did find a crock pot box that had human remains in the box.
Do you recall specifically what you recovered in the crock pot?
We would have recovered the full set of we would have recovered parts of both lower limbs.
And were those then collected using a similar methodology as what you described at Stony Brook?
Correct. So we took the crock pot box outside of the van and we placed that on some paper material next to our evidence sheet. And then we unpacked what was found in the crock pot box and documented and photographed that as we had previously.
And what did you do once you packaged the human remains at the scene at Green Bay Evidence?
So we would have closed the evidence sheet, put it in the body bag, sealed that body bag, and transported the remains to our the Brown County Medical Examiner's cooler.
Where is that located? Or was it at the time?
Yeah, we have changed locations since, but at the time we had a temporary cooler out at the Brown County Highway Department.
And once it's placed in storage at the temporary cooler, what is the process for moving the remains to another location?
So while we were contracted with Dane County, seeing that all our examinations or autopsies would take place down in Madison, so Dane County, as part of their contract with us, had a transport van and an individual that was hired as a driver. So they would have come up and collected the body bags from us, and it's a cooled van, and then that's transported down to Dane County for further examination.
And I should backtrack because I don't think I asked this question with respect to Stony Brook. What happened with the remains that were taken into the possession of the medical examiner's office at the Stony Brook address?
For the home address, we, as I described previously, we had packaged each container into a body bag each. Those smaller body bags were then all placed together in one larger adult-sized body bag, and that body bag was sealed and dated, signed, timed. The policy of our office is to have funeral homes assist with adult-sized human remains, and so we would have contacted the closest funeral home just for assistance with transport. And I believe the closest funeral home would be Blaney Funeral Home, so they came to the scene. And because usually I would follow with the funeral home to the cooler, but in this instance, when we knew we had another scene to go to, I had our morgue technician at the time. She came to the scene and then made that transport with Blaney Funeral Home for us so that I could go to the next scene.
And the information about the transportation logs that are associated with the remains, is that something that in your current role you have access to those records, and that's a record maintained in the regular course of business?
the information regarding transport.
Correct.
Correct. We do document that.
And do you know if that was documented in this case?
Yes,
As part of your work in this case, did you prepare a report?
I did.
Have you reviewed that report prior to court here today?
Yes.
Her face when she's like me mugging. We're not used to this. We've been like, this one's moving along fast, which I was surprised they only had 1 week scheduled for this one. But I mean, it's starting to make sense now. They're moving right along. But the part that's going to take the longest is the, doctor's opinions on her, the expert opinions on her sanity. The staring into the camera wakes me out. Look, she did it a minute ago when I was looking at the screen. I was like,
That appears to be the report. It would be the face sheet of our medical examiner's office report, as well as the portion of the report that is mine.
The objection.
No objection.
Floor is received.
Then, could you describe for the record exhibits 5 and 6?
Exhibit 5 is a photograph of the larger adult-sized body bag that we would have placed those smaller body bags within at the Stony Brook address. It is labeled as Shad Thyrion, and there are the bag appears to be sealed, as well as initials that say sealed by PS at 1506 on 2/23/22.
And the next exhibit, what is that?
Sorry?
And the following exhibit, did you describe that one as well? I apologize.
Sure. Exhibit 6 is a child-sized body bag. This would have been at the Green Bay storage unit location, which had the remains found in the crockpot box. This is sealed, and it is labeled as container number 5, crockpot box van. And by the seal number, it says sealed by Petra at 1634 on 2/23/22.
Mayor, I would move for the admission of exhibits 5 and 6 as well, and I would ask for permission to publish 5 and 6 via the screen.
Any objection to the admission of those exhibits, Mr. Fraley?
No objection to admission of exhibits 5 and 6, but I would object to publication, Your Honor. It's already been described.
And overrule the objection. You can now publish those.
Ms. Schwab, does the screen, I think there's a screen down in front here as well. Is the screen accurately depict what is contained in exhibit 5?
Correct.
And then I think if it's toward the right-hand side of the screen or the photo where it indicates the name and then the information that you indicated about the date and the sealing, that's toward the right side of the photo, is that correct?
Correct. Near the zipper there, but with the seal.
And the purpose of the seal and signature again?
It's to document chain of custody, essentially. When I sealed that bag, and then once it gets to Dane County for autopsy, does that seal tag still match? There's numbers on that seal tag. So that is documented both on scene and then again prior to autopsy. Before cutting that seal, they make sure that it is still that same seal that I initially had placed, and they document it too.
And then the photograph that's now depicted on the screen, is that exhibit 6?
Yes.
And again, contains the information that you indicated about what is contained inside and then the signature and seal.
Correct.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination, Mr. Freilich.
Ms. Schwab, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Different parts of the body of the deceased were in different areas, correct?
Correct.
Some parts were at the Stony Brook Lane property, correct?
Correct.
In the basement?
Correct.
And then some other body parts were inside of a gold Town and Country minivan, correct?
Correct.
And that minivan was found in the parking lot of Eastman Avenue apartment complex?
That would have been found by law enforcement. The street name does ring a bell, but they would have towed it from that location that they found it to the storage room or storage warehouse that I responded to.
You saw the minivan at the police storage unit, correct?
Correct.
And that was with Dr. Tranchita?
Correct.
Is it Tranquita?
Tranquita.
Okay, thank you. You were given some information as to what may or may not have happened at the 829 Stony Brook Lane property, correct?
Correct.
And you went there for the very first time on February 23rd of 2022?
Correct.
What time did you get to the Stony Brook home?
Would have been around 11 a.m.
In the morning?
Correct.
And you were let in by law enforcement?
Yes.
Who let you in, do you know?
It would have been a detective. I do not remember which. There were multiple detectives at the scene.
Did you talk to the owners of the house?
Not at that time, no. They were not present.
When you got there, you already had your PPE gear on?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
And then did you immediately go down into the basement?
Not immediately, no.
Okay. How long did it take before you went into the basement?
Probably about 15 to 20 minutes.
What took so long before you went down in the basement?
They were briefing me on what had occurred, and they were making sure that I was okay to go down there because they were processing, I believe, already. So we would just have been discussing what had been found so far, what information we had so far prior to taking me down.
So you had to be cleared, so to speak?
So to speak.
Okay. And when you went down the stairs, what was the first thing you looked at?
As I went down the stairs, I would have turned to my right, which would have been a finished portion that seemed to be used as mixed-use area, bedroom type area. And I would have probably turned my attention to the bucket that was at the bottom of the stairs that I had been made aware of.
Okay. You looked at the bucket and the contents?
Correct.
Downstairs, fair to say that if you go to the right, it's kind of like a living area where you could sleep or watch TV or hang out, correct?
Correct.
You see like a Pac-Man game down there, video game?
I remember some sort of console game, but yeah.
You see a round table down there?
Yeah.
Lots of clutter, lots of things.
Yes.
With regards to the bucket, what color was it?
Black.
And you did your investigation with regards to the contents of the bucket, correct?
Correct.
When you got there, had the scene been disturbed in any way from what you know?
From what I know, there was a disturbance probably when the bucket was found, but I don't believe anything else had really been disturbed. I believe Green Bay Police Department perhaps had started putting out their little evidence markers, but they hadn't necessarily removed any remains or, as far as I was made aware, removed any evidentiary items.
When you were at the Stony Brook property, did you call Dr. Tranquita?
I would have called him prior to going to the house.
Did he give you any directions on what you should do or shouldn't do?
I think the directions would have come through their director of operations, and we have standing policies that in cases where homicide might be suspected, that we go into the scene, pronounce death, exit the scene, get some basic information for them, and wait for their arrival before proceeding with any further examination.
After you looked at the bucket and the contents of the bucket, did you pronounce death then, or?
Yes.
Okay. What was the time of death?
I would have to check my report.
Was it sometime after 11 a.m.?
Yes.
Did you know of any other concerns that were in the basement after you looked at the bucket?
I was notified that they suspected that there were human remains in other receptacles or other containers within the basement.
Okay. So in the basement, there was like either a dresser or TV stand. Is that fair?
Correct.
And there was I think you said a blue bag on the dresser or on the TV stand?
Among other things, yes, a blue bag was noted.
The blue bag, was it a Jimmy Choo like duffel bag that you can zip and has handles on it?
I'm unsure what the brand name was, but yeah, it was a rectangular shaped blue bag with handles.
Something you could maybe put clothes in or something, correct?
Yeah,
And where was that located?
that was located on the dresser that was in front of the bed.
Was there a TV on this dresser?
I don't remember if there was.
Any evidence of drugs on the dresser?
Law enforcement had pointed out some items on the dresser that they believed to be drugs.
Meth?
I do believe that they said that they thought it was methamphetamine.
Okay. Pipes?
Yes.
With regards to the bag that we're talking about with the handles, you had gloves on at the time?
Correct.
When did you put your gloves on?
Sorry?
When did you put your gloves on? Do you remember?
What did I put my gloves
No,
on?
when?
When?
Yeah.
We would have put gloves on in the basement prior to touching any items.
Okay. So you had the gloves on before you inspected the black container or bucket?
Correct.
Did anybody assist you with removing items from the duffel bag?
Dr. Tranquita and I were removing the items together.
Had you ever seen anything like this before in your experience?
I have seen mutilation, but nothing to this extent before.
Never saw a head in the bucket, correct?
Correct.
So after you looked at the bag on the dresser,
Good
then
judge
is that when
space.
you turned your attention to the backpack?
Yes, after the blue bag on the dresser, we would have then turned our attention to a black and pink backpack that was on the floor at the foot of the bed.
Now, the bed in this basement, were there mattresses that were stacked on top of each other, or what can you tell me about that?
I remember that they were 3 items. I don't know if it's 2 mattresses and 1 base versus 2 bases and 1 mattress, but 3 things stacked as a bed.
Okay. There was no, it wasn't like a headboard and a footboard, correct?
No.
Just basically mattresses, correct?
Yeah.
And you went over to this backpack, right?
Yes.
Was it an Under Armour backpack?
I would probably have to check photographs for the brand.
But it had some colors to it?
It had,
Did it have colors like black and pink or
yes,
something?
it was black and pink, and there was some red staining on the outside,
Why did you focus on that?
probably because of the red staining.
Did you discover that, or did someone else point that to your attention?
When we were walking around just looking at the scene together, it would have been in conjunction with law enforcement. And we would have, tried to lift it, and it seemed suspiciously heavy for a backpack.
And did you have to unzip that Under Armour backpack?
Yes, we unzipped each zip from front to back and looked at the contents.
And you removed the contents from that Under Armour backpack?
Correct.
What'd you do with it?
We placed everything that we found within the backpack on an evidence sheet that was then placed into a body bag.
He keeps asking the same
You
questions
took some
prosecutors did.
photographs, right?
Correct.
What were these items in that Under Armour backpack?
There were various fragments of human remains.
Tissue?
Yes, human tissue.
I think the other container you said was a blue tote.
Yes,
And where was that?
that would be on the floor at what I consider the head of the bed.
Was it by the wall?
Yes. between the bed and the wall.
Was that area of the basement kind of dark?
Yes.
The lighting wasn't very good?
No.
And there was items on top of this tote,
Yes. If I remember correctly, it was laundry items.
blankets?
It could have been blankets. It could have been clothes, or a combination thereof.
And did you see some blood on the outside of the tote?
Yes.
Would you say it was a teal tote?
Yes.
And are you the one that took the blanket or the clothes off of the tote?
I believe we were doing that in conjunction with a detective from Green Bay Police Department.
Do you remember the name of the detective that was with you?
There were multiple. It was Detective Cassie Pakala and Phil Scanlon that were mainly assisting.
They were both there?
Correct.
Was that tote difficult to see?
No.
Would it be difficult to see if you were coming down the stairs as you get off the last stair?
Not necessarily, no.
But it was towards the back of the basement, is that correct?
Yes.
So the black bucket, the duffel bag with the two handles, the Under Armour backpack, and the blue tote, those items apparently had human remains in them?
Correct.
And you didn't know whose remains they belonged to, did you?
They had given us the presumptive ID, and especially the head, we had already, by use of that tattoo in the booking photograph provided by Green Bay Police Department, we were fairly certain that we had the correct identity. And seeing at that point that we, inventory that we'd been doing so far had only indicated remains that were consistent with one human male. At that point, we were comfortable that these remains were all belonging to the same person.
Who was able to confirm that? Was that done later when the remains were transported to Dane County?
Correct. That would have been a more thorough inventory of all of the fragments collected to make sure that these essentially complete a full human male.
So the full identification was not done at Stony Brook, it was done in the medical examiner's office in Dane County, correct?
Ultimately.
And fair to say that both you and the detectives had a lot of questions on what occurred and how this could occur, true?
Yes.
And everybody was trying to figure out what happened. Is that true?
Yes.
Chain of custody was followed?
As far as the human remains that I was involved with, yes.
And the bucket, the duffel bag, the Under Armour backpack, and the blue tote, were those all taken from Stony Brook, from the Stony Brook Lane home, and brought to the police department for further examination?
I did not remove them myself, so it was likely removed by the Green Bay Police Department, but we, as the medical examiner's office, do not collect those sorts of items.
Okay, nothing further. Thank you very much.
Redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, you can step down, thank you. You can handle those exhibits, ma'am. Okay, thank you. State's next witness.
State calls Michelle Zarneski.
Going over the brand of the bags and stuff like that. I mean, I know he doesn't have a lot to work with, but it's not super effective. But we'll see where they go with this. At least this one's moving through fast. You know, this is nothing like the last one we watched.
Okay, if you want to step right up over here. And
Welcome.
If you could turn and face her and raise your right hand, she'll place you on your oath.
Welcome, my dog Clover. Welcome to the family.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter now before the court, so help you God. Please have a seat and state your name for the record. Michelle Zarneski.
MICHELLECZARNESKI.
And with that, the witness is yours, Mr. Saunders.
Thank
Easy,
you.
what?
Can
AR?
you tell us how you're employed?
I'm employed with the City of Green Bay, the Green Bay Police Department, in the forensics unit.
And how long have you been employed with the forensics unit?
Almost 5 years.
And can you outline for us what sort of training you've received for your current occupation?
I have an associate's degree in forensic science. I am a certified crime scene analyst through the International Association for Identification. And I have various other trainings related to crime scenes, including crime scene photography, alternate light source, and shooting recon.
And you've been sort of working in that capacity for the last 5 years?
Yes.
So can you outline for us, I guess, what are some of the duties you're commonly asked to perform for your department?
We were asked to process crime scenes. We would photograph, do videotape, search for evidence, and collect evidence.
And you kind of use the we. Are there other members of your team that you commonly work with?
Yes.
And who are they?
Kristen McMullen and Bailey Andre.
And is it commonly the case that you sort of work in tandem with those people in the performance of your duties?
Yes.
For instance, if one person's photographing things, the other's collecting it, things like that?
Correct.
All right. So then I want to ask you about February 23rd of 2022. Were you working in that same capacity on that day?
Yes.
Do you recall responding to a residence on Stony Brook Lane on that day?
Yes, I do.
And was another member of your team with you?
Yes.
And who is that?
Forensic specialist Bailey Andre.
And what sort of information did you learn when you arrived at that residence?
That there was a body part located in a bucket.
And I guess at that point, that's the sum of the information you had at that point?
Yes.
What did you do at that point?
Once the warrant was signed, I was able to videotape the exterior and interior of the scene. And then Bailey Andre did the photographs, and then I labeled the evidence.
So at some point when you're at the Stony Brook residence, are you involved in evidence collection?
Yes.
And can you outline for us what goes into you collecting an item of evidence?
Once we locate a piece of evidence, we would label it with either a evidence placard, or if it was a swab that needs to be collected, it would be labeled with a sticker. So each exhibit collected would have its own separate number or exhibit. Then it would be photographed, and then it would be collected.
And what sort of outfit or attire are you wearing when you're collecting these items of evidence?
We had a Tyvek suit on and rubber gloves.
And that's commonly in your practice what you wear during processing crime scenes?
These type of scenes, correct.
All right. And you did so in this case too?
Yes.
So you mentioned part of what you were doing was collecting items of evidence. Were you also taking swabs of various surfaces as well?
Yes.
And what sort of areas did you swab in this case?
If we located any kind of red substance that could possibly be blood, that was swabbed.
Okay. And did you collect a fair number of those swabs in the basement?
Yes.
Those were items that you were responsible for collecting and maintaining?
Correct.
Can you generally for us describe the process of what we mean when we're using the word swab?
It's like a Q-tip with a cap on it. It's in a separate package, so each swab is individually packaged, it's sterile. We typically have an assistant help us, so if I were swabbing, I would have clean gloves on and I would not touch anything. And in this case, forensic specialist Bailey Andre assisted me with collecting these swabs, and she would open the package of the swab, and then I would grab it without touching anything else. She would place a couple drops of distilled water on the swab without touching the distilled water to the tip of the swab itself to prevent contamination, and then I would swab the area of interest.
In addition to collecting those swabs of various surfaces. What sorts of items of evidence did you collect as well?
I collected a Clorox wipe container, a Pantene shampoo container. There was 2 dog choke collars I collected, a wooden box, a dildo, a shot bottle.
I guess as you're kind of going through the scene, does it become apparent certain items of that are located in the basement may have some evidentiary value?
Yes.
I want to ask about some of those in particular. You mentioned there were 2 dog collars that were located.
Correct.
And were those items that you collected and took into evidence?
Yes.
So I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibits 7 and 8. First, I'll ask you, do you recognize exhibit 7?
Yes, I do.
And what do you believe that to be?
It's a silver dog choke collar located on the bar table.
And how do you know that's what's contained in that envelope?
My evidence description.
Are there also various initials on the packaging as well?
Yes, there is.
And what do those signify?
My initials and then the date it was collected.
So for instance, MMC, does that refer to yourself?
Correct.
And the information signify?
It lists the evidence placard from the scene that I had placed next to this exhibit. It's my description, and then the location where it was located.
I'm also going to show you exhibit 8. Do you recognize exhibit 8?
Yes, I do.
And what do you believe exhibit 8 to be?
Silver dog choke collar chain.
And how are you able to determine that?
Again, it has my description, my initials, and date.
So both exhibits 7 and 8 were those items that you collected from the basement of the Stony Brook residence?
Yes.
And then once you collect an item of evidence, what happens to it?
It is placed in the evidence submittal room in a secure area.
Do you maintain custody and control of those items?
Yes, until it's placed into the locker.
All right. So you take an item of evidence from a location, kind of keep it in your custody and control until it's entered into the evidence room. Is that fair?
Correct.
You went through some of the items that you collected. When you were in the basement of the Stony Brook residence, did you also collect items that were determined to be knives?
Yes,
Okay. And do you recall approximately how many knives were located in that basement?
there were 6 of them.
Do you remember where they were located?
I located 3 of them in one of the bags, 2 of them in the pail, the black bucket, and then 1 of them in the teal tote.
And those 6 knives, were those items that you collected as well?
Yes.
Yeah, these were all from the kitchen of their home, the house they were in.
One of those in particular. First, I'll show you exhibit number 9. Do you recognize exhibit number 9?
Yes, I do.
And what do you believe that to be?
It's a knife with a silver blade and brown wood handle with red substance.
And is that an item that you collected?
Yes.
And if you recall, where was that knife collected from?
This was collected from a Jimmy Choo bag that was located on a TV stand in the basement.
And is that an item you collected from the basement and entered into evidence as well?
Yes.
Apart from your sort of description of what's contained in there, are there any other unique identifiers that helps you classify what that exhibit is?
Yes, it has my computer number, which is 543.
Okay. And then is that sort of a way for you to identify this is an item I collected?
Yes, each employee with the police department has its own 3-digit code.
And what item or exhibit number is that item, exhibit number 9 specifically?
543033.
And that's sort of a unique identifier to that item of evidence?
Correct.
Apart from your time, and before I leave actually the basement, when you're collecting these items of evidence, you mentioned Miss Andre is with you as well.
Yes,
Is she photographing essentially what you're doing?
correct.
And apart from your time in the basement of Stony Brook, did you process any other scene on February 23rd of 2022?
Yes, I did.
And where was that?
It was in our off-site storage location.
And I guess what did you process?
It was a Chrysler minivan.
At that point, it had been brought to the your, I guess, secure facility?
Yep.
Okay. And what did you observe or locate in the van?
We observed a crackpot box with a human remains in it. We collected several swabs from the door handles of the minivan.
The crockpot box that was located, did that contain any objects?
Yes.
And what did that contain?
I'm sorry, say that?
What did that box contain?
I believe it was human remains inside of it with some clothing.
I want to then ask about those were items we've talked about that you've collected. Was there a date that you subsequently assisted Ms. Andre with processing the specific items themselves?
Yes.
And I guess what items were processed?
The crackpot box, the Schott bottle, the Clorox wipe container, the knives.
And by process, what do we mean?
They were rephotographed. The knives were swabbed and photographed with scale. And then some items were dusted for fingerprints.
So when you're at a scene and you're swabbing a particular area, there are sometimes you do swabs on scene. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
But are there times then where you later, with individual objects, process them further?
Yes.
All right, and that's what was done in this case?
Correct.
While council's reviewing those exhibits, were you the one physically processing those exhibits on that date?
On the 25th?
Yes.
I was photographing.
Okay. And who was physically doing the swabbing of those items?
Forensic specialist Andre.
But you sort of photographed the exhibits during that process?
Evangeline Light, welcome to the family. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
I'm going to show you exhibits 10 to 15, and I'll ask you to thumb through those, and then let me know. Do you recognize exhibits 10 through 15?
Yes.
And what are those?
Exhibit 10 is a photograph of a Clorox wipes container. Exhibit 11 is the Schott bottle. Exhibit 12 is a photograph of the back of the short bottle. Exhibit 13 is a photograph of a knife. Exhibit 14 is a photograph of the knife with scale. And Exhibit 15 is a photograph of a crackpot box.
Are all those photographs that you took in this case?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for the super sticker. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
One of the things you mentioned earlier on in some of your duties sometimes, I believe you said alternative light source, is that right?
Yes.
And what is that?
ALS is a light that uses specific wavelengths to detect certain kind of materials like biological fluids, like bone, latent prints, anything that's not visible by the naked eye.
Is that something that you're trained to perform in?
Yes.
Was that done in this case?
Yes.
Can you describe when and where that was done?
It was done on the 24th in the basement.
And what specific areas were you looking at and utilizing that alternative light source method?
We used the ALS at in the shower at the basement, and then also near the mattress.
And what sort of, I guess, can you describe the process of ALS in terms of like what are you looking to locate?
We were looking to locate any type of biological evidence, specifically blood. When you use an ALS, the blood actually will absorb, so it'll appear as a dark color. At that point, then if we locate anything, we can swab it. It's more of a presumptive test, and those swabs will be sent to the crime lab.
Essentially, you're detecting things that you couldn't see by your naked eye.
Correct.
All right. And that was done on the 24th?
Correct.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Cerniski. I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination, Mr. Freeland.
Thank you. When you say the 24th, are you talking about February 24th of 2022?
Yes.
And you utilize the alternate light source method to as part of your investigation?
Correct.
Tell me a little bit more detail about that. Is it a light or what is it? What kind of device is it?
We actually had Schwaber and Public Safety come in with their Crime Light Auto. Holly Moss is the one who conducted that. So I just assisted her with it. It's a light that uses different wavelengths to be able to detect anything that you can't visually see by the naked eye.
What was that lady's name?
Holly Moss.
Holly Moss?
Correct.
So she was the one doing the ALS at Stony Brook in the basement, correct?
Correct.
And you were there to kind of observe?
And assist.
So on February 23rd of 2022, were you called in to help with the scene at 829 Stony Brook Lane?
Yes.
Were you called by Lieutenant Detective Brad Strouf?
No, I was called by now Captain Pagoon.
Okay. And both you and Specialist Andre met up at Stony Brook?
Correct.
Did you pull up in one of those big police evidence vans?
We arrived. Bailey, Andre, and I both arrived in our crime scene truck.
Okay. That's a special truck for crime scene processing?
Correct.
You've got all the supplies in the truck?
Yes.
And you rolled right up in front of 829 Stony Brook?
Correct.
And then you met with Lieutenant Strouf then at the house?
Correct.
And then a short time later, Detective Scanlon arrived on the scene?
That's correct.
And then you also met with Patrol Sergeant Kurt Brester, correct?
Correct.
And then Sergeant Brester gave you some information about the scene, correct?
Yes.
Gave you some details?
Correct.
And then you had consent from the homeowner to kind of process the scene, correct?
Correct.
And then Detective Scanlon gave both you and Specialist Andre kind of a walkthrough of the house, correct?
Correct.
Did you just go in the basement or did you go upstairs? Did you go in the kitchen area? Did you go through the whole house? What did you do?
I videotaped the entire house.
Okay. But when you went inside, did you go inside all of the areas of the house that you can?
Yes,
So you went upstairs, right?
I did, correct.
And
Thank you,
you
Zeke Floyd.
videotaped the exterior of this house, correct?
Correct.
An investigator or specialist, Andre, photographed the house as well.
Correct.
Was that the interior?
She did the interior and exterior as well.
Okay, so you both took video footage of, or you took the video footage inside and out, and she took pictures inside and out.
Correct.
Okay, trying to understand that.
Yeah.
Welcome, Pauline.
And then were you told that you had to wait because the Detective Scanlon was waiting for a search warrant?
Correct.
And you were told to wait until that process was complete, is that right?
Correct.
And after that, then you had the green light to go and do your investigation, correct?
Right.
At some point, Detective Cassie Pacula arrived as well.
That's correct.
So then you went upstairs and videotaped upstairs.
Correct.
Did you see anything that was concerning upstairs?
Not that I recall.
Welcome, Heather. No, welcome to the family.
You had to turn on some lights in multiple rooms to get a better view, correct?
Correct.
And then at some point, is it fair to say that the Brown County investigator Petra Schwab came there?
Correct.
And also the forensic pathologist from Dane County, Dr. Vincent Tranquita, he also arrived?
Yes.
A lot of people at the house, correct?
Yes.
Thank you, Nancy Jennings.
There were some cell phones on the kitchen table, those were collected, correct?
Correct.
And then you assisted with collecting these different phones, correct?
That's correct.
One maybe it was a blue one, there were two blue ones and a black one.
I don't recall the colors they were.
They each had a different colored case, correct?
Yes.
Then you did some swabbing of DNAs on these cell phones, is that right?
I don't recall if I swabbed the cell phones.
You did a lot of different swabs of the door and the locks and the handles and all of that, correct?
That's correct.
You did swabs of diapers downstairs, toys, flooring, correct?
Correct.
You entered and collected different items of evidence, correct?
Correct.
Fair to say that on the floor in the basement living area of Stony Brook, you collected a black and purple pipe,
Yes.
and on a TV stand, a clear and white glass pipe,
Correct.
and on the TV stand in the basement, a green gem bag with a crystal powder,
Yes.
and on the TV stand in the basement, a Samsung cell phone, correct?
Correct.
Did you go with Dr. Tranquita and look around in that basement area as you come down the stairs and go to the right?
Did I go with Doctor?
Yes.
He was there.
Did you walk around though to look at things?
Yes.
Did you see a black and blue Jimmy Choo bag?
Yes.
Was that on the TV stand?
Correct.
And inside of that, was there anything in there?
There was bags and then there was some human remains in there as well.
And then did you see a pink and black Under Armour bag?
Yes.
Where did you see that?
That was on the floor next to the bed.
And when you say bed, are you talking about stacked mattresses?
Correct.
And Dr. Tranquita moved that Under Armour bag, correct?
Yes.
And he was the one that removed the contents?
Correct.
Were you there when he was doing that?
Yes.
And where was that Under Armour bag, do you know?
It was on the floor
By a dresser or a bed?
next to the mattresses on the
Okay,
floor.
thank you. And Did you list all of the different things that you observed down there?
Yes,
And gave them all exhibit numbers, correct?
correct.
I think you mentioned finding a dildo, correct?
Correct.
Where was that?
I believe it was in a closet.
Okay. Down in the basement?
Correct.
So if you come down the stairs, if you go to the right, would you find it, or would you find it if you went to the left?
To the right.
To the right? In a closet, was it on a shelf?
It was in a brown box, wooden box.
Okay.
On a shelf.
Was the box open or closed?
I don't recall. I think it was closed.
Okay. Did you open it? Did you open the
I
box
wasn't
to
the
see
one
what
who
was in it?
located it.
You located it?
I didn't locate it.
Okay.
I was informed that it
Okay.
was there.
But then you went and take a picture of it, correct?
Correct.
And did you open it to see what was inside the box?
Yes.
When you photographed it, did you take it out?
Yes.
On the mattress or on the bed, was there a cell phone on there?
Yes.
Did you label that and take a picture of that?
Yes.
As far as reports are concerned, did Holly Moss do a report on the alternate light source?
Yes, she did.
On the shout bottle, did it have like charcoal on the outside of the bottle? Could you take a look
Are
at
you
that exhibit?
referencing this picture?
Yeah, that exhibit, I think it's 11. Is that charcoal or what is that on
No,
there?
that'll be fingerprint coater.
Okay, what is that? Tell me what that's for.
It's to enhance fingerprints.
To see if there's fingerprints on there?
Correct.
Okay, did you see any?
Yes.
Did you dust for fingerprints on any of these other items that have been offered in evidence, exhibits 10 through 15?
I did not dust for fingerprints this day. Forensic specialist Bailey Andre did.
Okay. Which items did she dust for fingerprints on, do you know?
I don't know.
When you went to the off-site storage, was that on the same day on February 23rd of 2022?
Yes.
Do you remember what time you got to Stony Brook?
I don't recall.
Was it in the morning or afternoon? Do you
It
know?
was morning.
Morning. Were you done by noon?
No,
How long were you there, you think?
quite a few hours.
Okay, into the afternoon?
Yes,
And then after that, did you go right over to the storage unit?
we did.
And in the storage unit, there was this gold Chrysler Town and Country minivan.
Correct.
And were you told by investigators that you needed to take some photographs and look at the contents of what's inside of that minivan?
Yes,
And then you dusted for fingerprints on the van as well?
correct.
Was Specialist Andre with you when you went to the storage facility?
Correct.
So it was you, Investigator Andre, Dr. Tranquita, and then some detectives?
Yes.
Who were the detectives that were there?
Detective Scanlon, Detective Cassie Pacula. There was a few others as well.
Detective Groff or not?
I don't recall.
How long were you at the storage facility looking at the contents of the van?
A few hours.
Were you done by 5 o'clock or did it go after 5? Do you
I
know?
don't recall the exact times.
It was a long day though, correct?
Correct.
And when you got there, you had to put on new PPE gear?
Correct.
And what were you told to do when you got to the storage facility?
Swab the door handles, interior and exterior, the steering wheel, search for items of interest, photograph it.
Had anybody been inside the minivan before you got there?
Not to my knowledge.
The back hatch was closed?
Correct.
When you got there, then you saw it opened?
We opened it.
Who opened it?
I believe I did.
And then take me through what you did from there, could you?
Once we processed the back of the minivan, then we went to the passenger side, or the driver side. Opened the door and I seen the crockpot box there, and we searched that and located human remains in there.
In that minivan, there was all kinds of stuff in there, wasn't there?
There wasn't too much stuff in there.
Well,
Thank you,
there was
Debbie.
the crock pot box, correct?
Correct.
Was there a laundry basket in there?
There was.
And then there was all kinds of other items in there, correct?
There was like a cooler in the back hatch. Just some other odds and ends, but it wasn't terrible.
Clothes?
Yes.
Flag?
I'm sorry, what?
A flag?
I don't recall.
But it filled up the back of the minivan, didn't it?
For the most part, I guess.
And the minivan windows, were they tinted?
I don't recall.
But the human remains were in this crock pot box?
Correct.
And who processed that?
Dr. Tranchita removed it from the vehicle and then removed the contents from it.
You didn't touch it, correct?
I touched it initially and realized that it kind of shifted and just kind of had an instinct that there was body remains in there.
When you opened the hatch, did you know what was in that box?
The crockpot box
Yeah.
that was in the driver's side passenger, the middle seat.
Okay. Did you know what was in the box before you opened the
No.
hatch? You were surprised?
Yes.
Who did this minivan belong to? Do you know?
I don't know.
You didn't get involved in that, correct?
No.
And then when the minivan was done being processed, then you packed it up and you left?
Correct.
You and investigator Andre?
Correct.
And your title is forensic specialist, correct?
That's correct.
Can you tell me what does that mean?
We process crime scenes, process evidence that's collected by officers in our lab. We process evidence that we collect in our lab, document crime scenes.
Take samples?
Correct.
Dust for prints?
Correct.
Are you fully trained to do alternate light source testing on your own?
Yes.
Why did you have Holly Mays there from Ashwaubenon then?
At the time that she had a better piece of equipment than we had, it was more up to date.
And can you tell me about that equipment quickly?
It's called a Crime Light Auto. It has a built-in camera. So for us to be able to do what she did, we would have had to photograph things with our separate camera and use flashlights to be able to identify what she was able to identify all in one.
Okay. What is the device like? What does it look like? Does it look like a flashlight or what does it look like?
It's kind of like an iPad.
Okay.
It's got a camera lens in the front.
Okay. All right. Nothing further. Thank you very much.
Redirect? No. Okay, thank you. You can step down.
Okay. The questions, yeah, are they are what they are. But think about if you were the attorney,
Your Honor.
what would you ask? What is there to ask?
Your Honor.
Are you offering those exhibits?
Yeah, I can do it now. I would move 7 through 15.
Any objection?
No.
Those will be received.
Your Honor, could we take a short break? I need to.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take an afternoon break for about 10 minutes. All rise for the jury. Thank you.
So, you know, he has to ask something. yeah, she can't claim ineffective counsel. He's literally covered every bit of evidence and then some. He's covering his own tail in the process. I mean, there's not a lot of things he can ask. You know, this would be a hard case to be an attorney on because there's a lot of, I mean, like, what do you even say? You know, I don't know how, and he's literally taking notes, you know, as they're writing, or I'm sorry, he's writing, you know, taking notes or whatever as they're questioning, and then he's just kind of repeating stuff and then throwing in questions about clutter and PPE. So there's really not a lot that he has to work with. So, you know, I get it. He's doing the best he can with what he's given. And he ain't given a whole lot here. So, you know, I kind of feel bad for him. You know, it reminds me of when we had on Night Court, when we had Kurt on there and he was talking about having to defend Jodi Arias. And, you know, it kind of makes me think of that. Like, you might not like your client. You might feel, you know, you might have personal feelings, but when you're there, you have to do your job. You have to do the best with, you know, what you're given. So, yikes. But let's see. He's doing what he can to be effective counsel and not have room for mistrial. Yeah. There's not a lot, you know. I feel bad for him too. I really do, because I was thinking when he was asking these questions, I was like, if I were in that situation, what would I be asking? And I got nothing. So I feel bad for him, at least for that. Hey Tish. Tish says, working for public defender, we get cases we have no choice. You have to represent the best you can. They legit want to give a good defense. I get that. It would be really hard to, you know, defend certain clients and to go through certain cases. I can see how that would be really difficult, and I don't know what I would say up there. Let's see. You can't, that's good, jippity bippity. You can't pick the client. I feel for an attorney out or put in that position, you can't pick the client. Tommy, is this the same one she elbowed in the head on pretrial? No. Shockingly, he did not continue representing her after that. So, yeah. So, no, this is not the same one. This is a different one. But y'all, he seems like he trusts her. Like, you know, he even handed her a pen yesterday, and he put a pen down on the table, and I think he trusts her more than any of the rest of us seem to, because I think all of us were nervous watching the pen and trying to make sure nothing happened. But he seemed like he, you know, that he was just as trusting as he could be. Let's see. Oh, camera changes. Great decorum in this courtroom. Yes, this one has actually, look at how smoothly this has run, and how, you know, how quickly we're moving through witnesses and how quickly we're just going through everything. It's impressive. Let's see. Every time they do stuff like that, it scares me because my whole screen over here. I have huge monitors, and it scares me when that stuff because I think it's something I did. Let's see. Rose Renee says because he knows she's highly medicated and he's her last lawyer, they're going to give her 3 strikes, you're out, Taylor. Oh yeah, this is the third attorney. She's not doing so well on the making it through the attorneys, but Patches says he is being very trusting to Taylor, more trusting than I would be. Selena said that picture looks different than today. Yeah, a lot of people were talking about this, about how different she looks with makeup and all of that. I mean, I guess, you know, a lot of people do, but she does. She still looks mean as a rattlesnake, though. That stare. Let's see. Shell Lady Karma says, because this one doesn't really need a trial, she's already confessed. They're basically going through the motions of a proceeding. Yeah, she not only said it was her, she said she enjoyed it. She gave descriptions of how she did it. She, told them that she would have these, different, like, where they would find the different body parts and organs and stuff. So we've done, we've gone through that, and we know that, but it's the whole thing. I think what's going to be the most interesting to me is the battle of the experts, hearing the expert testimony about, was she, insane, mental defect, or was she not, all of that. So it's interesting. Definitely interesting. Oh my goodness, Kaylin, her jailhouse phone calls, that would be interesting to see. I wonder what all there could possibly be. Let's see. So Auntie Candy says she cleaned up, she moved things, she's fully aware of all things. That's my biggest thing too. Is like she, even said something about having the bucket to go dump the blood into the shower, like planning out how this was going to go down. And so if you're putting that much thought into it, then you're aware of what you're doing. So, and then, some people have mentioned the phone. I'm not sure if the phone is going to be admitted or not, but, and she, if it is, that they may be talking about some of the searches and things like that you are mentioning. So we'll have to see if that comes up. I'll be curious because I know that she said when she was talking to police that this was not planned. It was just something that she did in the moment and then, went on through with it. So I guess we'll see. I don't know I feel sure they had to have checked it. I just don't know if there was anything on there that was of any importance. So I guess we'll find out. They did mention collecting the phone. So I guess we'll see what they said. She says, have you noticed the lawyer has not put that pen down? He did this morning and all of us were terrified. And I have not seen him do it since then, but she was eyeballing it earlier when he put it down. So all of us were scared. There was a quick conversation with the judge and the defense lawyer just after the Law and Crime stream cut out, but Court TV played it regarding defense potential witnesses. What did they say? I can go back and try to find it if you have the timestamp on the Court TV one. They have to show the interrogation video, right, where she admitted she did it. I would think so. I would think so, because everything after she, was read her Miranda rights would be stuff that they would enter in. And I know that on the stuff they said on the PCA, they had talked about, after she was read her Miranda rights, then she, all of these things we talked about after they specifically mentioned that. So I would think that will be interesting, especially if it was, if it's video, because oh gosh, could you imagine? I've seen how she behaved during that. Thank you for the super chat. What's her plea? She originally entered a plea of not guilty, and then she amended that plea to NGI. So they're going for insanity. So we have, battle of the experts coming up. So we'll see what they have to say. Let's see.
There's some reason you didn't have before the jury brought back?
No.
Mr. Freilich?
No.
So where we go? Bring in the jury.
How do you defend that? Confident to stand trial. So they'll have to. Before that said she is confident.
Okay, be seated. Is the state ready to call your next witness?
Yes, the state calls Bailey.
Okay, if you want to step right up over here, and before you have a seat, if you can turn and face her and raise your right hand, she will place you under hold.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter now before the court, so help you God. I do. Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
Bailey Andre, Baeleigh, Andre, Andrae.
Okay, and with that, the witness is yours, Mr. Saunders.
All right. Can you tell us how you're employed?
I'm employed with the Green Bay Police Department as a forensic specialist.
And we just heard from Ms. Sarneski. Is she a colleague of yours?
Yes.
You work in the same unit?
Yes.
Okay. And I guess in your words, what do you describe your duties as?
We process crime scenes, whether that's photographing, videotaping, collecting evidence, processing for fingerprints, processing for DNA. We also go out and collect surveillance video for cases, and then processing evidence in-house for fingerprints and DNA as well.
And can you outline the training you've received as part of your current occupation?
Yeah. So I went to UW Platteville. I have a bachelor's in forensics investigation. I also have a bachelor's in criminal justice. And then from there, I've gone to ongoing trainings while I was employed with the Green Bay Police Department in their forensic unit related to forensic science for crime scenes, also for fingerprints. And then recently I've gotten IAI certified to certification for crime scene processing as well.
I want to direct your attention to February 23rd of 2022. Were you working as a forensic specialist on that day?
Yes.
And did you respond to a residence on Stony Brook Lane on that day?
Yes.
And I guess what information did you have originally when you arrived at that residence?
I was instructed that there was a head in a bucket and that we were investigating a homicide scene.
What was your role, I guess, in conducting that investigation?
I did all the photographs at the scene and then assisted with taking swabs and assisted with collecting some of the evidence.
And were you working with Ms. Sarneski?
Yes.
All right. So your role in photographing, you also assisted in collecting items of evidence. Is there anything that you maintained custody of yourself?
No.
Who was that done by?
Michelle Charneski.
Okay. So your role is kind of more the photographing end of things.
Yes.
All right.
Look, she moved her hand up, and I was like, what's she reaching for? Yes, this is the forensics person. She was doing forensics on that day. Taylor's face. Yeah, her hands are loose. When she stood up earlier, you know, a lot of times they won't have them shackled and stuff because they don't want the jury to see them like that. It puts them in a bad light or whatever. So, but it's still a little bit surprising with her just because of her outburst in court before.
All right. I'm going to show you what's been marked. It's 16 through 54. You could look at those and let me know when you're done.
I don't think that there's any way she would testify. Yeah, I can't imagine she testify either. I mean, think about it. They already have all those conversations with her about, you know, how she did it and all of that. So what else is there that she could possibly say? Teresa, no, she actually pled not guilty and then changed it to not guilty because of insanity. This is a different attorney than the one she attacked. Update on Carly Russell. There will be a press conference on her case at 5 Eastern. We will watch it. This may still be going. So we'll play it by ear on how we do it if we
Have you had the chance to review all those exhibits?
pause this and watch that or
And do you
finish this and watch
recognize,
that. But
each
we'll
of those
watch it.
exhibits?
Yes.
And what are those?
These are all photographs that I took at the Stony Brook address of the scene and areas of interest and items of interest within the scene.
And were all those taken on February 23rd, 2022?
Yes.
Okay. And when you're taking these photographs, actually, I'll start here. Apart from Ms. Sarneski, are there other officers with your department as well as medical examiner personnel who are present?
Yes.
Are they all sort of involved in, I guess, locating items of evidence?
Yes.
The photographs that you're taking, do they depict the scene prior to removal or messing with some of those items of evidence?
Yes.
All right, so the photographs are done first and then an item is collected.
Yes.
All right. So the exhibits we just referred to in exhibits 16 through 54, do they appear to fairly and accurately depict the scene in the basement that you encountered on February 23rd?
Yes.
I'd move exhibit 16 through 54.
I'd ask that the court delay that decision until I get a chance to cross-examine on some of these pictures.
I'm satisfied that she's laid the foundation for them. Certainly, cross-examination is permissible, and whether they get published to the jury is another issue, but I'm going to receive the photos based upon the foundation that's been laid, and we'll go from there.
Thank you.
Your Honor,
Yes.
further argument as to Exhibit 45, there's an objection that's more prejudicial than probative. And then as to 46 and 47, they're duplicitous, essentially the same pictures, but maybe a different angle. And same thing for 51 and 52, that they're kind of like doubles. So that's my objection.
Okay, very good. Go ahead.
Thank you. So apart from photographing the scene and assisting Ms. Sarneski with collecting those items, is that the sum of your involvement in the basement on February 23rd?
Yes.
Were you involved in part of this investigation in another location on that day?
Yes.
And where was that?
It's an off-site storage facility.
And what did you do when you got to the off-site storage facility?
We processed a vehicle that we had a warrant signed for.
And do you recall what sort of vehicle it was?
Yep, it was a Town and Country minivan.
Remember the color?
Gold.
And at that point, it had already been transferred to the Green Bay Police Department facility?
Yes.
And what was your role, I guess, in processing the van?
I was doing photographs again, so I photographed the van itself and then items of interest, areas of interest.
Okay.
The witness looks like that girl on Teen Moms. Macy, I think maybe. We basically casted this whole movie so far.
Sandra, I'm showing that's been marked exhibits 55, 56, and 57. I'll ask you if you recognize those exhibits.
Yes.
And what are those exhibits?
These are photographs of the back passenger driver's side of the minivan, which includes a crock pot box and a body part inside the crock pot box, and then the crock pot box empty.
Are those photographs that you took?
Yes.
And do those appear to fairly and accurately depict the van as you encountered it on February 23rd, 2022?
Yes.
I'd move exhibits 55, 56, and 57.
Your Honor, objection to 56 and 57 on grounds that they're more prejudicial than probative.
Okay, well, I'll hold receipt of those then in advance. I'll receive 55 and rule on 56, 57 at the break.
Christy Aiken, upgraded membership. Welcome to your upgrade, Christy Aiken.
And your involvement with respect to the investigation of the van was strictly photographing the scene?
Yes, and then assisting Sharneski with the swabs.
I want to ask you then about February 24th of 2022. Were you involved in any investigative steps on that date?
Yes.
And what specifically did you do on that date?
We went back out to the Stony Brook house and we processed that scene. We took additional photographs. We collected additional evidence. We swabbed additional areas. We also used an alternate light source camera, and then we did Blue Star as well.
And I'm going to ask you, what is Blue Star?
Blue Star is a chemical reagent that reacts with the hemoglobin in the blood, and it's a presumptive field test.
So it's a presumptive indicator of blood, but obviously it's not a lab test of sorts?
Correct.
Okay. Are you trained in kind of utilizing and conducting investigations using Blue Star?
Yes.
Okay. And I guess when you apply Blue Star to an area, what happens?
Areas that would be positive would glow.
That's true.
Did yourself and any other members of your department apply Blue Star to areas of the basement?
Yes.
Sorry, which areas?
The shower and the bed and floor area over by the bed.
And did you then photograph, I guess, the results of some of those testings?
Yes.
It says she was walking around at supper service with nothing on but what God gave her. Can you imagine the two of them in a cell? Can you imagine being the guard that has to deal with those two in a cell? Do you think we will go the whole trial without the jury seeing one grisly photo? I know that they kept some of them out.
Yes.
And what do you believe those exhibits are?
These are photographs of the shower area with just natural light or a white light showing just different areas that were swabbed. So it'd be a bunch of sample stickers. And then it goes into photographs of the Blue Star reagent where I photographed it on the side of the shower, on the bottom of the shower, on the shelf of the shower. And then there's 2 photographs that show the floor area underneath the bed. Half of that area is concrete, half of it is a carpet, and then one photograph is in like a natural white light, and the other photograph is showing the Blue Star reagent.
Are those photographs that you took yourself?
Yes.
And those appear to be fair reproductions of the photographs you took on February 24th?
Yes.
I'd move 58 through 63.
Any objection?
No objection.
58 through 63 will be received.
And then I'd ask permission to publish as well.
58 through 63?
Yes, sorry, 58 through 63.
You can publish those to the jury.
Thank you. All right. I feel a little hard with the glare. There's also a screen in front of you. Ms. Andres,
Screen's right down there, if you can see it.
So does this appear to be Exhibit 58?
Yes.
Okay. And what does this depict?
Just an overall photograph of the shower area. You can see a bunch of stickers throughout the shower. It's sample stickers for areas of interest that we swabbed. But this isn't just like a natural white light.
Essentially, this is your naked eye looking at the shower.
Yes.
All right. And then Exhibit 59.
So that's going to be the edge of the shower, and that's that Blue Star reagent reacting on the edge of the shower, and that's actually the left side. It's a photograph of it.
So the sort of bluish highlighted area, is that the Blue Star reacting in those areas?
Yes.
All right. And then Exhibit 60.
Yep. So that's an overall photograph of the bottom of the shower. and that'd be the blue star reacting with that floor area and drain area of the shower. And then you can see on the right-hand side is the sides of that little like ledge.
And is that then 61?
Yep, and then 61 is an overall photograph of that ledge with the blue star reagent reacting in that shower.
And then are we looking at exhibit 62 at this point?
Can you repeat yourself?
Sorry, is this exhibit 62 that we're looking at? It's a little hard with the glare.
Do you need the light off over there?
If we could, Judge. So is this exhibit 62?
Yes.
Okay. And what does exhibit 62 depict?
This is the floor area outside of the shower. And I did originally describe it as that of the rug, or not rug, of the carpet in the concrete area, but it is outside the shower. It is very hard to see printed also as well. And you can see the pipe going into the little shower drain right there. And the shower is on the right-hand side.
So essentially, it's difficult to see, but it shows that shower drain area that we observed earlier, exhibit 58.
It's a different drain.
Okay. Yeah. Which drain is this?
This is the outside drain. So there's a drain inside the shower, and then there's a drain just outside the shower. And the drain from the shower itself drains to this drain.
Okay. So then I'm going to pull up exhibit 58 quick. Which drain are you referring to as being depicted in exhibit 62?
The one that's on the very bottom of the photo.
Sort of looks like on the concrete level as opposed to in the shower itself?
Yes.
All right. So then exhibit 63, actually I will have to pull that up. All right, so are we looking at exhibit 63 then?
Yes.
Okay, and what area is exhibit 63 depicting of that basement?
This is the concrete and the carpet area that's underneath the bed. We moved the bed to search underneath for any items of interest, areas of interest.
So the area that we're looking at in exhibit 63, was this, I guess at one point, under the mattresses that were located in the basement?
Yes.
Okay, and you said you had to move those mattresses to see this area?
Yes.
And I guess the area that we're looking at exhibit 63, is that suspected to be blood or other biological material? The mattress itself, the top mattress that was in the basement when you were there on the 23rd, did that have an area of blood spot on it?
It did have red substance, yes.
I guess in your observations, did it appear that the red substance we're seeing in exhibit 63 had sort of soaked through the mattress at all, or was it, I guess, were you able to determine its origin at any point?
It did soak through the mattress, and we did look into it further to see how far, but not to determine where it came from.
Okay. I guess how far did it soak through the mattress?
Calls for speculation objection.
It's based on a direct observation.
I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead and answer it.
So how far did it soak through the mattress?
It went through multiple layers of the mattress. I don't know exactly how many inches it went down.
Sort of you're talking about the top mattress?
Correct.
Okay, not the other mattresses that were below it?
Correct.
There wasn't signs of soaking through or anything like that in those mattresses?
No.
Okay, thank you. Then I want to ask about February 25th of 2022. Did you assist Michelle Zarneski with processing items of evidence on that day?
Yes.
And what, I guess, items did you process?
We processed the shampoo bottle. We processed Clorox wipe container, shout bottle, a bunch of knives, the crock pot box, a rag,
that
a
accent.
towel, pair of shorts. And there might have been another thing. We processed a bunch of evidence that day.
Sure. So what was, I guess, your role specifically in processing those items of evidence?
So I took all the swabs that day and then collected all the samples for that. And then I also dusted for fingerprints and then collected the fingerprints that were obtained.
I'm going to show you it's previously been marked exhibits 11, 12, 13, and 15. Do you recognize what those depict?
Yes.
And I'm going to ask to publish 11, 12, 13, and 15, Your Honor.
The objection?
No.
All right, those can be published.
All right. So once we come through here, okay, so does this appear to be depicting exhibit 11 that we're looking at on the screen?
Yes.
Okay. And what is exhibit 11 depicting?
It's a photograph of the shout bottle. It also has a latent that's labeled on it as latent 2.
Okay, I want to pause here and ask about that. So what are latents?
Latents are going to be fingerprints that are not visible to the human eye unless they're processed with either like a powder or a chemical or with super glue, or you can also do different lights at oblique angles as well.
Are you trained in, I guess, dusting or however, whatever the word is, items for fingerprinting?
Yes.
All right. You've done that in the past on cases?
Yes.
It's part of your common duties in the evidence department for the Green Bay Police Department?
Yes.
All right. So the sort of black, I guess, substance that we're seeing on the shout bottle, what is that?
That is that powder. So once we took all of our DNA samples from this exhibit, then I dusted it with a traditional black powder, and then we searched it and then labeled any latents that were, I guess, deemed suitable or showed any ridge detail for comparison purposes.
What do you mean by a latent being deemed suitable?
So there's a difference between having like an outline or what looks to be a fingerprint or like a smear of a fingerprint. Fingerprints are ridges. So if you have enough ridges and minutia, you'd be able to do comparison purposes. So with fingerprints, you need enough, and there's not essentially deemed what you need for enough. It's just that as a comparator, you would have to be able to look at it and see if you have any enough unique characteristics to make a comparison and say it would be a hit.
So there are times, I guess, when you observe something that looks like a fingerprint, but you're not able to compare it to anything. Is that fair?
Yes.
All right. So as we look at Exhibit 11, then there's appears to be a label called latent 2. What does that signify?
That's the second latent that was located while we were processing this evidence that day.
The first latent, was that able to be developed any further?
No.
This second latent print, were you able to compare that to any other known fingerprint?
Yes.
And in the course of this investigation, did you have cause to compare that to a fingerprint card of Ms. Taylor Schabusiness?
Yes.
And what were the results of that comparison?
Latent 2 was a hit. I don't remember which finger offhand. It's all written in the details.
Okay. But there was a comparison or a match, I suppose?
Yes.
be fair to say that you processed a lot of items of evidence in this case?
Yes.
All right. Would refreshing your details help you remember the match that was associated with Schabusiness?
Yes.
All right. Showing you Exhibit 64. Do you recognize Exhibit 64?
Yes.
And what is that?
This is my set of details that I wrote for my comparison that I did on May 14th, 2022. And it's for the comparison of 4 different latents that were collected for this case, one being latent 2.
I'd ask you if you could review Exhibit 64, and I'll then ask if that helped refresh your recollection with respect to the comparison of latent 2. Please just let me know when you're completed.
I'm all good.
Okay. And in comparing latent 2 that we're looking at here, what comparison was able to be made with respect to Schabusiness's fingerprints?
It was a hit to the right middle finger of Schabusiness's 10-print card.
And I guess what's a 10-print card?
Anytime someone gets booked into jail, there'll be a 10-print card collected or palm print card collected. And then it would be essentially connected to that record.
Okay. So I then want to look at Exhibit 12. Does that appear to be Exhibit 12 that we're projecting here?
Yes.
Okay. And Exhibit 12, does that depict the same shout bottle as Exhibit 11?
Yes.
Sort of on the different side of it?
Yes.
And there's a sticker that's affixed to that. What does that signify?
That is latent 3. So that's the 3rd latent that we located in this case when we were processing the evidence.
And was latent 3 able to be compared to any other known sample?
Yes.
Okay. And in comparing latent 3, was one of those fingerprints you compared it to that of Schabusiness?
Yes.
And were any matches made?
Yes.
And what did latent 3 match with?
Latent 3 matched with the right thumb of Schabusiness's 10-print card and hit with the left ring finger of Schabusiness's 10-print card.
So there were multiple, latents or fingerprints that were located in this area?
Objection leading.
So were there multiple, fingerprints located in this latent 3 area?
Yes.
And then want to ask about Exhibit 13. Is that still in front of you? Is that what we're looking at here?
Yes.
Okay. And what is Exhibit 13?
This is a knife with a brown handle and silver blade. And it's the photograph of it showing 2 different areas of interest that we were going to swab, one being the handle itself and one being the blade.
And did you take any swabs from that item?
Yes.
Where did you swab on that item?
One was from the blade and one was from the handle.
So we're looking at 13 here. Sample 14 and 15 are sort of shown in labels. Are those the different areas that you would have swabbed?
Yes.
Okay, so for instance, sample 15 of this exhibit, that would have been the blade area.
Yes.
And do you recall what areas of the blade you swabbed?
The entire blade.
Okay. Including the silver part and the red part?
Yes.
Your Honor, I've got an objection. We've got a knife up on the screen. I thought that was 13. Now he's talking about 15. So go ahead. Go ahead.
Sample 15 is the swabbing of the blade. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And this is still exhibit 13.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Sorry.
The labels next to them, I think 15 and 14. Go ahead.
Just hard to see on the screen. I see it now.
Sure. So the sample that you took of the blade area, how did you collect that sample?
We always use sterile, clean gloves. One person puts gloves on, they don't touch anything. Someone else assists with handing them a swab. So then they are holding the swab, the person that has the sterile gloves on. The assister would put distilled water on the swab itself, and then the person that's swabbing would swab the item or area of the item that is getting the sample taken for.
And then is that the process and protocol you used in this case?
Yes.
What did you do with the swab once you collected it?
It goes into a swab box, and then the swab box itself and swab gets entered into evidence as an exhibit.
And is that what you did for sample 15 here?
Yes.
And you then entered it into the Green Bay Police Department evidence room?
Yes.
Thank you. Then is exhibit 15, court exhibit 15, is that still in front of you?
Yes.
Okay. And what does exhibit 15 depict?
This is a photograph of the inside of the crock pot box, and there is a sample sticker on the glove that's in the photograph, but it's very hard to see as it was washed out with the flash or with the camera, with how much light it was pulling back in.
Did you process the crock pot box as well in terms of swabbing it?
Yes.
What area did you swab, if you recall?
I believe it was the red substance inside the box.
Sort of on the bottom of the box as we're looking at it?
Yes.
All right. And that sample that you collected of that area of the box, did you use the same protocol in collecting this swab as the previous one we talked about?
Yes.
Okay, and that was also entered into evidence at the Green Bay Police Department?
Yes.
Thank you. Did you also, apart from those items we just reviewed, have the chance as part of this case to swab a item that was recovered that was described as a dildo?
Yes.
Okay, and you were asked to, I guess, process that item further?
Yes.
Do you recall the date that would have been?
That was March 4th, 2022.
Show you exhibit 65. Do you recognize exhibit 65?
Yes.
And what is that?
It's an overall photograph of the packaging and of the dildo along with a sample 1 sticker next to it.
Is that an item of evidence that you would have swabbed in this case?
Yes.
Okay. And the photograph as well?
Yes.
You took the photograph?
Yes.
Don't show the photograph,
remove
don't show the
exhibit
photograph.
65.
Any objection?
No.
65 is received.
The sample sticker that's sort of denoted in that photograph, what does that signify?
So that's sample 1. And typically when we start a new day, even if it's the same case, we'll start over with sample 1 through whatever we end up going to, just so that there's no confusion on duplicating samples. So this would be sample 1 because this was a new day that I was processing this single item.
The swab that you took of that object, where specifically were you swabbing, if you remember?
It was the entire thing.
And that swab that you collected, was that done in the same manner that you described earlier?
Yes.
Was it also then similarly submitted into the evidence room?
Yes.
Yeah, they're showing them to the jury, the ones that they're going over. We just aren't seeing some of the more graphic things.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have nothing further.
Mr. Freilich.
Exhibit 65, the dildo, why did it take so long to have that swabbed?
Sometimes items don't get swabbed right away, and then later in the investigation, detectives will request items to be swabbed. So I was just requested to swab this.
Okay, and that was done on March 4th of 2022?
Correct.
Where did you locate it?
Locate.
Where did you do the swabbing?
Oh, at the station. So at the Green Bay Police Department.
Okay. So on February 23rd of 2022, you worked with forensic specialist Sarnecki to process a gold minivan, correct?
Yes.
Was it a Chrysler Town and Country minivan?
Yes.
And that was at the storage facility?
Yes.
And you processed the minivan for DNA, latent prints, and other items of interest, is that correct?
Yes.
And you had a chance to look at it, correct?
Yes.
You walked around the outside of it?
Yes.
You saw the inside of it, correct?
Yes.
Who else was there? Specialist Zarnecki.
There was multiple detectives and then also a medical examiner's office, including a doctor and one of their investigators.
Was it Dr. Tranquita and Petra Schwab?
Yes.
What time of the day were you there? Do you know? Like, did you get there in the morning, in the afternoon?
For the vehicle or
Yes, for the vehicle.
for the vehicle? That was in the afternoon.
Okay. How long were you there at the storage facility?
Maybe an hour, 2 hours.
Okay. And you took pictures?
Correct.
And then you met other detectives there, Detective Liberta, Detective Cassie Pacala, Detective Bry, Detective Scanlon, Dr. Tranquita, and Investigator Petra Schwab. Is that right?
Yes.
You took pictures of the interior and the exterior of this minivan, correct?
Yes.
And you labeled and photographed areas of interest. Is that fair?
Yes.
And Specialist Zarnecki did the swabbing. Is that fair?
Yes.
The van, did you find two papers for a Wisconsin certificate of vehicle registration for that vehicle?
Yes.
Was that for a Scott M. Tomes?
Yes.
And that paperwork was found in the glove box?
Correct.
And then you found did you find a Wisconsin title and license plate application for Scott Tomes for this vehicle in the glove box as well?
Yes.
And then you also found a DMV registration receipt in the glove box. Is that fair?
Yes.
For what you knew, the owner of this vehicle was Scott Tomes, correct?
Yes.
Did you watch as Specialist Zarnecki removed items from the trunk?
Yes.
Did she open the gate of the minivan, or did someone else?
I don't remember.
Okay. But you were there and you're watching what was going on, correct?
Yes.
Observing, correct?
Yes.
This is a minivan, so it has a side door that slides, correct?
Yes.
Inside the vehicle, was it such that you saw a crock pot box, correct?
Yes.
And that was sitting inside of a laundry basket, correct?
Yes.
Inside the laundry basket, there were clothes that were folded or stacked, correct?
Yes.
And this laundry basket was sitting on a seat behind the driver's side.
Yes.
There was also a cooler in this vehicle, correct?
Correct.
There was absolutely nothing in the cooler, correct?
Correct.
You did not find the crock pot box. That was Specialist Zarnecki, correct?
Yes.
And Specialist Zarnecki removed all the items from inside the crock pot box, correct?
I believe it was Dr. Trinkrita that did remove the items from the crockpot box.
Okay. And you put labels on anything you found to be of interest, correct?
Yes.
There were areas of interest that were swabbed and processed for DNA. Is that fair?
Yes.
And then they would be given sample numbers, correct?
Yes.
And is it true that a mistake was made because there were two different areas of interest that were labeled by a sample 12 by mistake?
Correct.
And there were a total of 14 samples collected from the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Tell me a little bit about the mistake that was made. What happened there?
I labeled samples 1 through 12, and then Charneski labeled samples 12, the second one, and then 13. I guess I wouldn't know. We probably relayed the message that we thought we had less samples, but we didn't.
Okay. How did you rectify that then? Did you take some action to fix it?
Fixing it, I guess, would just be describing the samples itself. So when we enter them into evidence, they get a description of what areas that sample is truly from.
You also photographed some items that Specialist Zarneski found, correct?
Yes.
One being an empty pill bottle for Scott Tomes for oxycodone, correct?
I don't recall what the bottle was, but yes, I did take a photograph of a bottle prescribed for him.
And that was in the driver's side door, correct?
Yes.
The next day, on February 24th of 2022, you and Specialist Zarnecki followed up by processing the residents at 829 Stony Brook Lane, correct?
Correct.
Can you tell me why you didn't go over to Stony Brook Lane the same day on February 23rd?
We already worked long hours, and everyone needed to take a break and get some sleep and rest.
That's kind of standard practice, yes?
Yes.
So then what time did you get over to Stony Brook Lane on February 24th of 2022? If you know, like, was it morning? Was it the afternoon?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you know how long you were there?
I believe it was for a couple hours.
Okay. And where did you investigate, or where did you look around? Was it the whole house, just the basement? Can you tell me?
Just the basement.
Other detectives were there as well?
Yes.
And did your partner, Specialist Zarnecki, ask for assistance from an evidence technician at the Ashwaubenon Public Safety Department?
Yes.
And that was to utilize the ALS camera?
Yes.
Does the Green Bay Police Department have a camera that it can use for alternate light source investigations?
We now do.
Okay. But at the time you didn't have one?
Correct.
Were you trained to use this device back on February 24th of 2022?
I did not use it, and no, I was not trained.
Okay. You were there kind of like for observation?
Yes.
And so was it evidence technician Holly Moss that was using the camera and taking the pictures and doing all of that?
Yes.
Okay. The blue light, the exhibits 59 through 63. I don't know if you have them up there. There's a lot of exhibits. But those particular exhibits, the blue light, what does that signify?
That's the blue star reagent reacting that's a presumptive test for the blood.
So the blue means blood?
Yep.
Presumption.
Presumptive, yeah.
Okay. Could it be something else?
Yes.
What could it be?
I know that it does react with different chemical reagents, like cleaning supplies. So the chemicals in there, such as bleach, but I don't know the list of what it all reacts with.
But certain chemicals can cause the blue light?
Yes.
It could be like a false positive. You might think it's blood, but it's something else?
Yes.
Okay. And I think it's exhibit 58. I try to take good notes. Do you have that in front of you?
Yep.
Is that the shower?
Yes.
It shows the inside of the shower and a drain inside the shower, right?
Yes.
And then it also shows the shower drain. Let's write that. It shows the shower with a drain inside, and then it shows a drain on the outside, correct?
Yes.
The blue light was coming from which drain? Do you know?
It was from the drain inside the shower.
Inside the shower? For all of those exhibits 59 through 63?
No, there's one photograph that shows the drain on the outside of the shower. So 62.
Okay. Can you turn your attention to exhibits 46 and 47, please?
The thing is, there was so much blood and there were body parts. So saying that the blue star can react to other things is another one of those things that's like, well, guess we got to ask something.
Both of these photographs, exhibit 46 and 47, basically depict the same mattress, correct?
Correct.
And the mattress has a gold colored blanket on it, correct?
Correct.
There's some clothing items, correct?
Correct.
And a phone, correct?
Correct.
The pictures are the same, aren't they?
I wouldn't say they're the same, but they show part of the same area.
They show the same mattress, the contents on the mattress. Is that fair?
Yes.
And then, thank you. Could you turn your attention to exhibits 51 and 52? Please. And you
Okay.
have those there? You have them?
Yep.
Your Honor, could I approach you? Thank you. Exhibits 51 and 52 both depict drains, correct?
Correct.
The drain that's outside of the shower, is that fair?
Yes.
And these drains have like some sort of a black hose that filters into the drain, correct?
Correct.
And then there's a clear plastic hose that also goes into it.
Correct.
And the drain has circular holes that are throughout the drain. Is that fair?
Correct.
Exhibits 51 and 52 are the same drain that's outside of the shower. Is that fair?
Yes.
Thank you. If you could direct your attention to exhibit 45. Do you have it?
Good.
Can I approach one more time? Sure. Exhibit 45 is the teal tote that we're talking about, correct?
Correct.
Did you see that at the Stony Brook Lane property?
Yes.
Was that on February 23rd of 2022?
Yes.
Where did you see it?
I saw it sitting next to the bed.
By the mattresses?
Yes.
Was that kind of like in the corner by the wall?
Yes.
And that was processed by you taking some pictures?
Yes.
Did you do any swabs of it?
Yes.
Where did you swab it?
We took a sample of the substance inside of the tote.
Anywhere else?
I don't recall.
When you initially saw the tote, was there anything on top of it or was it just exposed?
There was items on top.
What was on top of it?
Miscellaneous clothing, a rope.
Did you remove the items off of the tote?
No.
Who did?
I believe it was Detective Scanlon.
Did you watch that process unfold?
Yes.
With regards to the mattresses, was it such that there were 3 mattresses that were stacked on top of each other in the basement by the wall?
Yes.
Were they basically all of the same thickness?
Yes.
And on the top mattress, there was blankets and the phones and things of that sort, fair?
Yes.
Did you do any scientific testing as far as the blood going through the mattress at all?
Can you re-ask that question?
Well, did you do any kind of formal testing as far as how far or how deep the penetration was with regards to the blood into the mattress?
We did cut through the mattress to look to see if it continued through the layers of mattress, but I don't believe that we took a photograph of the depth itself.
Okay. Did you do the cutting?
No.
Someone else did?
Yes.
Exhibit 63, the concrete and the carpet, when you move the mattresses, did you do some swabbing and testing of whatever was on the floor?
Yes.
Where did you do the swabs? Because it's kind of a big area.
We labeled different areas on that floor along either spots that were red in substance or they reacted with the Blue Star reagent.
Was it your understanding that there was a cat in the house, that there's a kitty litter box down there?
Yes.
After you took all your samples, what did you do with the samples? Did you send them somewhere?
They all got entered into evidence with the Green Bay Police Department, and then it's up to the detective and the crime lab how many samples can be sent and which ones to send.
So the detectives are the ones that send the samples into Madison?
Correct.
To the state crime lab?
Correct.
That's how that works, correct?
Correct.
Okay. As far as the drain cover that we just talked about, did you have anything to do with moving the drain cover at all?
No.
Okay, nothing further. Thank you.
Redirect. Briefly, so to be clear, when you were asked questions about like the ALS versus the Blue Star, those are different things, right?
Correct.
Okay. So the Blue Star that we observed the images of, you are trained in conducting sort of those investigations?
Yes.
All right. You were asked then questions about the shower drains. The drain itself in the shower, when you were kind of doing your processing of the scene, were you able to determine where it drained to?
Yes.
Where was that?
It drained to that floor drain right in front of it.
So there are 2 drains that we looked at earlier. Essentially, they lead to the same one that's in the floor.
Well, the drain in the shower leads to the second drain. Yes.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Anything on that, Mr. Fraley?
No.
Right, thank you, you're excused.
We have gone through so many witnesses today.
Your Honor?
Hey,
Your Honor, I know that you said that you would hold argument on an exhibit or 2 till the break. Will I have a chance to at least argue that at some point?
yes,
Okay.
at the next break.
Okay, all right.
State have a next witness?
He will be lengthier, and we would propose to publish some of those, I think, disputed exhibits through that witness. So potentially.
Okay, I think we'll take a 7-minute break. We'll be back at about 3:45. All rise for the jury.
Seven-minute break. So this is supposed to be oops, what did I do? There we go. this is supposed to be a 1-week trial. They have it on the docket for just this week. So we'll see. But I mean, we're moving through it fast. The next witness, they said some of the pictures and everything that they're objecting to, prosecution is going to attempt to bring them up. Oh, let's look at this. This is fun. Well, I guess it depends on what your idea of fun is. So let's check out Mr. Schabusiness on Facebook. Here they are, the happy couple. She's visiting him while he's locked up. The happy couple. Let's see. Okay. So he says, LOL, report me for what? My name is Warren E. Shabao, but I'm the one that blessed Taylor with the last name Schabusiness. Either way, I'm currently locked up on federal charges because I was framed. Anyways, I beat a conspiracy to distribute methamphetamine charge and pled to a possession with intent to deliver, which is the best deal I could get. So I was sentenced to 28 months because I already had 25 months in at the time of sentencing. With this being said, just know I'll be out by January of 2024, but possibly November or December of this year. For the person who said they're going to report me, well, LOL, good luck with that, because my good time is my good time. Plus, in the federal prison, I earn FSA credits, making my sentence even shorter. So plan on Warren Schabusiness to be out soon. Now, you know a little more about Warren, and trust me, come my release, there will be lots more to know about myself and my wife. Let's continue. My wife might be locked up for a long time, if not life. But what the world and community don't understand is my release date is soon. Either way, my prayers go out to my wife, Taylor Schabusiness. She needs help mentally. Brown County Jail and the Brown County Circuit Courts are failing at understanding this, nor do they even care. Yes, what she is being accused of is serious, but this doesn't change the fact that she still has rights and she still has family and people that love her no matter what her situation might be. Hopefully soon the courts/jail will realize that she needs help. People like to be nosy. I get that. People will judge. I get that too. It's what this world does and will continue to do. Either way, I stand behind my wife and I will forever stand behind her forever. I know what she's being accused of is not who she is. Not only has her addiction played a big role, but so does her mental background as well as postpartum depression. I just want my wife to get help, professional help, because it's what she deserves. Like I said, my prayers go out to my wife. I love her more than anything in this world, and this will never change no matter what. Hashtag I love you, baby boo. Hashtag free Taylor Schabusiness. Hashtag free Warren Schabusiness. Hashtag Schabusiness empire no matter what. Okay, let's continue. Nothing anyone can say bothers me. I'm still breathing with my head on, LOL. My wife might be locked up for a long time / forever, but that doesn't change the fact that she's my wife. I'm always going to stand behind her no matter what. F anyone who says anything or who has anything to say about my empire, because right now all that matters is my wife is okay. All I look forward to is making sure she gets the best lawyer and treatment she deserves. Shade gave her drugs, which caused all of this. If drugs were never given to her, oh, maybe that's supposed to be Shad. Gave her drugs, which caused all of this. If drugs were never given to her, she would still be at home. Wait, hold your freaking horses. Hold your freaking horses. Please do not tell me that this dude is attempting to say that it's the victim's fault for giving her drugs. You gotta be effing kidding me. Let me move this over so that we don't get, oops, so we don't get, those people in there. That's aggravating. Now we all have to deal with, let's see. She would still be at home. Okay, so victim blaming, then she would all be home. Okay, but guess what? Life has took a turn for everyone. Now we all have to deal with the situation in our own way, which isn't good for anyone. Right now, I'm just finishing off these last 10 months. Then I'll be home to take care of business. Till then, the world can keep talking crap. Doesn't bother me any because I still have my wife. She's still breathing. Wow. Doesn't matter to him because she's not the victim. Okay, got it. Well, Taylor Schabusiness, keep your head up, stay strong, stay positive, and continue praying. Never forget our bond is stronger than the world and our empire. No one understands till it's too late to understand. Schabusiness way is the only way. All right, then. I love and miss you so much, baby boo. Ride or die till death do us apart. Piece of crap. Pictures to upload to Facebook. What is, okay, so this is post Facebook. Babe, I look at our pictures every day. They keep me motivated, take my bitterness away, plus keep a smile on my face. The world don't know us for who we are. They don't know our struggles. We struggle with mental illness, postpartum, bipolar, and addiction play a big part in our choices we've made. People probably want to know what happened February 23rd. Drugs were giving to Taylor Schabusiness from Shad while at his house. Yes, he is dead now, which I am sorry for him and his family. The truth is, though, drugs should have never been given to my wife because it's the drugs that caused her to do what she did. But yet, Shad isn't at any fault here, and he's the one who provided her the illegal drugs. Are you freaking kidding me? I just hope one day, I just hope one day my wife will make it home because she doesn't deserve to be locked up forever. I think there are people that would disagree with you. She's still the mother of our son, Mateo King Schabusiness. She's still my beautiful wife, and I want the world to know she's not who the news makes her out to be. With this being said, please don't judge because there's always two sides to every story. And I promise you, if you knew my wife like I know my wife, you wouldn't think or believe she could ever do what has been done, except for that she did. And she said she liked it. But at the end of the day, she's still got a son and a husband who the son is, thank God, with somebody else, who loves and cares about her more than anything in this world. Baby boo, Mateo and I pray for you every day. We think about you nonstop, and we promise you we will always be here for you no matter, because that's the Schabusiness way. Stay strong and get better soon. We need you, mommy boo. We love and miss you so much. Everything is going to be okay. Mwah, mwah, mwah. Hashtag free Taylor Schabusiness. Love always and forever. Mateo and Warren Schabusiness. So, oh, look, it's exactly what I said. This person said exactly what I said. What the F? All right, and look at the loving couple. Isn't that just adorbs? Happy birthday, baby. Love and miss you. Stay strong. We will get through this together. Lovely. All right. So, yeah, he's fun. Well, he was framed apparently. That's what he said. He was framed. He says he is currently locked up on federal charges because he was framed. He beat a conspiracy to distribute methamphetamine charge and pled to a possession with intent to deliver, which is the best deal he could get. He's fine. So I got nothing. I got nothing. I am. My son just asked me what I was listening to, and I told him it was none of his Schabusiness. He looked confused. Okay, so the 7-minute timer has gone off. We have the press conference coming up in just a moment for Carly. So I'm going to pull that up because we're going to watch that. If they're, it will be pretty short. So what we can do is we'll watch the Carly Russell press conference and we'll pause this. They still haven't come back anyway. Yeah, they've gone over their limit. Make sure we're live. Yep, we're live. Let me get it pulled up. We can watch.
Before we bring the jury back, you mentioned this was going to be a little longer. How long do you think this witness or do you anticipate it taking? I was planning on going until 5 o'clock tonight.
Yeah, I think he could probably bring us to the end of the day, but I think hopefully we could get him done by 5. Good, both direct and cross, hopefully.
Very good. All right, we'll bring the jury back.
Will begin moment.
Be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, just to give you an understanding about where we're at for today, it's about 5 to 4. The state is indicating that for today, they've got one more witness, and it's anticipated that witness is going to wrap up around 5 o'clock, and then we'll break for the day, just to give you a sense of how long we'll go for today. With that, I'll turn to the state. Mr. Lezay, are you calling the next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Detective Philip Scanlon.
All right, if you want to step up, and before you have a seat, turn and face her and raise your right hand. She'll put you under oath.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter now before the court, so help you God.
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Please have a seat and then state your name for the record.
Philip Scanlon, Scanlan. Okay, and then the witness is yours, Mr. Lezay.
Detective Scanlon, can you tell the jury how you are employed?
As a law enforcement officer of the City of Green Bay Police Department.
What is your current role with the City of Green Bay?
I am currently assigned as a detective in the Bureau of Detectives.
How long have you been with the Green Bay Police Department?
24 years.
Do you have any law enforcement experience prior to the Green Bay Police Department?
I was a sheriff's deputy for 1 year prior to that in Outagamie County.
Could you talk a little bit about any training or educational experience that you have that led you to be a law enforcement officer?
Well, I have a high school diploma. I have a bachelor's degree in criminal justice. I was certified in the state of Wisconsin through the Law Enforcement Academy, and then got hired in Outagamie as a sheriff's deputy in Outagamie County, where I went through field training program. Then transferred to the Green Bay Police Department in 1999, where I again went through another 14-week field training program, maybe a bit longer than that. And then your standard classes and yearly in-services. Then went into the Drug Task Force 2010, where I received more training in narcotics investigations and violations of controlled substances, and then went into the Bureau of Detectives in 2014, where I was trained in more serious crimes, investigating deaths, persons and property crimes.
So I think you indicated you went to the Drug Task Force in 2010.
I did.
Did you work there until 2014?
I did.
And then in 2014, you became a detective.
That's correct.
And as a detective, what's your typical role in handling investigations?
Assigned to the Detective Bureau, we get called in for investigations typically more serious in nature that require follow-up from a detective on a crime that occurred maybe above the scope that a normal patrol officer would investigate. We get assigned those cases with other detectives to investigate, follow up on those investigations, interview witnesses, question suspects, and then ultimately prepare facts if warranted to the district attorney's office of prosecution.
As part of a detective, are you trained and experienced in processing crime scenes?
I am.
And is that on the job training, professional training, some combination?
Combination.
And as part of your work through the Green Bay Police Department, were you asked to assist with a crime scene on February 23rd, 2022 at 829 Stony Brook?
I was.
And describe how you initially became involved in the case.
I received a call in the early morning hours, asked to come in, take part in that investigation. I responded to the Green Bay Police Department, where I was briefed on what had been learned by patrol responding to that address earlier at night. I then responded to the address where the crime scene had already been maintained, and then went from there.
When you initially responded to this, or do you know about what time you initially responded to the scene?
About 6:30 in the morning.
And who was with you when you arrived?
I met Lieutenant Brad Strofe, who was a detective lieutenant. I met with the sergeant on the scene, patrol sergeant on the scene. It was Sergeant Brester. I believe Sergeant Tom Bain was present as well. And then forensic specialist for evidence collection, Miss Andre and Miss Cerneski arrived. And then shortly thereafter.
Okay, we're going to watch the press conference for Carly real quick, and then we'll go back to this.
Darzus will read a prepared statement that will provide an update in this case. After reading the statement, we will have time for a few questions related to the case. Keep in mind, this is still an ongoing investigation, and there are some questions we simply cannot answer at this point. With that, I'll turn it over to Chief Thurston.
Thank you, Captain.
Yes.
Good afternoon. Thanks to everyone for attending again today. I want to thank the members of our department and all of law enforcement who played a role in the investigation of this case. Last Wednesday, July 19th, we held a press conference and provided you with the facts of the Carly Russell disappearance. We told you the investigation was ongoing. We helped you determine where Carly was during the 49 hours of her disappearance. Today, I've talked to and received a statement from Mr. Emery Anthony, attorney for Carly Russell. Mr. Anthony has scheduled a meeting for Carly to meet with investigators early this afternoon, but then I received an email stating that a statement was being provided by him on her behalf. Mr. Anthony asked that I read the statement in its entirety, which I will do now. My client has given me permission to make the following statement on her behalf. There was no kidnapping on Thursday, July 13th, 2023. My client did not see a baby on the side of the road. My client did not leave the Hoover area when she was identified as a missing person. My client did not have any help in this incident, but this was a single act done by herself. My client was not with anyone or any hotel with anyone during the time she was missing. My client apologizes for her actions to this community, the volunteers who were searching for her, to the Hoover Police Department and other agencies as well, as to her friends and family. We ask for your prayers for Carly as she addresses her issues and attempts to move forward, understanding that she made a mistake in this matter. Carly, again, ask for your forgiveness and prayers. We have a meeting scheduled with Mr. Anthony to further discuss this case. We're currently in discussions with the Jefferson County District Attorney's Office in Bessemer about possible criminal charges related to this case, and we will announce those charges when and if they are filed.
All right, with that, we'll take a few questions. As Officer Hale said, when I call on you, please state your name and your affiliation. Yes, sir.
Keith Mims, WAGG 610 100.1 FM Summit Media. Chief, do we at this time, or does the Hoover Police Department know the whereabouts of Carly Russell during that 49-hour period that she was supposedly missing?
Now, as I said the other day, was talking facts and everything. If I said anything today, would just be speculation. Actual facts, we do not.
Aaron Llewellyn, WBC 13. Can you tell us what her motivation was for doing this? Yeah.
I wish I could tell you. I think only Carly knows and maybe her attorney now. But again, the statement that we received from him does not indicate any.
For ETO WBRC, can you give us an idea of what charges you may be filing against her?
That would strictly be up to the district attorney's office.
David Lamb, CBS 42, can you update us so that there is a meeting scheduled for this afternoon with the family, or when is that meeting?
Yeah. No, not a meeting with the attorney, not the family or Carly. We have a meeting scheduled with the attorney, and that will take place some point tomorrow.
And there is no meeting with Carly Russell or her family at this point?
Not scheduled, no, sir.
For you chatting with Fox 6, what's next to close this investigation?
Well, again, we want to talk to Mr. Anthony tomorrow and see if he has any more to discuss about the case. We'll certainly be asking if we'll get an opportunity to again interview Carly like we've wanted to since she returned.
Chief Stephen Quinn, ABC 3340.
Yes, sir.
Your reaction now, knowing that Carly has admitted that this was made up?
Well, I'm glad that we got this. You know, we certainly laid the facts out to you guys and to the national media that had a lot of interest in this particular case. The sad thing is that again, there were so many people that were involved, took this thing very, very seriously, and again, we wanted the focus to be bringing her home. She got home. We're very excited about that. It is what it is. The facts, I think, last Wednesday pretty much showed that we knew that it was a hoax.
Please.
Lisa Crane with WBTM 13. Do you know the expense you went to during this search? And if you don't have a dollar figure for us, just how big it was for you guys?
Well, it was all hands on deck, and we don't have a dollar figure yet, but we're certainly working towards getting one, and not only ours, but there'll be other agencies that had a lot of support that they gave us and had monetary expenses themselves.
Jonathan, with JLR investigates, are the parents under any investigation?
You know, as I said the other day, we were going to try to determine exactly those 49 hours. So right now, you know, anything's on the table. We still don't know what happened in those 49 hours, where she was. Did she have any help? We have no idea. You know, I read the statement from Mr. Anthony. That's all we know.
Keith Mims, WAGG 610 Summit Media. Chief, let me ask you this. What do you think prompted or provoked Carly to do this kind of thing? And are there any kind of mental issues that the police department or the public should be concerned about, or just what?
You know, not that I'm aware of. I mean, it's, you know, this is a very elaborate, this was an elaborate deal. I mean, when you talk about calling a 911 and being up on the interstate, again, it would all be conjecture. So really, I don't know. I was hoping that we'd have an opportunity to interview and we'd be able to ask her those questions.
Were any others involved in putting this story together for her?
Mr. Anthony, in his statement, says there was not.
Liviana Kelmy, WBRC, Fox 6 News. You said that you had a meeting scheduled and it kind of switched into a statement. Did they give any type of reason that switched?
No, they did not.
Back here.
Aaron Llewellyn, WBTM 13. But just for clarification, Carly Russell is not in custody right now.
That is correct. That is correct.
Last question with David.
David Lamb, once again. So first of all, when did you actually see this letter? And second of all, do these admissions and the content of the letter alter the investigation at all?
No, not at all. We'll continue to investigate. We're going to still try to determine where she was during those 49 hours. But I am glad that we received this. It at least puts some of the social media super sleuths hopefully at rest for a little bit as far as the conjecture of what everybody thinks took place. We know that by her own admission, it didn't happen. And, you know, we're thankful for that.
All right. Thank you guys very much.
So that was a whole lot of nothing. We won't know anything till tomorrow.
Detective Cassie Pakla arrived to assist me as well.
When you arrived, did you immediately begin processing the scene?
No.
What did you do initially?
So we initially did a walkthrough. I met with the sergeant on scene, kind of got updated as to what happened so far. Double checked that we had a crime scene log started that we can document who's coming in and who's coming out. I had caused to have phone contact with detectives that were questioning Schabusiness, and there was some question about the location of his body. So initially I did a walkthrough of the home looking for a body. That was one of the first things I did.
You mentioned that you were talking with some other detectives. Is it common in your work that when there's multiple detectives working on the case that you're going to have ongoing phone contact at the outset of an investigation?
Yes.
Were you aware of whether or not other detectives were assigned to meet with and interview Ms. Schabusiness?
I was aware of that.
And do you know who those detectives were?
I was Detective Graff and Detective Kemp.
And do you believe they were actually speaking to Ms. Schabusiness while you were in the home at Stony Brook?
Yes.
And were they providing you information that she was giving them in the course of the interview?
They were.
And what was the purpose of them contacting you with that information?
Initially, we were aware what patrol officers found when they arrived at the scene based on the 911 complaint. And she was providing them with information that his body was by the bed. I was in the basement by the bed. I didn't see a body. So the initial information was an attempt to find the body. Not knowing initially at first that we were looking for a whole person. They then provided information to look for a tote next to the bed that she had described, which I observed. I was told that she had made mention of a bag. And then in a short period of time, it kind of came into perspective that we weren't looking for a whole body. And then we knew we were going to be doing a recovery of multiple parts.
And in terms of actually going into the tote and going into the other bags that might have been on scene, is that something that you did right away while you were having that initial contact with detectives?
No.
And what were you waiting for at that juncture?
We knew we had consent to be in the house from the homeowner, but we had chose to start writing the search warrant, which is very routine. in a homicide investigation. We were also having kind of learned the scope of what we were looking for, not finding a body out in the open. We decided to wait for the forensic doctor, Dr. Trenkaita, to arrive from Dane County, and the medical legal investigator, Petra Schwab. We wanted her to arrive before we started looking through containers.
And is that how it happened, that Dr. Tranquita and Petra Schwab arrived on scene before you began in earnest to search for the remains?
Yes.
And did you also obtain the search warrant that you mentioned?
Yes.
Prior to discussing the specifics of analyzing the scene in the basement, can you give me an overview of the home at 829 Stony Brook, the layout and what you observed upon entrance?
Sure. It's a single family home, story and a half. It is the front of the home's a living room that opens up into 2 bedrooms on the south end of the home and a bathroom. There's a kitchen to the north end that goes down to a side door off of the driveway. And like a lot of those homes, the side door that accesses the driveway, there's a landing and you can go up into the kitchen, into the first floor of the home, or you can go down into the basement of the home. The basement was partially finished on the west side of the home. And then the east side of the home, divided by a partition wall, was an unfinished basement for storage and laundry.
In terms of areas in the home where items of evidentiary value were noted or collected, can you talk about which portions of the home were significant to the investigation?
Yeah, myself, Detective Cassandra Pacula, and the forensic specialists and the doctor and Ms. Schwab, we focused primarily on the basement. We understood this far that the basement seemed to be the most likely place we were going to recover the remains. We also had some cause to compare items that were found in the basement with the kitchen. So primary focus of this investigation was on this stairway off the side driveway going down to the basement. And there were some items found in the kitchen as well.
Do you know if there was anything else of evidentiary significance recovered in other portions of the home on the first or second floors?
There was not.
Detective, I'm going to show you a series of photographs here and ask you to review those to yourself, and then tell me once you've had a chance to review them.
Sure.
I'm showing you what have been previously marked as exhibits 16 through 21. Can you review those for me? Have you had a chance to see them?
I did.
Did they appear to be consistent with your observations in the residence on February 23rd, 2022?
They are.
Your Honor, I would ask for permission to publish one at a time, 16 through 21, using the overhead projector.
Your Honor, I'm not going to object to these exhibits and no objection to publication.
Detective Scanlon, is exhibit 16 now displayed on the screen?
It is.
We dim the lights again, Your Honor.
Pardon?
We dim the lights again.
Also, Detective, there's also a video down here if that's easier for you, but you can look at either one, it's fine.
And what is depicted in exhibit 16?
That is a front view of 829 Stony Brook from the street.
And which door did you use to stage as law enforcement?
So we made the decision to enter once we started to process the scene through the front door. When we initially arrived, we know a lot of the initial first response from officers talking to the residents was through the side door, which is the way the officers happened to approach that day. So when we decided to process the scene, we started to use the front door, and we kind of staged in the living room and then worked our way through there.
And this photograph, does it depict the side door and where it's located?
That's correct. The side door is off of the driveway.
And Exhibit 17? Officer Scanlon, is Exhibit 17 now on the screen?
I see that.
Yeah, what is depicted in Exhibit 17?
That is an image of the kitchen on the first floor with the vantage going into the hallway that leads to the bedroom in the front room.
And Exhibit 18?
It is.
And what is that?
That is another picture of the kitchen, but with the vantage flipped, focusing
the knives
on
missing?
the landing off the side door off the garage.
And Exhibit 19, is that now depicted on the screen?
It is.
And what is depicted in Exhibit 19?
This photograph was taken particularly of the wooden knife block that was right next to the stove.
And what was the evidentiary significance based on your understanding of the investigation?
When we started to process the basement, we had found several kitchen knives that appear to be kitchen knives that we believed, based on how they were found, would have been involved in the homicide. And the knives were consistent both in number and appearance with the knives in the kitchen block.
So it appeared that there were how many slots missing on the knife block?
Yeah, there's 4 knife slots missing and a kitchen shears, scissors. We recovered 4 knives that appeared to look like the knives that would have come out of that block.
And the next exhibit, I think, is Exhibit 20. Is that now depicted on the screen?
It is.
And what is that?
That is from the kitchen looking out the side door into the driveway.
And does that depict like an outside or screen door? So the inner door is open and there's a screen door to the outside?
That's correct.
And Exhibit 21. Is that now depicted on the screen?
It is.
And what is contained in Exhibit 21?
This picture is from basically the position of the landing next to the side door, looking down the basement staircase.
So after you processed the scene upstairs and evaluated what was present in the kitchen area, you did make your way ultimately to the basement?
We did.
And that scene was processed by you along with the forensic team from Green Bay PD and the medical examiner's office?
Yes, it was from Petra Schwab, who was from Brown County Medical Examiner's Office, and then Dr. Tranquita, who was the lead doctor at the time at the Dane County Medical Examiner's Office.
Once you began your inspection for human remains and collecting them, how did you and the team sort of document or parse out how you were going to locate remains?
So we started with what we knew was there with the Fleet Farm bucket right at the bottom of the stairs that we considered to be container 1 for the purpose of evidence collection. The doctor removed the human remains in front of us. And then we also examined what was in the bucket besides the remains.
If there were items of human remains or portions of a body, who was responsible for collecting the portions of the body?
The doctor was.
If there were other evidentiary items that were non-human remains, who was responsible for collecting those items?
So it's just as a matter of procedure in this, with the forensic doctor being there, the doctor was the one that removed the remains. We were cautious to overexpose items in these containers. So the doctor actually removed the remains and the items in there and put them on display for everyone to observe and note. Then the doctor collected the human remains, and then forensic specialist Larson and Chernesky ultimately collected the other items that were in the containers.
And who was then responsible for maintaining and processing the non-human remain portions of evidence?
Forensic specialist Larson and Chernesky.
And those were brought back to Green Bay PD then by members of your department?
They were.
And just to be clear, you keep, you use the name forensic specialist Larson. Is that her current name?
I'm sorry, that's her maiden name, her, Andre.
We're talking about the same person. Larson
Yes.
and Andre are the same person.
Yeah, sorry.
All right, so you indicated the first item, or the first container that you processed was the black pail, is that correct?
That's correct.
It's strange that he keeps showing her this stuff like it's gonna, like he's trying to include her in her defense, which is, you know, understandable, but at the same time, she's I don't know. It's just this whole thing is weird.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's the way this. It seems like, I mean, these are. I mean, she's just looking at these pictures like, yep.
And do those accurately depict your observations on the scene at the Stony Brook residence on February 23rd, 2022?
They do.
Your Honor, I would ask for permission to publish those as well.
No objection to exhibits 22 through 25, and no objection to publication.
What is depicted in exhibit number, is exhibit 22 now depicted on the screen?
It is.
And what does that show?
That's at the landing, looking west into the finished portion of the basement. It also depicts the Black Fleet Farm bucket and a multicolored towel that was next to it.
And exhibit number 23, is that now up on the screen?
It is.
And what is depicted there?
That is a picture facing north that catches back to the stairs and a small storage unit. It's basically an overview of the Fleet Farm bucket and the multicolored towel next to it.
And exhibit number 24, I believe. Is that now depicted on the screen?
It is.
And what is, again, what is exhibit 24?
It's the Black Fleet Farm bucket and the multicolored towel. I see they have some placards down in this photo and are holding a sample.
Is displayed in exhibit 27.
It's basically a photo of the same room from the opposite corner, looking back towards the staircase. It depicts the entertainment center that I just described on the wall that was out of view from the previous photograph. It's from a distance, but you can see the items on top of that entertainment center, including what we call container number 2.
So that Jimmy Choo bag is now visible in this photograph toward the right-hand side, is that correct?
Yeah, it's I guess the dark blue object with the handle raised up.
And exhibit 28, is that now depicted on the screen?
It is.
And what is shown in that photograph?
It's the photograph that's inside the room facing south, the south half of the room, including the bed, the entertainment center on the left, including container number 2, which is the Jimmy Choo bag, container number 3, which is the bright pink Under Armour backpack, and then container number 4 is not visible anymore because the pub table and the video game blockage view.
Now, I think it's been previously discussed, there's a substantial amount of human remains in each of those 4 containers. as you were going through this scene and photographing it, are you making any observations about the floor, about the bed and other items in the room as to the existence of human remains, blood, things of that nature?
I was.
And what did you observe?
So I learned from detectives talking to her that this was believed to be the location that body was cut up. Found it kind of remarkable that there's no blood on the, I didn't observe any blood on the carpeting. There is, will later determined to be a significant amount of blood on the top of the mattress and the comforter that's on top of it. The carpeting doesn't extend all the way to the wall. There's a portion of concrete on the other side of the bed that the bed partially covers. You'll see what appears to be dried blood and partial pieces of bodily tissue in that area around the bed on the far side out of view. There, can't tell from this point of view, but there's also what appears to be red substance bodily tissue on the Jimmy Choo bag. The pink backpack, when looking closely at it, you can tell that there's a dark liquid seeping through the bottom, which was presumably blood based on what we found inside. And then on closer examination of the tote bag, the blue tote, you'll see what appears to be blood or dry blood around it.
Is it fair to say that aside from what's found in the containers, there's not a lot of outwardly visible blood or human tissue material that's readily visible in the remainder of the room?
Yes, I walked through this room initially when I got there, and I did a kind of a quick lap looking for a person. And some of these items didn't come into focus until taking a closer look with a decent flashlight and looking at a closer level at these items.
And is this now Exhibit 29 on the screen?
It is.
And what is shown in Exhibit 29?
This is from the north wall looking back towards the front, I guess the right side of the bed. The east side of the bed with the depicting primarily the black and pink Under Armour backpack, which we refer to as container number 3.
And Exhibit 30, is that now depicted on the screen?
It is.
What is Exhibit 30?
Essentially a close-up of that backpack, container number 3.
And Detective, did you, along with the medical investigators, open that backpack?
We did.
And what was found inside there?
Inside this backpack, there's human remains, including small parts remains and a larger part of human remains, some of which were laying loose inside the backpack, some of which were wrapped inside of like a plastic shopping bag.
And, Exhibit 31, is that now depicted on the screen?
It is.
And what is shown in Exhibit 31?
There's a lot of things on here that this photo captured. It captured container number 2, which is the blue backpack. The container captured some Clorox wipes that we found pertinent to this investigation, along with a Shelt bottle, which covered a chain. It captured what I recognized to be a methamphetamine pipe, a crystal meth pipe, just in front of the Clorox Beach bottle. And then to the right of that is what I would refer to as a gem baggie, that had a substance in it.
And you indicated that you spent 4 years in the Drug Task Force.
I did.
Through your training and experience both in the Drug Task Force and subsequently with the investigative division, have you had an opportunity to come into contact with methamphetamine?
I did.
And you're familiar with not only the drug itself, but also the items that are used to ingest it?
I am.
And you believed, based on that training experience, that that was a pipe consistent with meth use and a gem baggie consistent with a small amount of methamphetamine?
That's correct.
Were those items collected?
They were.
Were they later field tested?
I later did, yes.
And what was the result?
So I removed the contents of the substance in the green gem baggie that's depicted here. It was approximately 0.21 grams of crystal substance that I recognized to be crystal methamphetamine. I used the Marquis reagent field test, and it indicated the presence of methamphetamine.
So you indicated we've got the drug paraphernalia, the suspected drugs.
I like the way he says that.
Cleaning products, the Jimmy Choo bag.
Methamphetamine.
Did you indicate that there was a chain located in this photograph as well?
It's hard to see probably from a distance, but underneath the tipped over shell bottle on the right side of the dresser, there is like a dog's choker chain underneath it.
And exhibit 32, is that now displayed on the screen?
It is.
And what's shown in exhibit 32?
That is a close-up. It's a photograph of a close-up of the choker chain that was underneath that shell bottle with a placard for reference.
Yeah. Are there also, what's on the far left of that picture on the bottom?
See a pair of sunglasses or a pair of like glasses.
And that chain was collected subsequently by the Green Bay Police Department?
It was.
And exhibit 33. What is depicted in exhibit, or is 33 now displayed on the screen?
It is.
And what's depicted in exhibit 33?
This would be the same choker chain presented out on a clean piece of brown paper for display for photographing.
And that item was collected, you indicated, by the Green Bay Police Department?
It was.
I think that there are. All right. I'll move on with the photos, actually. Exhibit 30. Well, actually, no, I'm going to show it. You have an evidence handling kit with you, Detective?
Look at her facial expression.
Lights back on?
Detective, I'm showing you what's been previously marked as exhibit 8. Do you know what that is?
This is an evidence bag that is marked as Exhibit 8. That is initialed, and it has a Green Bay Police evidence code sticker to reference the dog choker collar chain we just discussed.
So the bag itself has a description. Does it also list an evidence number that was associated with it?
It does.
And what is that?
The description is a silver dog choke collar P chain located under shell bottle, Exhibit 13 on TV. That's all it displays.
Welcome to the family, Melanie
It's on
Newman.
TV stand. It has a case number of this case, and then it has the exhibit number 543024.
Did you say 13 or 23?
It's referring to Exhibit 23, and then it has our category number as well.
Okay, and the exhibit 23, does that coincide with the placard?
It does.
I would ask that you open that if you could, display it for the jury.
Have it open.
All right, and then could you take it and simply display it for the jury? Thank you. I'll give you a moment to put it back up and seal it up.
That and the toy that was used. I wouldn't want to have to be the one to have to collect that evidence and touch it either.
And to save time, I'll not ask you about the other evidence, but or the other chain that was located, but was there in fact a second chain located on scene?
There was.
And did you have a chance to handle that item as well or view it closely?
I viewed it closely, and then forensic specialist Andre and Chernesky collected it.
And did that chain appear to be substantially similar to the one that you just opened and located?
It appears to be a very similar choker collar chain. I did notice that the second chain, which was on the pub table next to the Pac-Man game, the chain was actually not loose on both ends. It was actually closed shut, looped through.
And we'll return to the photographs. We could judge with the lights again. Thank you. 34. Is exhibit 34 now displayed on the screen?
It is.
And what is depicted in that photograph?
It's kind of a top-down view of the Jimmy Choo bag and the other items on that entertainment center.
And you indicated human remains were found in that bag?
They were.
Do you know what other items were found in that bag?
Yeah, when Dr. Tranquita arrived, he took the bag down onto the floor. He removed a bunch of plastic bags, like shopping bags, numerous plastic shopping bags. Also in that bag was human remains, small pieces of human remains. And then there was like a red stain, which appeared to be blood stained Lysol wipes. They look just like the Lysol wipes that you saw in the container on the shelf. And then there were 3 kitchen knives that appeared to match the same block from the upstairs kitchen in that bag.
Then Detective Exhibit 36, if you could pull that one out.
I have it.
Is that now depicted on the screen in short order?
It is.
And what is contained in Exhibit 36?
So that is the loose paper shopping bags that were packed inside the Jimmy Choo bag, along with what appear to be wipes that are red stained.
So this is
that removed from the Jimmy Choo bag.
Thank you. This was removed from the Jimmy Choo bag after the human remains were taken out by the doctor?
The human remains were commingled inside these bags, so the doctor would reach in, take out either remains or the bags, and he was collecting the bags and the wipes, and then he was also collecting the remains separately.
So he would take the remains and then leave the bag and the wipes for you to take?
That's correct.
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
Yeah, that smirk, it looks like she's smiling sometimes, and she does have that smirk on her face. She's got a very expressive face, like different. She'll look very angry, and then she'll smirk. But you can definitely see her face changing as different things are going on.
Those photographs appear to accurately reflect items that you collected on that date at the Stony Brook residence.
They do.
I would ask for permission to publish those as well, Your Honor.
No objection to exhibits 37 through 39. No objection to publication.
Right, you can go ahead and publish them.
I think that's the only way that she and I are alike.
And exhibit 37, is that now on the screen?
It is.
What is depicted?
It's one of the knives in the Jimmy Choo bag. It appears to be a bread knife out of the kitchen block.
Were you able to make any specific observations about that knife?
I mean, the obvious observation was the red tissue and staining on the handle and on the blade. One thing I particularly noticed was for a serrated bread knife that the sharp pointed part of the knife were virtually ground down, dulled, if you will.
Okay. So that is a knife that was serrated, is that correct?
Yes.
And what do you mean by ground down?
Being familiar with a bread knife, you know, it's a large serrated knife to cut bread, and it's the pointy ends are shallowed, more flattened, dulled.
And exhibit 38.
I have it.
And is it now depicted on the screen?
It is.
What is shown in that photograph?
So that appears to me, these two knives were taken out of the Jimmy Choo bag. It appears to be what I would describe as a kitchen paring knife. The blade appears bent. And then there is what appears to be like a kitchen steak knife out of the block with the tip busted off. The handles are stained red, and there's some dried red material on the blade as well.
I'm going to very briefly jump ahead, but as part of your work on this case, did you attend the autopsy in this case?
I did.
And do you know if any evidentiary items were collected from the autopsy that you observed that were consistent with these knives?
Yes.
And what is that?
One specific thing that was collected by the doctor was a metal tip taken out.
That
remains.
And based on, did you get a chance to observe that?
I don't recall specifically observing it, but he described it as consistent with this.
Dr. Tranquito was present on the scene when you collected these knives as well, is that right?
He was.
And then exhibit 39. Is that now depicted on the screen?
It is.
And what is shown in that photograph?
That's showing the three knives set down for display for a photo after they're taken out of the Jimmy Choo bag.
Yeah, I
That
panicked when
appears
she
to be
stood
the
up.
opposite sides of them, of the knives.
Her face has changed, for sure. When she stood up, that scared me. I was like, oh my gosh.
Run. Run, lawyer, run.
Also accurately depict the scene as you observed it on February 23rd.
They do.
I'd like permission to publish, Your Honor.
I've seen exhibits 40 through 42, showed those to my client. I've showed all these pictures to my client. I'm not going to object to those exhibits and no objection to publication.
Right, you can go ahead and publish it.
And Detective, what is Exhibit 40 now on the screen?
Yes.
And what does 40 depict?
40 is a photo of the north end of the finished basement. If you're standing with your back to where the bed was in the room, it depicts what I would describe as like a pub table with the arcade game. There is a choker chain on top of the pub table.
Then Detective, Exhibit 42, is that now on the screen?
She's making me nervous.
It is.
And what is depicted in Exhibit 42?
This is that pub chain placed on a paper bag and measured for display for the photograph.
And was that item also collected by Green Bay Police Department?
It was.
That's the chain that you described earlier as being consistent with the chain that was shown to the jury?
Yes.
I'm now showing you exhibits 43 through 47. Those also accurately depict the scene as you observed it on February 23rd, 2022.
They do.
And permission to publish, Your Honor.
You may.
Is Exhibit 43 now on the screen, Detective?
It is.
And what is depicted in that exhibit?
This would be the west end of the bed that's closer to the wall. On the bed, you can see the pillow, and there's a multicolored comforter. It's red, white, and tan. There is what we referred to as container 4. It's the kind of a top-down look at the light blue tote with items on top of it that conceal what's underneath it.
And is there any potential or suspected blood staining depicted in this photograph?
Yes, you can see what appears to be red staining, which appears to be blood. On the left side of the red, white, and I believe it's blue comforter. There's some red staining that appears in front of the pillow. And then some down lower, there's what appear to be blood drops.
And Exhibit 44, is that now depicted on the screen?
It is.
What is shown in Exhibit 44?
That is essentially a top-down view of what we refer to as container 4. It's the light blue tote. I had added that there, if you look to the left of it, there's a brown paper laid on the ground. And the purpose of that was to start to remove the items on top and then placed them on the brown piece of paper to later examine, so that we weren't moving them to the floor.
So the items that are on top of the tote, does this photo depict them as they were when you arrived on scene?
Yes.
And then the item to the left, the brown paper that's placed on the floor, that's something you added?
Yeah, I placed that for the purpose of removing those items to the paper covering the floor so we could look at them later.
Exhibit 45, is that now depicted on the screen?
It is.
And what is shown in Exhibit 45?
That is showing the blue tote that we've been discussing, some red material on the front, and then that is, I guess, a very limited view of the remains that are inside the container.
Is it fair to say that a substantial amount of human remains were recovered from the inside of the tote?
Yes.
Exhibit 46, is that now displayed on the screen?
It is.
And what is depicted in Exhibit 46?
We moved the multicolored comforter and observed a cellular phone, and then some larger areas of what appeared to be blood staining.
In Exhibit 47, is that now depicted on the screen?
It is.
And what is shown in that photograph?
It is showing the items that were on the bed moved to the left and exposing what appeared to be a larger area of red staining that appears to be blood. The cell phone is still there, but we placed a placard to memorialize that exhibit number for later collection.
Detective Scanlon, were efforts made to try to determine whether or not any of the suspected blood materials seeped through that mattress?
Yes.
And what was done?
I later took a box cutter and I cut a portion of the top of the mattress to see how far the blood stepped into the mattress.
Do you know about how far it did?
When I cut it open under the top mattress, there's like a foam underlayment. The blood seeped where I cut a little over maybe an inch or so into the mattress.
Where the mattress, was that top mattress, if I recall correctly, it looks like there's one mattress and two box springs, is that right?
That's correct.
And did you lift up the first mattress to see whether blood had soaked through the bottom of that mattress?
We did.
And did you observe any blood having soaked through that top mattress?
I didn't observe any blood in the box spring below it, no. Below that stain, no.
Look at how she's like leaning in, looking at the pictures. Like she's like, it's strange watching her go through the phases where she's like checked out, looks like she could be asleep, and then she looks agitated, and now she's
I've shown
really into it.
my client exhibits 48 through 54, no objection. Also exhibit 63, no objection. I know they're already offered, but no objection to publication.
Detective Scanlon, I'm showing you exhibits 48 through 54 and exhibit 63. You can review those.
Thank you.
Detective, do those likewise accurately depict what you observed at the Stony Brook residence on February 23rd of 2022?
They do.
And permission to publish, Your Honor.
You may publish.
Exhibit 48.
I wish I knew what
Is
he
that now
said.
depicted on the screen?
It is.
What is shown in that photograph?
There is a upright cabinet, the wood grain cabinet against the west wall. That's covered initially by, I think that's a bed frame. It also shows the blue tote and then one of the knives. Actually, the knife that was, I believe that's the knife that was pulled out of the blue tote.
Was there anything, I apologize, was there anything subsequently located in that cabinet?
Yes.
And what was that?
We didn't receive information from Detective Graff and Detective Kemp to look in the cabinet specifically for a wood box. Once this cabinet door was open, there was a wood box on the bottom level of the cabinet door inside that. And then we found a flesh-colored dildo inside that box.
Exhibit 49. Is that now depicted on the screen?
It is.
And what's shown in that photograph?
That is the photograph that's depicting primarily that wood box that had been opened and then the flesh-colored dildo.
Exhibit 50. And what is shown in photograph 50?
Exhibit 50 is it's taking a picture from the bottom of the stairs into the unfinished portion of the basement on the east side of the home.
And does that depict a stand-up shower?
It does.
And exhibit 51, is that now on the screen?
It is.
What is shown in exhibit 51?
It's an overview of the floor drain and lower portion of the stand-up shower.
And what was of evidentiary significance to you in this particular area?
When we looked at the shower, we observed red substance on the shower walls, the shower seat, the shower floor. There was some red substance and some flesh material on the shower drain and then also on the floor drain. Slightly behind that curtain, there's a loose squeegee that had red substance that we've been able to determine was involved.
And were you able to observe where the shower drain drained into?
Yeah, at first it's not readily observable, but when we remove the top of the cover and examine the drain actually, there's a pipe that runs straight out from underneath the tub and stops shallow to have the water go right into the floor drain.
And exhibit 52, is that now on the screen?
It is.
And what is shown in exhibit 52?
It's a close-up of that floor drain that's right in front of the shower. There's some red staining and there's some hair. And then there is what appears to be flesh or biological material, I guess.
And exhibit 53. Is that now on the screen?
It is.
And what does it depict?
That depicts the stand-up shower with the curtain pushed aside. There's some what appears to be blood staining, some red drying on the bottom right, and then the squeegee and your standard shower stuff.
And exhibit 54. Is that now on the screen?
It is.
And what does it depict?
It's a photograph of the shower drain with some flesh or biological material caught on the drain.
And you have exhibit, do you have exhibit 64 in front of you?
54 is.
Okay. That's 54. Do you have exhibit 64 as well?
Oh, I'm sorry. 64, did I hear you right?
Is it 63?
Oh, I'm sorry, it's 63.
I have 63.
I apologize. Thank you. While we pull that up, what is depicted in Exhibit 63?
It's a photograph of the concrete floor at the end of the carpeting. The bed had been previously moved. You can see it standing up off the side. And what is visible in this photo is that there is red substance. There's also what I've recognized as like swipe marks, almost cleaning marks, swipes in the red material, loops. In the bottom right, there's a measurement. It appears to be a portion of a shoe print that was previously under the bed. And it was exposed by moving the bed.
And who moved the bed?
I did.
You know why that you made the decision to look under the bed?
I was just surprised by the lack of blood on the carpeting. And so having the bed covering part of the concrete floor, I wanted to move it to see what was underneath it. And then it appeared to me to be wiped up red substance underneath the bed.
Exhibits 55 to 56, I'd ask you to review those. Before I ask you about them specifically, I have to lay a little foundation. In addition to collecting evidence on the scene that day at the Stony Brook residence, did it become apparent that you maybe did not have all of the body parts that you needed to complete human remains?
It did.
And at some point, did you leave the Stony Brook residence and go to another location to look for more remains?
We did.
And where did you go?
We went to our Green Bay Police evidence storage garage where we had a Chrysler minivan transported for processing subsequent to a search warrant.
Had you been made aware that other detectives developed information that would suggest there may be human remains in that vehicle?
I was.
You know if that came from the interview?
I'm not sure. I knew that we had caused to obtain a search warrant to search that vehicle for remains. So knowing, being at the scene and knowing what we were still looking for, myself, Detective Pacula, Dr. Tranquita, and medical investigator Petra Schwab left to go there and look.
And did you then conduct or assist in the conducting of the search of the vehicle at the Green Bay storage?
I was present when the vehicle was opened and searched, and I made observations to confirm that we had recovered all the remains, but I didn't personally search that vehicle, but I observed these exhibits.
Is it fair to say the search was done by the medical examiner's office and the forensics team from Green Bay PD?
The recovery of the remains was from the forensic doctor and the other members of the Green Bay Police Department and their forensic specialists searched the vehicle.
Your Honor, I would then ask for permission to publish exhibits. I think these are 55 and 56.
You may.
I just gotta look at my notes, Your Honor. The court already ruled that those exhibits are into evidence, correct?
Yes.
As to publication, I'm going to object to the one involving the tote.
Are these different than the ones that were just ruled on? The jury was excused.
No, they're the same.
Your objection is noted. You can go ahead and publish.
Detective Scanlon, is Exhibit 55 now shown on the screen?
It is.
And what is that photo display?
That photo is a photograph into the driver's side sliding back door of the minivan, particularly the crock pot box, which we shortly thereafter found remains in.
And Exhibit 56, is that now up on the screen?
It is.
And what is depicted in Exhibit 56?
The crock pot box was turned upright. In the opening, there's a flesh colored material that's a thigh, and then there's I believe it's a pair of shorts over the top of it, and then there's additional remains underneath that thigh.
Okay. And did the material? Did you make any specific observations about what the human remains looked like when they were removed from that crock pot box?
Yes, Dr. Tranquita emptied the remains out of that crock pot box, and he itemized them to confirm that we had then what he believed as the doctor was the entirety of the remains.
Then Detective Scanlon, I asked this earlier, but did you subsequently attend the autopsy of Shad Thyrion?
I did.
And where was that?
At the Dane County Medical Examiner's Office down by Madison.
And when did that take place?
On the 25th, I believe.
And who was present for the autopsy?
Myself and Detective Graff attended the autopsy from an observation room. Dr. Tranquita and I believe medical technician Vickerman attended the autopsy.
What is the purpose of a law enforcement officer attending an autopsy?
It's not uncommon at an autopsy for a forensic pathologist or the attending doctor to have questions about the scene. They can also relate to us through speakerphone, things that they're observing, and answer any questions that we might have if we have questions for them in regards to our investigation. It's also an opportunity for, once the autopsy is completed, with the medical examiner's office then collects what they and we believe to be items of evidentiary value. They had, up until that point, had custody of the remains. They take those items and they seal them in bags, and then they turn them over us to collect for continued investigation in the law enforcement. Things like swabs of the body or items that they found to be evidentiary value, they'll turn over to us and we bring it back and enter it in evidence.
Based on your observation of the autopsy, did it appear that Dr. Tranquita was regularly collecting swabs for evidentiary purposes?
He was.
And did you observe him seal those items and provide them to you?
He did. As he was doing the autopsy, he was swabbing parts of the remains. He would then put them in a cardboard box. I'm up in an observation room, so I don't see every movement he does. But he then collects them, he itemizes them, he puts them into a sealed bag that is documented with a receipt, an invoice, if you will, to show what he turned over to me. And then I took those bags with Detective Graff, transported them back to the Green Bay Police Department, and then started to secure them in evidence.
So just to clarify specifically with respect to the swabs, you observed him take swabs of Shad Thyrion's body. He packaged them for you and sealed them and then provided them to you to take back to the Green Bay Police Department?
Yes, during the autopsy, I observed him take all parts of the remains out of the containers. He would examine them as part of the autopsy. He would take swabs as part of the autopsy. He would then collect them in swab containers and then turn over to me all the swabs which were then labeled and then secured in an evidence bag that he had signed and sealed. So then after I collected that back, then I opened that bag later, and there was over 40 swabs I don't remember the exact number, but they're all itemized as what particularly was swapped. And then I entered them into evidence specifically for the purpose of future need to send to a crime lab.
And then when you entered them into evidence, you entered them specifically based on what that swab was or how it was labeled on the outside.
Correct. The doctor takes so many swabs. If we would practically if we would just send the bag to the crime lab with 40 some swabs in it, that would not meet their submission guidelines. So we have to itemize those swabs. So if he takes a swab of a particular part of the body, puts it in a box, labels what that was swabbed, collects those collectively, bags them, turns them over to us. We then open that bag and then we itemize and enter into evidence each individual swab.
And that's the process that you followed in this case.
Yes.
I have no further questions of the witness at this time, Your Honor. I apologize. This went longer than I had anticipated.
Well, counsel, the direct examination of this witness went on a little bit longer than I anticipated. And given the time of day, my suggestion is that we break now and assume with cross-examination tomorrow. Any objection to that, Mr. Fairley?
I'm fine with that, Your Honor.
Any objection to that, Mr. Lezay?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Detective, you can step down. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I indicated to you we'd stop around 5 o'clock. It's a little after 5 now, and this testimony was a little bit longer than I expected, but we're going to break now. I'm going to give you an instruction that I gave you earlier in this case, but it's important. It's important for every case, so I'm going to recite it to you again. And that is, do not communicate with anyone about this trial or your experience as jurors while you are serving on this jury. Do not use a computer, cell phone, or other electronic device with communication capabilities to share any information about this case. For example, do not communicate by blog, email, text message, Twitter, or in any other way on or off the computer. Do not permit anyone to communicate with you about this case, and if anyone does so, despite your telling them not to, you should report that to me. I appreciate that it is tempting when you go home in the evening to discuss this case with another member of your household, but you may not do so. This case must be decided by you, the jurors, based upon the evidence presented in the courtroom. People not serving on this jury have not heard the evidence, and it is improper for them to influence your deliberations and decision in this case. After this trial is completed, you are free to communicate with anyone in any manner. These rules are intended to assure that jurors remain impartial throughout the trial. If any juror has reason to believe that another juror has violated these rules, you should report that to me. If jurors do not comply with these rules, it could result in a new trial involving additional time and significant expense to the parties and the taxpayers. Having given you that instruction, have a good evening. I'd like you to report tomorrow morning by 8:30 into the jury room in this courtroom. Right? All rise for the jury.
So I can pretty much guarantee that the cameraman did not know what that was, because you couldn't make it out in the beginning, and then as soon as they said what it was,
As I indicated earlier, I'd like
he immediately
counsel to
moved
report
it.
tomorrow morning at 8:15. We will take up that issue briefly regarding Mr. Freilich. Read the submittal that he made, and then I'll determine whether further hearing is needed on that issue. The other issue I wanted to talk about, however, is I know there's going to be videos coming. I don't know if that's tomorrow or a different day, but I think the attorneys were going to talk about redactions to that. It's a 7-hour video, only 5 hours, give or take, actually has dialogue on it. Have the attorneys discussed that issue? I'll start with you, Mr. Saunders.
Yes, on Saturday, I think there's largely an agreement. It ended up being a a little bit more than an hour, maybe 70 minutes. But I think we agree on portions that'll be played in the first phase.
You agree with that, Mr. Freilich?
Yes, I do. I did meet with both prosecutors, Your Honor, and we talked about this at length, and I asked for additional video footage, and we reached an agreement.
Okay, great. I'm gonna take you at your word. If there's things I need to decide, the sooner you bring that to me, the easier it is for me to address these issues, so we don't have the jury sitting back there waiting for us to make decisions. But it sounds like we've got an agreement on that. So is there anything else before we break, Mr. Saunders?
No, I don't think so.
Mr. Freilich?
Your Honor, I did receive from Dr. O'Donnell, the defense toxicology expert, an email on Friday and then yesterday. I think it helps to summarize because it's real short. I'd like to give it to the court and give the state a copy of it. Could the clerk make a copy of it for you? Okay, thank you.
The phase first of if she did it, and the second phase is if she was insane or not.
All right, well, while we're making copies, if there's nothing else, then we're in recess till tomorrow morning at 8:15.
Yeah, this one is moving right along. Shocking. Especially when we're not used to it. I like how she grabbed her little styrofoam cup. So Marie Moss, our official statistician. Sidebars. One sidebar. What? Since when have we had one sidebar? That's crazy. One sidebar. It's like unheard of from what we're used to. Objections, 9, mostly defense, and total time of testimony, 7 hours, 5 minutes. Recess, 3 hours, 36 minutes. That's how you run a courtroom. Thank you, Judge. Yeah, that's actually really impressive, especially coming out of the last one where it was, the majority of it was, recesses and objections and sidebars, especially sidebars. Oh, Lord, have mercy, the sidebars. So this was an interesting day. We saw toys. We saw parts we weren't supposed to see. It was a day. It was quite a Monday. So interesting, to say the least. I appreciate everybody hanging out. Tomorrow will be will be a whole lot. Tomorrow will be a day too. We'll see how it goes. I am going to jump off of here because I've got to get on the road so I can get Lucy to her spa day. Say goodbye to Shaggy Lucy, because when you see her tomorrow, she will be pretty little Lucy with her hair done. She won't be Shaggy anymore. But I have to get her there. So, Zeke Floyd, thank you. Yeah, I'm gonna do my deep dive on all the stuff while Lucy's getting her hair done, and she's in her little doggy day spa, and when we come in tomorrow, we'll have all the tea, all the gossip, all the info. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it, Zeke Boyd. What a day. Y'all don't forget to hit the like button. It helps me out tremendously. I appreciate everybody hanging out tomorrow. Since jury has to be there at 8:15, or jury has to be there at 8:30. They said counsel needs to be there at 8:15 to go over a few things. So we'll start about 8 o'clock Central, that's 9 o'clock Eastern. That way, if they're going to be arguing things, we'll use the first 15 minutes to do our hello, good mornings, and go over any of the info that I find that we need to look at tonight, or any of the stuff that I find tonight that we look at tomorrow. And then when they start at 8:15, that way we can see what they're arguing about and talking about and figuring out and all that good stuff. So we will take a look at it tomorrow. So tomorrow, 9 a.m. Eastern, 8 Central, which is Wisconsin time. So that's all we got for the day. I appreciate y'all reporting for jury duty. Thank you so much. I will see y'all in the morning.